Market slightly downside here as we get going on a Tuesday morning, coming off count them, seven in a row for the NASDAQ. Pretty impressive move since last week, since we got that hold once again from Fed Chair Powell and some more talk suggesting that it will remain that way until we get further data to suggest that they do need to go higher with interest rates. A lot, we'll just put it that way, a lot of Fed speakers on tap for today, a couple of them already this morning. Kashkari coming through with comments to the Wall Street Journal suggesting if needed, they will go higher. Goolsbee suggesting the same. If needed, they will go higher. So still some hawkish tones coming from Fed speakers. More to come later this morning as well. We'll touch on a few earnings names coming up. Datadog with a huge move to the upside, 20+%. Right now, anyways, holding on to decent gains after their report. Peloton with a downgrade once again. They had a decent move off their earnings report, back downside this morning. It's Tuesday, November 7th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Just getting U.S. trade balance out as well, negative 61.5 billion versus negative 59.8 billion. So slightly more than expected there for last month, again, on that U.S. trade balance number. Not a lot of economic data to come this morning, but as I mentioned, a ton of, you were seeing some comments there from Goolsbee that came through. We're still going to hear from Fed's Barr, Fed Schmidt, Waller coming up today as well. Williams to speak at 1 o'clock. And then, Logan later on today at 2:25. So 5 at least still to come. We had Kashkari, we had Goolsbee already this morning with some comments suggesting that, as I was mentioning, I mean, still some hawkish tones coming through here. Yeah,
Kashkari led everybody off yesterday saying that he didn't think that rate hikes were off the table, that he saw one more rate hike in the near future. We'll have to see what the other Fed speakers feel about that, but lots to talk about. We have a WeWork Chapter 11 bankruptcy. We have Uber reporting. There was an OpenAI event yesterday. So some Microsoft news, lots in the hopper today, Brenda. Yeah,
I was just checking rates. I mean, they're holding, but I mean, there was a bit of a move back upside late in the day yesterday. Kind of chopping around here this morning. So we'll keep an eye on the 30-year and the 10-year. That's the NASDAQ right now. Back to basically flat on the day. Tough to see, but there you go. Back to basically flat here for the Qs as we get going, guys. Interesting spot here for the overall market. Bit of a wait and see, it feels like, so far this morning.
Yeah, I definitely get like the wait and see feel for the market, especially after what we saw in the afternoon yesterday. So you had, I would call it, regardless of whether the market was up or down yesterday, I'm calling it an accumulation kind of day, because even though you had a little bit of a drop, market ended up holding the top end of the range. So all the work that was done leading into the end of last week, I think we've held on to a lot of that. Individual names are all going to vary today. I mean, Uber's all over the place off a gigantic triple top on the daily. That's going to come into play. Datadog's an absolute rocket ship. I mean, that could see 100. Big level on 100 for that one as well. Peloton, as you said, I don't know, it's like a short till it's not. Does it go the way of WeWork? I don't know about that, but yeah, if you want to trade WeWork, bye-bye. That's still, I don't know if it's going to the OTC or it's still halted over here, so I'm assuming it'll probably end up on the OTC sometime pretty soon. But yeah, it was a very, very interesting day in that you had to be positioned in the right names, find the relative strength and relative weakness, because if you're hoping for big moves in the futures like we had last week, that's exactly what you did not get. So even more important to pay attention, trade the names that are going to move around those key levels, and try not to overtrade if we get another inside type day. Not that I'm necessarily expecting that. You know, the NASDAQ was doing, accumulation days aren't a bad thing, really, when you have an upward trend.
Oh, man. Yeah, flat day right now. I mean, we started off a little down. We just made a nice little move back up to the upside, trying to hold on to 15.2. I mean, the broader look at the NASDAQ, you know, you're still above the 50 period. You're well above the 200 period. Now you're going to run into this 15.5 area. Let's see if we do even get up there. But I don't, you know, this is a very, very choppy area. 15.1 up to 15.3. If we stay in here, yeah, we just want to buy dips if it happens and sell rips if they happen. So I just, you know, you're in the middle, you're going to wait for Fed speak, and there's really no more earnings to come. You have Rivian tonight, which is a level that I wanted to look at. We have Disney coming up as well, but after that, very, very light. Rivian, I actually like the 1750 there. We'll see, that's 1730. But we do see some more levels there. Is AMC finally moving?
No, they report this week too.
Who gives a shit?
The apes care. The apes
always care. But yeah, we'll look at Rivian. We'll look at Disney. We'll look at AMC. I mean, AMC's been going nicely, man. AMC's, well, now it's $11 again. All right, still above. Look, I think that $10 level, I think, is going to be pretty nice for AMC. So let's see. I just don't know if there's any catalysts in the pipeline for these guys, but I guess that's why we always listen for Adam Aaron.
All right, a few things of note. Snowflake, one of those, moving around this morning. Datadog, as I mentioned, with monster report. Huge move. I mean, we've seen this from some of these so far today. That's this earnings season, I should say. Already 1.5 million shares here as we get going back towards, $100 staring us in the face here for D-Dog.
Yeah, and it was the guidance here, Brendo, that really helped propel things forward. We'll have to wait and see how this one does the rest of the day. But yeah, it's been a not a bad look for these cloud computing names, the data analytics names. So we'll have to wait and see how they do.
I say $100 because if you go out to a daily chart, it's come into play a couple of times in the past as far as resistance is concerned. So this is a big move, guys, here for D-Dog.
Yeah, I mean, 24%. It's eerily similar to some of the big gappers that we had last week. I'm trying to pull up the weekly chart for Datadog here. And yes, some of these cloud adjacent names have been pretty good. The weekly is going to show you that same 100 level. It's maybe not the most significant level in the way, which is interesting. Because on the weekly, you've got this 100 barrier with, I think, 102 is the wick high recently. So there you go. There's a local top to deal with. But even if it punches through that, then you've got clear sailing to a double top up at 119, 120, or at least in the, if you look at the closes, at least in the 115 range. So it's a bit wild to say this, and I feel like it's weird, up 24%, to say that if it gets through 102, it actually has a lot of room. Probably something to think about for the upcoming days and weeks if you're into this and looking at this name, but it's done good volume today. Obviously on earnings, you're going to want to pay attention to names like this. But yeah, it's resistance till it's not up at that 102 level. We saw this Square, and there's another name that's coming that's slipping me, but where you had these over 20% moves to the upside, and there was just not enough juice for it to break out that high, and you ended up consolidating and pulling back for a couple of days. That's what wouldn't surprise me here with Datadog. Given that you went pretty much right to that recent high on the daily, my first thought would usually be, okay, well, where's the pullback going to come off of the open? So maybe that's in a 95 where it already showed you a bit of a bid. But I won't be chasing this one long. Although if it breaks 102 in the next week, it still has some room. I wouldn't chase it long off the open, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's a $29 billion market cap company. Good little spread there. Obviously, you've broken back through this $85 mark. That's the area to get long. So for me, this will probably be a pass up 23%. I think you have a great chance of taking this 102. I think that's going to be the trade right there. I didn't really even review the quarter or anything like that. So many names to trade, and one of them will not be Datadog.
Just noting, Sharif and I were just talking about this Snowflake move as well, obviously because of that earnings report. So basically back to the middle, dead center of the range here for Snowflake, but 7.5% for Snow already. We saw some of those go. That's Coinbase. We saw some of those go last week. Global Foundries. GFS, another one with their latest report coming through. I mean, numbers-wise, kind of in line with expectations. Not a lot of volume here, but it is up 5+ right now for GFS.
Yeah, interesting look. GFS, because they had an inventory glut issue going into last quarter. As PC sales has declined, that's changed a little bit. You'll see today on the upgrades and downgrades that HP got another upgrade. So the PC sales starting to pick up, and obviously chip demand going with that as well. Despite all that, GFS's revenue fell 11% year over year, but they did beat expectations, Brendo, up 2.4% this morning.
Yeah, nice look. I was just going back to, I guess it was Friday. Yeah, it was Friday. We had that big move on Snowflake to 150. Reminding myself, guys, thoughts here.
Well, okay, so you mentioned Global Foundries. I'll save you the trouble on that one. It's not, you can't really day trade. It doesn't have enough volume, but it's got a monster support level on the weekly chart at about $50. Snowflake, on the other hand, whether it's sympathy or it doesn't really matter. When this stock moves, it can be pretty darn good, and it's very likely, I almost said a certainty, it's very likely to open above the 50-period moving average and challenge the 200 here. Now, it's had some trouble in the past, but if you look at the last couple of times it broke above here, you had $5 to $8 moves in the next couple of days above. So over this 150, it's 154-ish. So over 155, I think there's room to 160. And even then, when you look at where this has come from, it could easily be a dip and hold a 151, 152, and then you still have a pretty strong gap breakout above previous resistance. Obviously, it fell going into the close yesterday, but above that 150, 152, don't want to draw a line there. Above 150, 151, it's still breaking out this little gap where it's made a nice, decent bottom. You're not breaking trend if you look at like the local trend here until you get over a 160. But this is a pretty decent start. Like, so many names haven't really gotten off the bottom the same way as others, and I feel as if Snowflake's got some catching up to do. At least when you look at that daily chart, like it's been meandering around this 150 level for a little bit long here. It'd be nice to see it finally start to break out.
All right, so my stock here is gonna be Palantir. I mean, we've looked at Palantir a lot lately, and it's on the sticky note today, and I think it's going to be a good one. Nice. Okay, obviously, there we go. Got to refresh it. Nice move this AM on Palantir. I mean, obviously catching a little bit of a drift there from Datadog. We just talked about Snowflake. I wrote down 18. It's not going to get to 18, but this is the general area right here that we're going to try to buy some of this stock. Really strong off 18 yesterday afternoon. Right? Remember we were shorting it like off this VWAP, and then it just kind of settled down here at 1850. So I think you can probably buy some 1850s, but let's see early if somehow this NASDAQ eventually wants to go down. I think Palantir in this area, probably between like 1820 and 18, something like that. I'm already bidding 18, but I don't think it gets down there. So as the market opens up, 1820, 1825, something like that in there for Palantir. Obviously, it looks really strong on the daily. Great looking chart, wants to break above, and when it does, 20 bucks is next, right? And so you just got to sort of get above this 1850 and hold. Then we'll start to get to the upside. I really like Palantir here. I think this could be the trade of the day if we can get near $18.
First 30 minutes brought to you by DXFeed. Get up to 20% off your first month subscription for U.S. equities and futures market data from now until November 15th. Visit dxfeed.com. Use promo code TraderTV to take advantage of this limited time deal. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Shout out to DXFeed. Yeah, I was just checking. Upstart was another one of those ones that made that crazy move at the end of last week. Piton, on the other hand, right back to earth as well after, if you rewind the tape back to their earnings, had a big day, and then 2 days in a row or 3 days in a row here now, back downside 4%. Deutsche Bank with a downgrade today for Peloton.
Yeah, I think Upstart reports either after the bell today or tomorrow morning. You'll have to double check that. Yeah, but Deutsche Bank not liking Peloton, downgrading it from a buy to hold with a price target, a big price target downgrade from 13 to $4. Don't have the details here about what the analyst said, but yet another problem for Peloton after trying to get out of their own way with that deal with Lululemon. We know that.
Yeah, basically back to these earnings lows essentially for Peloton, guys. That Upstart, yeah, after the close tonight for UPSD.
Oh, Peloton's not at that low yet. So, look, it's not 420. I wish I could tell you it's 4. It's like 430 is a double bottom here on Peloton. Decent reason to believe it gets back there, maybe even tests lower. I'm not sure. At some point it's going to catch a bid and really find a bottom, but the trend has been to the downside. It looked like it was about to break out when everything was squeezing last week, and it failed that 550 level, back under the 50 period, back underneath 5. It's like lower high, lower high, lower high. Putting in another one means it doesn't break $5 today. So I'm offering in front of $5. I just think it's a short till it's not. And the good thing is if it breaks out 510, you're like, okay, it's broken that little bit of a trend. Maybe it goes squeezing for a little bit. But even then, like Peloton's short interest is 15%. So it's like good, but it's not gigantic. It's not one of those 30, 40% shorted names. maybe someone does like I thought that was a good deal for them, and maybe it was going to catch a bid and start trending to the upside, and that really hasn't happened for them. So underneath 5, don't want to fight it, just work with that trend. Once it's over 5, it probably has a decent chance to start squeezing, but that's not where it's at right now.
So shout out, I think it was Paul in the chat here, wants to talk a little bit about Clover. Clover reported, and now that it's broken and near $1, I think that's another interesting level there. The bottom here for Clover has been 90 cents. And if you look at their report, apparently more cash on hand than market cap. So I don't know what their liabilities are. There must be something there. Down to 90 cents right now, Clover. Watch out for a $1 break. What? The interesting thing about Clover is, of course, is that it is only short float 6%. So it's not huge, but it is a nice downside move here. It's been getting, all these names gotten killed. Obviously, we've talked about, bringing this stock to market at like $10 or even more than that. This chart's going to continue to go higher. But right into here, as we expand it out, you're going to see 90 cents right there. Seems to be a decent level for Clover. And then if you can get above, this one, honestly, it's like 103, 104. We could get there. And then that next little level is 120. You break above 120, then I think you retest this 160 area. So I actually really, you have to go back even further than this. I actually really like Clover. If you get back here, like, where's Chamath? Is he in his Hamptons suite right now or anything like that? So there goes Clover all the way back down to the downside. Maybe Chamath and that Whitney whatever from Bumble can chill out and use all of our money to buy whatever they want. But there's Clover, nice upside move now, sub $1, down 10%, but could be interesting from here. Maybe Chamath will get back in.
The Chamath is going to do going forward, but yeah, what a move that has been. We'll touch on a couple of interesting names here. I was just going over, as you saw there, the most active list from the OTC markets. Jeff Mendel is head of broker-dealer sales over at OTC, joining us this morning to give us a little insight as to how the week has shaped up and what to look for as far as opportunities over on the OTC going forward here. We are a week and change out. If Jeff is ready, guys, anytime. Oh, okay, we're having a little bit of audio issue, it looks like, with Jeff. I was going to say, we are a week and change out from another expected decision on these ETFs. Yep. Crypto-related ETFs coming up as well, so GBTC, Ethereum, a couple that we always talk about.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday when we were talking about Coinbase. It's very interesting. We're going to see how the trading volume affects these exchanges, because now you're going to be able to trade them on your brokerage, Brendo. But I do like the fact that it's going to bring in institutional money. With an ETF comes more regulatory scrutiny, and regulatory scrutiny brings with it more institutional money. So that's what I'll be watching and looking at and seeing how that affects the price.
Yeah, not a lot of action as far as crypto today is concerned. Coinbase downside a little bit here pre-market. Bitcoin kind of hanging out at this point, guys, maybe waiting for more information to come on these ETFs.
It's basically been this, it's not a barcode, but you're just like, it's like a heartbeat above 35,000, below 35,000. You're not really getting too far away, although it's resolving right now underneath that 35 number. This is a 15-minute. I usually have a daily chart up for you, but I wanted to show sort of the lack of push off of this level recently. When you go back, it's still a good consolidation on an upward trend. So if you're trading here, it's been bullish. I don't wonder if now, okay, the move has happened on some of the exuberance for the ETFs, and now we just go sideways for a little bit here. Now it does mean, scalping more, trading a little bit more range bound. However, I say all of that, but then Coinbase is doing its normal thing where it gets attempts to make a breakout. I'm like, okay, this is it. Like Coinbase, maybe it's actually going to break the 70 to 90 range that it's been in forever. Never broke it out. It made the rejection in the high 80s again, because that's what it always does. And maybe you're headed back to 70. I don't think it'll be that extreme. It feels a little bit more bullish, but those high 80s have just been a short zone on coin. And if we're not going to break back out, and if we're not going to move that much in crypto, then I don't see why another pop in here doesn't fail those high 80s on Coinbase. I'd also look at this. 84 looks pretty interesting though. Where we closed off on Thursday on those highs, and then start out the week supporting the 84 level. If that holds on, spicy, but if it breaks it, even spicier for a bit of a mini flat bottom break on coin. So there's definitely levels to be had here. I just don't know if we're expecting in the short term gigantic crypto moves based on what we see there on that daily.
All right, even though Jeff didn't come and take us golfing or anything like that, I'll still call up GBTC right here. So there's
Very
the break.
nice of you.
Yeah, very, very nice of me to do this. Nice little break there of 21.22. I see him smiling over there, so what's up, Jeff? 22. Yeah, Jeff is ready. Well, I'm not ready yet. So, all right. So there's a nice little breakup of 21, 22 bucks, all the way to 28. So I think if you're going to trade any crypto names today, GBTC's been really good. You've got OTC already right here. OTC Link. It's been a great gateway. You know, lots of liquidity there. But you saw it come off that $28 mark. Let's see if crypto can get going. And of course, this name has been really aggressive with some decent volume as of late. It's GBTC. It's another grayscale product. And now we have Jeffrey Mendel ready to rock and roll. Let's go over to the desk with Brendo.
Yeah. There he is, Mr. Mendel. How are you? Good to see you.
Thanks, Brendan. Sorry about the audio difficulties there.
No, it was our problem. No worries. Let's talk about a few things. I know people are really interested in WeWork. Obviously, this has been halted now for a couple of days. I mean, it's probably a little premature, but any indication, any timeline, any info as far as OTC is concerned?
Okay, so right now, what we are doing is we're waiting for FINRA to basically give WeWork a symbol to start trading down here, and basically, and what that means is, you know, at some point, most likely after the close one night, maybe tonight, maybe sometime this week, right? FINRA will issue a symbol, and that will make it so it can get queued up in everyone's system and ready to start trading the following morning. And so, you know, the interesting thing about this one, since it was halted on the exchange, and it's not, and obviously it's not going to start trading like the following day after the halt. What it's going to do is lose its ability for firms to proprietarily quote it. And so what that means is that, you know, you'll still be able to trade it. And those firms who you typically prop quote these names will still be able to represent a customer order unsolicited. So basically what that means for you is, you know, you're still going to see bids and offers up on the screen in these names. It's just, it's not going to be prop quoted by the typical trading firms.
So we'll stand by and keep an eye out for when that happens. But for anyone who is maybe in a position or holding the shares, it's a matter of FINRA coming through with a symbol, as you said, and the timeline is up to them.
Exactly.
Okay, let's touch on a few of these names as we were having a look at the most active list from OTC going back to yesterday. GBTC still top of the list here. As I said, we're a week and change away from another expected decision on this ETF or potential ETF. So a ton of volume once again on these grayscale products.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also, I mean, whether it's tied to the price of Bitcoin or the price of Bitcoin is tied to an ETF being approved, right? There's still a lot of activity in these names, right? And I heard Sean and Neil talking about it earlier, right? I mean, right now it closed GBTC closed just below $27 yesterday. Today it's trading down in the pre-market about 20 to 30 cents in a range there. And so, it's really just a great name to be trading if you like to react to the volatility in the price of Bitcoin. And the same goes for ETHE, right? So both of those names, right? The Bitcoin and Ethereum backed trusts from Grayscale are really just great volatility names right now to be trading.
Go ahead.
A couple other names, right, that we saw on that list, Luckin Coffee, right? That's a name that we've been talking about a lot lately. LKNCY. There's been a ton of trading in that name. Also, DIY, another name that we continually bring up. But like I said, with those names right there, they've been kind of at the top of the active list for us for the past few months.
I wanted to get your thoughts here going into the final couple of months of the year. Obviously, it's a holiday season coming up, for our friends in the U.S. in November as well with Thanksgiving. Have you seen overall a trend in shifting volume here as we head into November?
I mean, I feel like I feel like some of the volume has come back from the summertime. There's definitely been a shift more to ADRs that are trading here on OTC markets. So those are the 5-letter names that end in a Y, right? They're international companies, like some of the names that you saw up there, like Roche and Nestle and Nintendo. There's definitely been a shift back into some of those names as far as trading activity goes. And then also some of the Canadian names too that trade on Toronto Stock Exchange or the Canadian Securities Exchange that also trade here. And those are the 5-letter symbols that end in an F and that are like I said, that are also trading down here in a US dollar denominated quote. So, definitely seeing some names come up on that front as well too. And that all just is kind of tied to what's going on in the Canadian, right, in the cannabis and also mining and mining sector up there.
Great stuff. Jeff Mendel, head of broker-dealer sales at OTC Markets. Always good to see you.
Well, and one more thing. So Neil and I have been pretty quiet as of late. It's been a struggle. So I think we need a little bit more momentum on our side for the Cowboys, and it looks like the Bills now too. So it's a struggle, but we're working through it.
Neil is smiling right now. I can see him in the monitor.
Thanks, guys.
Take care.
I definitely feel that pain, Jeff. Neither team doing all that well right now. However, I don't know if you're still listening, but Sharif is also a Cowboys fan. So, Jeff, if you can still hear, he and I have a bet for when the Bills and Cowboys face off in December. And it's going to be like a physical burpee challenge. It's just kind of nonsensical. That being said, if you happened to want to join in, I'm just saying that option is available to you. So I will take on all Cowboys incoming. But obviously, we were just talking about some of the ADRs, and then it made me think of something I saw in the chat just there. There was good economic data out of China, and I was looking at NEO in particular because NEO got shellacked yesterday, been right back underneath that $8 level. And if it's going to, again, if it gets to $7, 52-week low, double bottom, all that good stuff, we see 7. I still like the long off the 7 area. But I was kind of thinking the same thing. I think it was what Renata in the chat was saying, probably off of this $8 level. But if this breaks out $8, that is a substantial gap. Yes, it's setting up for another leg down short, but if this gets above 8, that looks incredibly like trappish, like everybody thinking in the short side of it. Down 1%, NEO hasn't been able to get going. If today is the day and we see $7, sign me up for that long. But I say it every single time, and it's like, once or twice, it actually gets to one of these levels, and you're like, yes, this is the bounce play that I'm really looking for in NIO, but you got to be patient for it. It's getting, again, within spitting distance once it's under 8.
What are we talking about? Chinese names or anything?
Anything.
Yeah, Tesla 220. I think that's going to be a good level again here today. It hit it yesterday, faded back out. I want to go long, so I think a long break here of 220 on Tesla. We've seen the bottom, I hope, anyways, down there near that 190, bouncing off 200 again. I think Tesla has a chance one more time here to hold some of these bottoms. Nice move down in, and pretty negative all day until the afternoon. So maybe it was that last little spike there that got this name going again. So look out for 220 here for Tesla.
Real quick, if you want to go to my screen here, EHang, downside here on a spike. Hindenburg with a short report on Sharif's favorite eVTOL company. 18%, yeah, decent move. There's also this as well, BMRN, Biomarin, Elliott Management revealing a stake in BMRN. So not a lot of volume behind that, but 77 up to 83 for Biomarin. So heads up on that. Let's get a look at some upgrades and downgrades. Adara has that over at the screen.
So first, we have an upgrade for HP from Edward Jones, and Lululemon also got an upgrade from Evercore ISI. Monday with an upgrade from D.A. Davidson, and last but not least, Nike. This one has an upgrade also from Evercore. For downgrades, we have Peloton. This one is really interesting. They went from the $13 price target to a $4 price target. This is from Deutsche Bank, and this one also, we had Peloton earnings last week, so definitely this is a name to watch. Remax also with a downgrade from Morgan Stanley. Victoria's Secret with a downgrade from Evercore, and last but not least, Newmont with a downgrade from BMO Capital Markets, guys.
Thanks, Adara. Nike's been a name.
Exactly.
Certainly last week, and consolidation day yesterday, but certainly last week, good run, back above 100, higher highs, higher highs if you look from the bottom, and then higher lows, so trending back up into that 200 period. All kinds of resistance if it does get to 110, 112, as you can see, just gigantic chop zone, and it's entering that zone right now. So it's at the bottom end of the zone here, right at about 107. If it breaks this out, it has room to get to 108. Sorry, to 110, 112 to the upside. But a 3-day, if it doesn't break today, it would be like a 3-day consolidation up at this top for Nike. This is one where it's been trying to make that rebound, and it does look like it's on the precipice of making that next stair step to the upside. So if it breaks that 108, I think it has a chance to get to 110, 112.
I've been talking about Starbucks. I know it's not on the list there, but I really like this name. We've been looking at this for a while now. Starbucks off earnings. Great little level down there at $90. Changed some different management positions. Nice move upside. We know new CEO. That's going to make a big difference there. China, obviously, we talked a little bit. Well, we will. If not, we haven't yet. Some of the China upgrades and things like that. That economy rocking apparently now. So we'll wait to see what happens here. But I like this name. Nice little big move. Not nice, little. Big move from 95 there on earnings up to 104, looking like it wants to hold and break higher. Until you break down below this $100 mark, I think you stamp Starbucks for the long and probably get back up to the 120 marker. People are always like telling me, yo, bro, check out Bros. So Dutch Bros, if you like Starbucks, apparently this name, again, you know, I kind of like China. I kind of like Starbucks because of China. I know we say a lot of I say a lot of negative stuff about China, but that could be a catalyst. I don't think Starbucks is going anywhere, but as far as like a growth name, like Bros is pretty good. They're off this $23, $24 mark right now. That could have been a bottom, a huge fall in right now. I don't know when Bros reports. Let me find out because this name could... Tonight. Okay, there you go. So tonight. So yeah, all right. So this is even better. 23% short float. I think we got to buy some Bros immediately today. This isn't. Look, when DraftKings was 28 or 29 before earnings, I was like, yo, go in there and buy some DraftKings. The very next day, it's up 20%, and I'm not even here. Look at DraftKings, huge move, right? Same feels. So there's DraftKings on the upside. We called this move. We liked Nike, and again today, we'll look a little bit more into Bros. But if they're going to report tonight with a 23% short float and Starbucks looking nice, and them already holding off this $23 bottom, I like Bros here today. So you can stamp that one as a possible banger into tonight.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know as we kick things off. Sharif's going to have a look at the market.
43.84, that's where we closed off yesterday on the ES. 43.81 is the overnight high, so we're marginally lower on the day, 0.11%. Again, like yesterday, look for that 4,400. If we get up there, that's going to be a level of resistance. The 100-point level always seems to introduce that kind of resistance level. If we get above 4,400 and stay above 4,400, look for this October high here at 44.28, Brendo.
All right, if you have not done so, very easy. Scan that QR code or go to watchlist.tradertv.live. You enter your email address, and then you get that for free. Every single day has everything you need to know every morning that is moving around in the pre-market. Let's go. Uber, top of the list today, coming off earnings. I mean, here's a couple of the highlights. EPS miss. Gross bookings, though, $36.5 billion to $37.5 billion was more or less in line. I mean, it tried here early on this morning to get back above where we were yesterday, but back downside right now.
All right, guys, second time in a row that Uber has actually produced a profit. Ironically enough, it's been around for a very long time. The second time that it's produced profit, and it was in a row. Let's talk about how they did. They missed on the top and bottom line. Analysts were looking for more than they actually were able to produce. Gross bookings were up, though, as Brendo mentioned, 21% year over year. Earnings per share coming in a little light, but up as well over last year. It was a $221 million profit. Compare that to last year when they reported a $1.2 billion loss. Revenue was up 11% on the year as well. Monthly active users continue to increase 15% year over year on the quarter. Guidance wasn't too bad, Brendo, but the issue now is freight. Freight slowing down as consumers are spending less on goods and more on services. We'll see how long that lasts.
This was a huge move into this report as well. I mean, from the low to where we closed yesterday, it was up about 19%. So a little bit of profit taking maybe here today for Uber.
Yeah, and it doesn't help when Uber is facing a triple top right now. Whether you look at the daily or the weekly, I mean, the weekly chart on Uber is going to show you not just the triple top locally here, just shy of that $50. It's like 49.5 is that high, but it's going to show you all the way back into 2021. It was a big lower high that actually, like that resistance in that last fail of 50 is what led it to these lows. It was a straight stair step down. So it's a monster level until it clears it out. It's hard to be bullish unless you look for some kind of consolidation bottom. And maybe that's going to be, we had the Thursday close here right around 46.5, so that range into 46 to 46.5, maybe that's going to be it. I don't think we get a shot at that 49.5 again today. If we do, then a lot has changed when we get there. So you can look at that triple top, unless you were willing to fade that in the pre-market on light volume, I don't think we get a chance at that triple top in here today. So I got to be patiently looking for some kind of consolidation bottom on this. It has been trend up, but profit taking does make a lot of sense over here with Uber. Just because it's worth mentioning them, we probably never, unless Lyft reports, we pretty much never talk about them. But on a day where Uber is trying to figure itself out, it is worth at least having a look at Lyft, if not because of the most obvious trend line resistance that it's got at $11. So were Uber to try to break out and maybe Uber bounces and starts rolling over, you miss a trade on that, have a look at Lyft. It's got a pretty clean channel up here and now has resistance underneath $11. So that could be a scalpable level. If Uber's bouncing but there's no firm direction, the Lyft daily chart's giving you some pretty obvious trend that you can work the top end of.
Yeah, I like the just the 50 period right here on Uber. I think you can fall back into this 45 area, kind of in the middle. Not, you would have liked to see it break through $50. It didn't get there. I don't think it will get there today. But yeah, down into 45. I mean, on the daily, it's kind of in no man's land right now. I think the 200 period down at 40 will definitely get supported. I don't think we'll get tested there yet. A couple more days, this 200 period will be up here near $41. So I think a little bit of a drop down. You do have a little bit of a bottom there at 43. I could see that being supported. But again, 45 looks pretty good, man. Also on the 20 period moving average, 20 period chart, you do have 45 sticking out right there. And that was the jump off spot back on the 3rd. And then we've sort of upped ourselves into where we are today. So looks pretty good down here, 44, 45 area. I think that looks decent for a buy zone now for Uber. So again, the volume's pretty good because it just reported this AM, right? So 5 million shares. We'll see what's on the imbalance right now. All right, there's nothing there. It's a small little sell, 123,000, so not much. Uber starting to head to the downside. Seems too dramatic, 49 all the way to 46. Too much of a pullback there for Uber. I bet you Uber finishes higher than 46.85 today.
All right, let's talk some tech here. Microsoft trying to lead the way as far as this group is concerned right now. Day highs or session highs. So far here for Softy up nicely. If you missed it, it was OpenAI's Developer Day. A lot came from that, including a surprise appearance from Microsoft CEO, and get set for ChatGPT 4 Turbo.
Who did that?
I mean, it's already, if you're using the paid version, it's already insanely fast. So this has more to do with the back end and some cost cutting.
Exactly. And updated data. You'll be able to go to April, I believe, 2023. Before that, it was January 2021 where the data cut off. It's very interesting. I think a lot of people are very frustrated that it's not up to date. The other part here that's very interesting to me is you'll be able to build your own GPT. So say you have a huge textbook that you want to ask questions or find the answers to. You upload that PDF into the GPT, and then you can interact with it specifically on that text. That's really going to help companies who don't want to compromise their customers' data privacy. They don't have to upload that to the cloud. That all stays internal, and it's only used by participants who can connect to it. So it's going to be interesting to see how that does.
Yeah, strong is a good word today, guys, for Microsoft.
Yeah, great product, great company. I almost fear it's like, okay, now you're almost at 360 already. So it's not that you don't want stock to go up. It's just when it does this in the pre-market, it makes it a little bit sometimes trickier. 366, 78, 52-week high, highest I guess opener close here, it's like 361. So those would be your upside levels to get to, like the 61, and then I don't think you see 66 today. It hasn't really been that kind of a market, but you know what? Probably shouldn't write that off. Microsoft's been strong enough. It could easily do that. But this tight into the 360 at the open, and when I sat down, I was thinking, hey, if I'm bullish on the stock, and it was just sort of chilling down here, it was like 57.5 or so, let's look at previous close. Just like it to the previous close, continue the trend upside, 356.5 gives you a zone to work off of. You can pretty much throw that out the window. If we're going to drop 1% from here and go red, it changes the litmus altogether. So if you're looking for what has been a stair step up on Microsoft, there have been some days where it dips in, gives you that previous close. Suddenly it looks like yesterday's high would be that level. So you're looking at about 357. I really don't want to be short this name unless it was at 60, what is that, 66, 67. If it gets to that 52-week high today, I think that is a fade. But rather just be involved in trying to catch a dip by Microsoft. It's been a very, very steady climb. Even the days where it's pulled back, it's been like it's not ripping your face off if you're trying to catch dips on this stock at any point.
Right here. So I wrote down Microsoft, but look what I just tweeted out as well. This is pretty funny. This is from Elon Musk. So here we go. This is Grok right there, and there's ChatGPT. So I don't know what that means. I mean, I think that, Tiger is probably, ahead. But there it is right now. All right.
Is he, though?
Let's go back over. I don't know. This is what we wrote down. We wrote down Microsoft. We really like the 355 to 357 area. You guys can go find this right now on the sticky note. All this ChatGPT-4 talk, we mentioned it. Brennan Sharif just talked about sort of the highlights of that. And I just think, again, the chart is pretty brutal here, but into this, I can't even show you this. Okay, hold on a second. MSFT, I'll just have to go to another charting platform here. Right here, 355, coming back in, 355, 354, this kind of an area, 357. That top yesterday, I think we can probably hold this. This is just a 5-minute chart, so you're coming down here into the 200 period. It's 355, 357. Any dip buys, I think this is going to be one of the stronger names here today. So needless to say, Microsoft is a buy. Don't see any catalysts why you'd sell this unless, again, the market is downside. So 0.88, already well up. Microsoft, you're probably going to have to take a 360 break. And how convenient is that? Because Office 360 product about to get boosted up as well. So, yeah, I want to buy dips, and I think it's one of the strongest names out there. So if patience pays and the market comes down, then that's something that we want to do. Microsoft, I think, again, I like Palantir for an amazing trade long, and I like Microsoft. Those are two names that are on here. We definitely like that. Those are the two longs for me that I favor today.
All right, we'll talk some NVIDIA here. Chips trying to get back to the upside right now. NVIDIA did gap to the downside this morning in the pre-market. I mean, this is one thing to consider, but probably not that big of a deal. But Baidu placing an order for AI chips with Huawei instead of NVIDIA. It's worth noting this goes back to, thank you, Randy, goes back to August when this happened. So it's not necessarily recent, but maybe more of a tell as to more to come from China.
Yeah, well, the 8800 and the H800 NVIDIA GPUs were made specifically for export to China. And then last month, the Biden administration came out with updated restrictions which prohibited the export of those two chips. So in response, they had to seek out a local alternative. And that is it right here. It is called, I just had it here. Oh, where'd it go? In any event, I don't know what it's called. Oh, there it is. The 910B Ascend AI chip. They ordered about 1,600 of them, and it costs about $67 million. It's widely viewed as inferior to NVIDIA's chips, but it will do for now as it's the only thing they can get their hands on.
There's a note I just saw here on AMD as well that popped up in front of me, but AMD not really doing a heck of a lot, guys. Any thoughts on NVIDIA here?
Sure. I mean, it's so impressive how this got up to 400 level. Like half the time it took to get from 460 down to 400 is what it takes to get right back up here. But there's always a but. Now that it's back above the 50 period, I think you're running into that resistance zone on NVIDIA. It's slightly and ever so slightly weaker than the NASDAQ today. The NASDAQ's up 0.1. We're down 0.25% here. So you're in a zone at that 460 level. Or if you were to break out, 65, 70 look like some pretty decent resistance spots. Now, the other thing is yesterday's range we break out of yesterday's range to the downside, and NVIDIA, it's not really a flat bottom break, but you're talking about a Friday close and then Monday low. If we don't, and it's right at 450, by the way. So if we don't hold 450, I think this gets a little bit bearish. Look, if NVIDIA doesn't hold 450, it might not matter necessarily how crazy the market's doing. NVIDIA has the ability to sort of outpace the market in a lot of those regards. So that 450 doesn't feel like it's in play for right away at 9:30, but it ain't that far off. It's not the Alamo because 400 is the Alamo, but at least today, if this is breaking down underneath 450, I am not trying to be long NVIDIA underneath that 450 level. I think that's some trouble if it gets underneath that price, and you're almost looking for trend breakdown short. It's into a strong market, so I'm not sure you get that, but I've been thinking NVIDIA is going to roll over on this daily chart, and we're starting to get into the levels that I'm anticipating it.
Yeah, I wrote down AMD here today. So another stock that I do like would be Advanced Micro Devices. Again, it's red into an up market. So we did see this yesterday with AMD as well as it fell back in against a stronger market. So I feel like this name's going to be a little bit weak for some reason, and I'm not really convinced on going long early on AMD. But if we dip into this level of 1050, then I like it. I wonder if a lot of this was because maybe some traders were caught short. I'm pretty sure the Apple move yesterday was because traders were short Apple and they got caught. And I wonder about the same thing here on AMD. Traders short this name under $100. Earnings come, and then earnings made a move down to 94. That was not long lasted. And then that blast came in one day from 98 all the way to 107, and we saw that. And so still caught, possibly short, are a lot of traders. We had Daniel Shea on a couple weeks ago when we talked about this put-call ratio on the NASDAQ, right? And I mean, the triple Qs has been pretty much a monster to the upside in the last 2 weeks. I mean, not really, because we had this dip down in earnings. But again, if you just go back to October, beginning of October, you're at 350. Now you're at 370. And again, trying to take out some of these highs. So we'll see. It's been a nice move upside. And again, that whole put-call ratio thing, like you had Apple, you had AMD. We're through these magnificent seven. Now you just wait for NVIDIA. And if they can put out a good number, then yeah, these shorts are going to continue to get squeezed. So I still think that you do have a nice little level here of 372. We'll see about that being 15.5 or so on the NASDAQ. We've talked about some big levels. There's a nice move up right now happening as we speak. So there's really nothing slowing down this market. I believe there's too many traders short. There's too much money on the sidelines. And if you're not long now, what are you going to be into the year end? So a lot of traders right now with the best month rate here in November historically trying to buy up all the names. So there it goes, man. Q's still going, NASDAQ still going. It's a train that won't be stopped. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 straight up days or something here, according to this chart on the Q's, 6, 7, 8 straight up days. So, I mean, you tell me what's going to slow this thing down, Sharif.
I don't know, Sean. I have no idea.
A freight train. 1% here already for Intel. I don't know why I was so excited about that. But I thought you were going to have like some. Anyway.
I was taken off guard.
NASDAQ, positive, guys, back to day highs here. Intel, 1.1% back to 3850. I mean, again, kind of a secondary minor story here, but in line potentially to benefit from this CHIPS Act.
Yeah, Patty G, Pat Gelsinger making comments yesterday with respect to Intel's nascent foundry industry. You'll recall that they reported a 300% year-over-year increase in revenue from their foundry. Still like a fraction of what TSM is doing over there. 311 million is what they reported for revenue. Compare that to 17.2 billion for Taiwan Semiconductor. In any event, it's a new chip called 18A. It's supposed to increase the nodes. They got some tests coming here, I believe, in the next couple of months to test the wafers. So we'll have to see how they do. Good step.
Yeah, right back to this last high on the daily chart. But what a move this has been, guys, over the past couple of weeks here for Intel.
What move? Yeah, since earnings, it's been, obviously, it's been pretty solid. The channel is what it is. Higher lows, higher highs. I've been saying, look, now that you've broken that 37, like this local top, you've been slowly grinding up, and I don't know if you test 40 or when you test 40, but it's gotten to the bottom and more or less reached the high. Every single time it's gotten all the way down to the trend low, you've seen a retest of that high, or at least close enough to it. So it could maybe get to 39 and stall out because that's where the resistance is. I think that's where the resistance is obviously today because we're at 38, almost and a half. But it was accumulation day at that 38 level yesterday. I like the longs in front of 38. If you break 37.90, don't fight it. If this can't hold on to that accumulation bottom, then it's a short underneath. So when I say accumulation, like it's holding around a particular price, but every time it breaks support, there's just buyers right underneath it, but it's not breaking out the top either. So if this was at the bottom, I'd be thinking the same sort of thing, but because this is a trending up stock, I want to give it the chance that it can make that next leap up to what is resistance at 39. But I like that 38 on Intel, so that's where we're going to be at the open. 37.90 gives you an easy stop as well. I don't know this is surprising news. I mean, anybody that's been in Intel knows that a lot of this point was to benefit from exactly this kind of a thing. So, this is somewhat baked in, but the trend was here already.
So we traded Intel yesterday. I believe it was the #1 stock here on the show. 38.15. We shorted it once, twice, 3 times, all the time, right there. Now you're above it, so I think you use these levels as longs. It's too bad that we don't have yesterday's trade marked in here, but look how good that level was. We hit it. I think we hit it here, and we hit it there, and we hit it there. So we had all 3 of these pops all back in, creating again the #1 stock. So I feel like Microsoft has been a top stock for me, but Intel definitely over the last couple months, probably my #1 stock. So Intel, we'll see if it comes back in. It's a really easy to trade name. Nice movements, easy price levels. Yeah, not much to say other than, buy these dips on Intel. And it's been a great move, man. Great move for Intel over the last 2 weeks. Straight upside, man. Bounced off that $32 level. Huge move up. I don't know if you want to pair some off, you can, but it's going to break $39 soon. And then we'll see that top of 40 again. So huge move for Intel, a Dow name. It's a good one. Market continues to go higher, as we said. We've been long biased now for a week, or not basically since last week this time. So things are working out, and everything's happy now in the long-only portfolio.
The rundown brought to you by our friends at Vantage Point. Perfected over decades, Vantage Point is the most trusted AI for traders that can help mitigate your risk. Scan the QR code, click the link in the description to see the dual patented AI for yourself and make it a part of your winning strategy. Navigate the financial markets with confidence using Vantage Point's AI. Let's talk about a pretty impressive move here for Datadog this morning, coming off their report. This thing's holding as well, impressively, right at $100.
Well, it should, because the revenue was insane. And not only did it grow 25% year over year, 547 million is what it came, but the street was looking for 23.4 million. How did they blow that out of the water? Good look, beat on the top and bottom line. Guidance is good as well. They're looking for a strong fourth quarter between 564 million in revenue to 568. Keep your eye on this one with a full year forecast now of $2.1 billion.
This is also, as we talked about a little bit earlier, lifting all of these in this group. MongoDB, another one, MDB, Snowflake as well, both up on this.
Yeah, I mean, of those 3 that you mentioned, well, Datadog, and of those other 2, I think Snowflake is, generally speaking, the one I've traded in the past. Kind of look to that one, and we'll get there in a second. But Datadog, 102, there it is on the daily chart. We showed this a little bit earlier when we went over the name. If it breaks that out, this teens area is it's huge on the weekly. I can show you on the daily, but it's a big level, even bigger level when you pull it up on the weekly. So if it does get through 102, there actually is room to continue to go, as crazy as that seems. It feels a little top heavy up here. Like, I generally think when you get a move like this, you get profit taking off of the open. And if that's going to be the case, I pop up Snowflake here. Great double. I mean, look, it obviously made a bottom at 140. You're breaking out a local high 151. You got the 50 period and the 200 period on the daily to contend with today. But if you were to dip back in, you've got a previous resistance zone, like right in here off 151 to play off of with Snowflake. So I like that name as a potential one to get a little bit of a dip by. But I don't want to chase Datadog up here. if it's going to up at that 102, it just feels a little bit too easy for profit takers to be very happy and very pleased, despite the good quarter, with that 20 to 25% and takes them off at that open. So allow these ones to calm down a little bit before you have to jump on over to them. I think you can easily set it out. I just want to get to one other. We have 5 minutes to go, but I wanted to acknowledge DraftKings' strength yesterday while we're on it, because DraftKings made the breakout on the daily above 34.5. So big time breaker. Obviously, it's had a great little bit of a run. 34 was unreal. Like it was a high on Friday, and then all kinds of support at that 34 area for a jump off, like consolidation, dip buys, everything trending to the upside off 34. So the 34 for me on DraftKings, it pulls back in there and can hold it. I think it continues to run to the upside. Don't fight it underneath, because then the trend is breaking back in the other way.
Yeah, we still like Palantir. I think that's going to be a #1 name for me. We're going to try to stick with our sticky note today, Rivian. I really like Rivian breaking longer through 1750. It's pulling back a little bit. Let's see if Rivian can get going. Again, there is a short float on this. It's like 8%. But they report tonight. So we've seen, obviously, we just talked about DraftKings there with a nice move off their report. Rivian could do something similar. I mean, Lucid's been on fire to the downside, breaking through $4. And I think it's 450. I mean, it had bounced back. Yeah, so 430 right there. Lucid still having a problem downside there. Actually, sorry, it bounced. It did break through 4, but bounced right there. It's like literally 396, something like that. So this is going to be another one, but I really like Rivian today. I already have that order to go on a breakthrough 1750. Again, just looking right here, that 1750 bottom, I think if we can get going, do people want to be short this name into their report? I don't think so, but I don't know. The market will be able to tell that. If 1750 goes and we get long, I guess we could always get out if it comes back into here, $16.89, $17, something like that. But that could be an early take for me as well. And then, of course, any sort of a dip buy on Palantir, I think is worth a look here off the open. So I'm just going to get everything all locked and loaded and ready to go with Rivian, with Palantir. Apple up there at 180 is going to be a little bit interesting, and then any sort of a dip buy opportunity, which I really like, and Microsoft could come through at one point as well. But Microsoft's still high up, man. It's high of the day right now. It's $359.99, so it's on sale right there. And before it breaks through, $360. So we'll wait to see about that. Anything dip down into $355, something in that area, I think I really like Mr. Softy. So we'll put some bids down there. Amazon, I mean, this is one of my best dip buys that we've had over the last couple weeks. I mean, we got long Amazon at 124 and thought that it was a problem because it did dip down into this 118, 119 area. But look how damn strong Amazon's been since their report, man. It was down there at 120. We bought it in this sort of consolidation bottom. That was a great buy. Now you're up to 140, and I think Amazon does not turn back. I really like this name, and we talked about this yesterday on the market recap show with all the pilferage and stuff like that. I mean, I don't want to walk into a Walmart or anywhere anymore just to see all this theft. And I know it's not happening everywhere, but I don't like that story. I think it works better for Amazon getting stuff delivered and dropped right at your door. All of us want to have convenience, and everyone's life is getting more and more busy every single day, it seems like, at least with me. I don't have time to go shopping. We'll take Amazon dropping off some razors and everything like that at your doorstep rather than waiting for I don't know, wherever you guys shop. Is Rite Aid still around? I don't know what's going on there.
Target's locked up.
Yeah, I know.
It's crazy.
Like
Like
Shay sent me a picture.
yeah, like you can't get like regular things like toothbrushes. Like they're locking that up. Like come on, man. Like at that point, like it's already a reasonable price to go on Amazon for that kind of thing. Like I used to go into like, I mean, it's different here, like Shoppers Drug Mart. Here in Canada. I used to go there for like little things, and now I buy all that stuff on Amazon myself. We got 90 seconds to go here on this Tuesday with the market slightly to the upside. I want to just one last one for you. I don't think we mentioned this, but Square yesterday off 48 was a great runner in the afternoon. Not a red candle in sight, pretty much from 2 o'clock toward the end of pretty much to the end of the show in the afternoon. So that's the 48. It's finally calmed down, or at least it looks like it's calmed down and found a bit of a bid. After the gap up and pull back on earnings, it holds a 50-period moving average. I'll zoom in so you can see that a little better. Holds a 50-period on the daily. That's the simple. So I like Square off that 48. If it can't hold it, forget about it. You kind of walk away and go on to the next. And then Apple 180. I don't know if we see 180 today on Apple. 178 is the support zone all afternoon on Apple. That smells good, Sharif. 178 was support zone all afternoon on Apple. If it breaks that to the downside, the market's in some trouble. But that 180, I think, comes into play today. Been waiting for Apple to get there for quite a little bit. So look, Peloton, I want to short that underneath $5 if we get there. Uber, looking for it to catch some kind of a bid. I don't know what's going to happen if we even get a chance at Microsoft. That does smell good. I don't know what's in it, but
Rice and peas.
I saw some peas in there.
carrots.
That's eggs?
Eggs.
It looks like rice. Okay, never mind. Adara in 5. Ooh,
Happens if
that's
you don't have
cool.
kids or anything.
3, 2, and 1. Ring it.
All right, let's go. All right, let's see what's happening right now. We're going to watch out for Microsoft dancing around just a little bit here. Amazon is, wow, Amazon 141 and ripping. We love some Amazon, that's for sure. Let's just check out what Intel's. Ooh, Intel's all the way back down to 38. We did talk about liking this level, so we can try a little dip buy here on on Intel. First position long now, Intel. Maybe we don't like it, maybe we do, but we wrote it down before that we wouldn't mind getting long here on some INTC, but I don't like so early. But we're in it right now, small position. Let's see if it can hold this 90 area. That's where we broke down from yesterday.
Yeah, look, 37.90 again was the accumulation zone, so I'm in there in front of it. Apple's getting close to 180 already. Apple is just the second day in a row it's done this. Super, super strong name. NVIDIA is going to take out 459 as well, so it looks like that's headed to the upside. Square, we were just mentioning that we're block already at 50, so there was no dip buy or any chance of accumulation. That's just absolutely flying on blocks. If it's going to trend up, then I'm going to look for something more patient. DraftKings kind of going the other way, but a bit of a barcode on DKNG as well. NEO was the other one we were mentioning very early in the show off the $8 level, chilling at 780. So we've got to be a little bit patient here. Not really seeing anything get too far out of the pocket. Intel is always scalpable in the first 10 to 20 cents because that's the way that it. The thing about Intel is it spent a lot of time in a 20-cent range. Whoops, I'm still on the NEO chart. It spent a lot of time in a 20-cent range to not look to grab 10 to 15 cents on it. Sometimes it's like a move like that, like a 0.5% is a good one. Brendo?
Nothing significant from it yet, but Fed's bar speaking at an event in D.C. currently, guys.
All right, we're going to take some profit out there. We got some 3803s there for Intel. We're going to take some out here at 3812s. We just got a 3814. Now, hopefully, that one can start to rip up. Look at Amazon, man. It's like, wow, name just keeps on going. Huge move, man. Nice, almost a buck, actually more than $1 candle straight to the upside before touching that 141.80 spot right there on Amazon. Now a nice little fall back in here, but the market's still trying to go. So, yeah, nice upside move today. NASDAQ up 0.24. Is Microsoft yet at a buy zone for me? No, it is not. Still down here at 359. We're waiting for a little bit higher than that. We've got a decent amount of shares here for Intel. We would like to get a little bit more, but we'll hold on to that one. Just a quick check-in also on PLTR. All right, so doesn't get the dip down that we were waiting for. We're down here near 18 flats, but I don't think that'll happen. Not with a good data dog, not with Snowflake moving around as well. Shout out to Alex Karp and family. Done well for my family. Amazon 140, yeah, that, you know what? This could be, I see some people talking about it as well. It could be a good dip buy opportunity here. It's just watch out for this market. We're already long Intel. We can get another piece out here at 13. But for now, let's stay in the pocket here. AMD is not at my 110.50 area. It almost is.
So I'll just cancel the idea for an early dip on Snowflake. That actually bounced higher, so no dip there. I am in Peloton for that short trade. And then Datadog, which I actually thought it would be profit taking. It is, but that's not a very big move to the downside. You guys can see that. Like it's pulling back in. It's not a huge one. So we'll be very, very patient with that. If it does start to pull back in, I'm expecting Snowflake to come back as well. We can't even, Intel won't get to 20s. It's stalling out at 15, 16, so I'm going to take some at 17 as well. As I mentioned, Peloton at that $5 level, let it get to 5. I just got some 97s. This was $5 yesterday. I got to like 02s. So I want to see if I can add there. I want to stop at about 10, 510. And PXMD, I saw a lot of chatter about this one in the chat. Already halted, 662 halt, 680 is the indicated open price on PXMD. So if you're trading this low floater, good luck to you. Already one halt. And this is, I don't know how many times we're going to have to say this. reverse split, stock just squeezes because it has a lower float. That's what's been happening. So when you find these, sometimes they're a good gimmick trade. Chasing it up the top, to me, not my cup of tea. But if you get these ones early, hey, the setup's been working. I'm not going to disparage it, but just make sure you get those early because they always seem to come back.
We got an 18 fill on Intel. Hopefully we can get a little bit more on that one. Let's wait. Amazon is pulling back. Just double check our sticky note. AMD, Microsoft, Rivian. I already have that order to go, so if it does break 1750, we would have had the bid, but there it is. Nice downside move, so it looks like it wants to fade off 1750, which is fine. Intel not moving, but the market's coming back in, so maybe there is some dip buy opportunities somewhere, and it could be in Palantir. Palantir making a move back down in as well to 1860, sorry. We did want this name today, so I feel like this could be one that we sit there and support Palantir on any dip buys. So let's, you know what? Should we just try this? We'll punch some there 60s. I don't know if we should have done that or not. So let's just wait. We'll take a little bit more at 1850, but right now Palantir break too much below where we sort of are now. Yesterday's closing price here for Palantir, 1850, dip down, bought up. So yeah, we're gonna have to watch out what we're gonna do here with PLTR. With an early take on that one, maybe it was Rivian that we should buy on these dips, but right now we're into Palantir. Probably just gonna give this one, honestly, 1840, something like that. If we dip below 1840, then we'll get out. But right now, it's a nice one, it's a runner, and it's working out for us, as is Intel. So far, so good here today.
Yeah, no complaints. I mean, I see that HIM stock moving very, very light and volume in a big spread. Here comes Snowflake pulling back in, so it looks like a bit of a failed breakout on Snow off the open. If this takes, like I said, if it takes out 154, I'm looking for 150 to 151. What was the other one I was going to get to? Oh, yeah, Apple. Apple is super strong. The market is pulling back, and Apple's making a run back in toward that high. Didn't quite get to 180, got to 179.70. That was very close to engaging a 180 short, but it just didn't quite get there. If it goes back up there, it might be a little bit of a different story. As a market weak, if it reaches a high, I don't think I want to be fighting that one. I told myself don't fight that stock short above 178. Here comes Microsoft pulling back.
Oh, good.
So it's back at 358. Now, obviously, this thing closed at 356.50. That's where I like the buy zone, but it is falling. And I want to say like a rock, but it's almost red. If it gets down to that 357, that's where I'm looking to catch the bid. But the market is really giving it up here. And that always leads me to what's something we know is weak or usually weak. I go right back over to Affirm. I mean, Affirm, yesterday's channel, I want to short that on any kind of a pop. So sometimes I go back to the well, and the well on shorts a lot of times has been this particular name. 21.5 VWAP, want to short the pops. This market just turned red.
Yeah, the ES is pretty red already. NASDAQ just going right now.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, watch out for some of these moves back in. I was looking at Alibaba. Alibaba bounced off. First of all, just for an update here, we got out of 20% at 69 there for Palantir, just sitting in front of 70. The next level's upside would be 1860 and so on and so forth. And then we're going to try to buy some more down here around 1845 and then get out if it breaks 1840, honestly. So it's going to be maybe potentially a quicker trade there for me on Palantir if it doesn't work out. Intel right there right now. Let's see if that one wants to work out as well. We've already got out again of about 35% of Intel, but pretty nervous moments here early as the market made a move up and now trying to bounce right back to VWAP. Generally, these are good little levels for me to look at here with VWAP. We are waiting for Microsoft to get down as well. As I know Neil just mentioned, that's going to be another name that we're trying to do. 57 and change right now, so we'll wait to see if that comes in. Meta is going to be another big name that we trade a lot. So let's have a quick look at Meta. Meta also falling back into 315, giving you some levels from yesterday. I think that 312 area yesterday for Meta. Yeah, there it is. Oh, that's 314, so 312 must have been down there a couple days ago. Yeah, it's that bottom right into here, 312 from 2 days ago. That's something interesting for me, but you're not there yet on Meta, so we'll have to wait for that one. I'm just happy, man. Intel's continuing to go back to the upside. Palantir's upside. We're going to go 2 for 2 so far with patience, in the bag here, waiting for some better positions to dip by these stocks.
Yeah, you really have to sort of back off's not the word, but like draw back in this market and just sort of wait for things to come to you. I just took a first out on Peloton here at 90s. If it gets back down in, I had an 86. I'm going to go into the low 80s there off that $5 level. So it could be still trending to the upside. Let's respect that. It definitely has a chance to be trending into that upside. Oh, Microsoft didn't quite get there. Oh, I got a bad wick. That sucks. Microsoft just bounced off 357.5. I was looking for that 357, not Magnum, but obviously off of yesterday's close. This is super, super strong. Now look at the way it's already bouncing back into that upside. Square was the other one I wanted to dip buy on, but you've got to be able to be nimble. This broke out the top, so 48's no longer in play off these levels. I look at the double top from yesterday, which is 49.8 into 50. This is the area that I'd look for a dip buy. If I'm going to join trend on Square, when it breaks out, I've got to be able to take higher lows and not just sit around thinking you're going to get the perfect level like yesterday. So Square, going to have to play this one off 49.5 for 49.8 into 50 if we're going to get this long.
All right, Apple 180 incoming right now. We're long Rivian, so we finally just got Rivian long right now. If we liked it before this dip down, we'll like it even more right now. And here we go. We're starting to go again right now. Can we go 3 for 3 to start? That wouldn't be a bad start. All right, let's wait for Rivian. I want to go higher than this, so let's wait for it. All right, Apple right now. Now it's going. We told you that people were caught short on Apple. That seemed to be pretty obvious there. People didn't like the quarter, and now they're eating it. It's a nice move back up. You're getting into 181 and change. There goes Apple. Big move once again today. So yeah, exactly. You want to talk about who owns this stock? How about the biggest and the baddest of them all? Look at this. And I saw Dan retweeted this as well, but it comes into from yesterday. We talked about this on our closing show yesterday. Look at Apple. 48% of one man's portfolio is Apple. Ring the Reggie at 49% right now. Nothing even close to that. BAC, the next one, at a 9er right there. You think this dude is selling any Apple? What do you think? So right there, yeah, $240 million dividend payments every quarter going to Uncle Warren there. So Apple with a nice move up. Looks like it wants to break through 180. You could just keep on dropping that money down there, Fabian. Do you own any Apple, Fabian? No, okay. Well, maybe you might want to pick that up then.
If you own any indexes, you own
there we go. All the way up to the upside, there goes Apple. Could be a fade off this level. Let's just wait to see the NASDAQ. Again, man, this is a trap level. So just trade the right names. I still don't think there's anything super, super key. We're long Rivian. It did make a move to the upside. It could still break this 90, right? It breaks 90, we're gone. So we'll just average into Rivian and see if we can get a nice move back up to the upside as the market's just trying to figure itself out. Intel's really the only one that's holding up, and we might as well take another piece out.
So just going over, I am now into Square or Block, whatever you want to call it, doesn't really matter. But the NASDAQ, it's trying to hold above yesterday's highs, but you still have a wick to 15.3. Like, if you do reject the breakout, just understand, trapped at the open can be an ugly thing in this market. So I grabbed the 50 hold of Block as it tries to get back up to the highs. We'll scalp some out going into the high. I think it can be a stair step up in Block today, just like it was yesterday. So we'll ring the register and head off to Brendo at the desk.
Just noting this, Matterport, more earnings, guys, to the upside today, 17%. This is a daily chart. I was trying to find the last time it was above $5, but you got to go back even further than this. Wow, this thing's bouncing off 2 right now for MTTR. It was a smaller loss and a revenue beat and a forecast that was decent. So 17% here for MTTR.
Yeah, Meta just bounced in a big way. I mean, everything's looking pretty strong. Datadog, it's back. It just failed 100 again. So there's a battle happening here at 100. At least since the open. A couple of times in the pre-market, it tried to take us out. 102 is a huge level on the daily. If that all gets through 102, like, all you know what can break loose. But 2 longs that are working. We did scalp some out of Peloton. I don't know if I want to reload this one unless it starts a nice rollover off the 5 level. So I want it on the way back in off of 5, not on the way to the upside. We're patient the first time through. I'm only going to reload this trade if it shows me weakness off of this high. On Piton, we did not remember Roku. Well, okay, I remembered Roku, but we didn't really go over it. Nowhere near that $86 level where we like the short. So if we do start failing in the market, I'd probably look at this area, 83.5. But it's not on the radar just yet. I want to see it stair-stepping down the way it did yesterday. But I want to have that one in the short bucket. And there goes a firm. We waited for firm to come back into 21.5s here. This is a short back into the previous close. We mentioned when the market was weak, I wanted the short pops in that name. But the longs are starting to pay off. Square could take out that top. I'm looking for places to add. And Apple 180, it just tagged it to the penny. 180 on Apple. The break's still available.
I don't know, just do this for now. I mean, you guys get out of Rivian where you want. We're already out of half of Rivian right now. It's going to be, might be the, my biggest trade of the day, and it's 944. So we're really happy with the performance here on Rivian. Straight upside right there. Called this name. We talked about buying it. I hope some of you guys did. It's a nice move, and if we could take the bottom of the day to the top of the day like that on Rivian in 2 minutes, we should probably do that. So that's why we're getting lighter and lighter and lighter on this name, right back up to the 200 period for Rivian. I mean, again, now it's trying to fall back a little bit. Let's take some more out at 11, which we just did. So all good right now as we are only in about 40% still of RIVN, but you are right. 100% SEC growth. You are good to go on that one. It's a chop fest right now. But hey, if it's a chop fest, we're still 3 for 3, guys. Palantir is, that's been a good one off 1860. We just got an 1875 fill right there. Intel has been the trade that we've taken early. That's been a pretty cash money trade as well, coming back down here. And then Rivian, we've already said that. So we're going to go 3 for 3. It could all fall down on us immediately. So let's wait to see. Good couple outs there on Rivian as that is now coming right back in. It's Brendan with Brendan's breaking news.
Definitely not breaking, but okay, breaking news. Cathie Wood likes Block now, buying up 5.6 million worth of SQ yesterday. So a nice start here for Block again today.
Okay, so, I mean, I guess that's not
Oh,
bad.
yesterday. Oh.
She bought it, yeah, because I guess you find out yesterday. So maybe that was what was going on at 48. I don't know, but look, a lot of times when you see a consolidation like that after earnings on a stock, it's not rocket science to say that it's a big buyer. And if it's a Cathie Wood-owned stock, then sometimes it just happens to be.
Oh, yeah.
So it is what it is. The most interesting, if this person is buying the stock thing, is not Cathie Wood, it's Warren Buffett and Occidental, which I'm embarrassed for myself that every time it breaks that Buffett put level, you don't just buy it because if you buy it, he buys it, and then it just goes up 10%. Sometimes you get 15 or 20. But I'm in Block off the 50 level. I want to see it stair step to the upside, but it just had some trouble at the top at 50.70. I wanted to get on over to, I mean, Intel is, as the market pull back in, Intel's putting in higher lows. It's not crazy of a move, but it's holding the top end of yesterday's range as the market is certainly was pulling back in, and now the market's getting back higher. So I'm looking at this 38.30 as the next leg to the upside here as the market supporting this one to the upside. Apple, on the other hand, that was fast, man. It was exactly 180 and then a pullback of $1 on Apple. It was wild. Like, it wicked up there. I guess the dark pools decided it was going right to that price before rinsing it and not breaking. Let's see if it can hold on to 179 on the way back in. Apple, I'm surprised that it didn't at least break that level to the upside, even for a second.
Yeah, we are, let's spin the money one more time right there because Intel, we just got a nice out as well, right at the 50 period there of 24 or 23, something like that, on Intel. 23s, wow. Again, good buy area there for INTC. All right, and then we reloaded Rivian, but we just got out at O's as here it comes right back in, looking to break lower right now. Rivian giving me those feels of getting out. So we just took some 92s there as we are long 94. We're taking L's of 2 cents right here. If it breaks 90, we don't want to be too long here on Rivian. So what's still going to be the most profitable name here, but not if I hold it for too much longer. So watch out for Rivian breaking through 90 right now. There it goes. Trying to break anyways. Holding for now, but in what is a strong market, I guess traders a little nervous about these Rivian earnings coming through tonight. I was excited about them, but what do I know? I'm just a day trader. So we're going to get out here on a break, a little bit of a break through 90 there on Rivian. Get some more 92s. Can it fill me here at 92? Hopefully, no, it does not. Okay, I was waiting to get rebates there, so it just makes the loss a little bit less right now. But again, we still have that about 30% now of Rivian because we reloaded it and just got some more out on the upside. It shouldn't have come back down. If this wants to work, it shouldn't have come back in, is my opinion here. So I don't think it, there it goes. I don't think it wants to go here today. Rivian now just getting rinsed out, and there it is. We'll drop down that last little piece of Rivian now, and actually now we've made more money on both Intel and Palantir than Rivian as we give some back right there, but still some top names. Happy, good trading today. Just need to settle these things down. We'll look at Microsoft and AMD, but both those names kind of just hovering right now.
Yeah, this market, as we said, it's, you know, you're holding the highs, but you're not really moving once again. So I'm just be patient. Look, I'm in one short that I really thought was going to be a heck of a lot higher today. I thought I'd be playing off of the 23 level on a firm. We're in the pocket on Peloton because $5 was the level we wanted pretty much at the open. But this was one of those trades where I saw relative weakness and we're doing the rollover. When that happens, I'm thinking target the bottom and try to hold some. So I'm not going to get overly aggressive here. I want inside the range on a firm. If it bounces off yesterday's double bottom, then I should have taken profit out. Square is starting to pull back in, or block is starting to pull back in. Once again into VWAP here. I was thinking add to this. So if we bounce off 50 and a quarter, I almost want to be adding on the way back into the upside, get an offer in that 30, in that 51 range. I thought we'd be trading some Datadog, oh, not Datadog, or some Snowflake. Datadog actually breaking higher at this point, so the dip buy is not going to happen on Snowflake. 102 is a monster level on this. I thought we'd be doing the other thing, but there goes a firm. Like I said, I'm going to be very, if it's not a level that I was into right off that open, that's where I'm going to have a tight stop at that 2170. If it breaks 22, 23 was the short that we had on in yesterday's trade. I was waiting for 30s on Intel. I might move this down into the, yeah, this is turning at 20 every single chance it gets. So I'm going to take that 20 again on Intel. If it gets back into 38, this is not nearly as strong as the overall market. That is a lower high. And I'm not seeing a lot of push through. If we can start holding above this 38.20 mark, then I think this can really start to get going. Then you look to add back into the trend to the long, to that upside. Apple 180 break, still in play. We just might have to be very patient for this. It's right back up at 179.80. Once this is above 180, I'm not telling you where it's going to go, but this is 181 was the highest close. There's a bad wick in there going all the way back into like mid-October. So 180 to 181 seems pretty logical to me if this market wants to take out the top. That's Apple.
Yeah, man. To take Neil's line, I'm your Huckleberry on Apple. We're already in the money right now, 20 cents. But I don't know how far this game's going to go. We are going to hold this until 179.40. If we break that back down below that most recent bottom right there, I think we can get out, right? So we're going to try to hold it. Trying to play with a little bit more shares now so that we can play these moves properly if they happen immediately, which is what we did on Rivian, which is why we're up on it, which is what we're doing on Intel, which is why it's the #1 stock here. So let's just keep on thinking about Apple. And there it is. Let's go, man. Let's get some 79ers. We're waiting there at 79. So 179.79 to get another piece out. But we can just chill out and get piece out here at 76 if it only wants to go that far. There it is. There's our 76. Let's cancel the 79 there and then see if we can get a little bit higher up now on Apple. I do want to buy some more 179.50s. Okay, here we go. So nice little move back upside to take a line from Randy. Here you go. 179.85 is where we're offering right now. What a fantastic morning it's been. Please, everybody, make sure you do this.
Like and subscribe today.
Because again, like, not only do we have the watchlist.tradertv.live for free, we got the sticky note, we got the morning mix. We have written on here 18, like, these are going to be levels that I'm going to play. These aren't like levels that I'm thinking about. Like, there's Microsoft down there. We don't have that yet. We have Intel long at 38. When that came in off the open, we had it once, twice, thrice. We liked it. We hit it. That's the end of that story. Intel right now having a little bit of a time. We'll get some more out here at 20, which we'll just do right there and ring the register one more time as the cash cow. Remember, I told you, I feel like I've been trading Intel the best. It's been my #1 stock probably for a little while now. So we'll continue on that notion. Take Intel to the long side. And then here's Apple. We're at 85, right? So let's see, just a couple more pennies. And then there it is right there on Apple. Spin it one more time for everybody. This is 4 for 4 today. 4 longs. Everything's in the pocket. We've been talking about long bias. There it is right there. Start ringing some Reggies, guys.
High of the day on Uber from bottom to top twice now. Uber is getting done like it's like a, I don't know what you want to call that pattern. It looks like an N to me, so I'm going to give it the N pattern. If it gets back into the bottom, it'll be an M. But 49.5 is a monster level on the daily. If Uber gets through 49.5, I'm not fighting it. I'm thinking it should be a monster breakout. I should show you guys the chart. There you go. There's your 49.5. Until you break it, I'm thinking resistance on Uber. So once it's over 49, I want the short into 49.5. If it goes all the way to the bottom, I would be a little bit surprised. But stranger things have happened as the market's charging right back into that top. Are you going to get into Datadog over 202? Sorry, check that. 102 was the question. If Datadog goes to 202, I'll eat a pineapple pizza today, an entire one. Obviously, this isn't going to happen. But no, I'm not taking a breakout on Datadog. I've never traded this stock before. If I'm looking for a break above that level and to get into the trade, I'd much rather look for a consolidation and work into something a little more calm. There goes Apple 180, but I would never, I'm not taking a break on a stock that I've never traded before to answer your question. So good level, you can take it if you want, but I'd be looking for a consolidation off this area.
Look at Palantir. So we've got right now, we've got Palantir flying. We've got Apple flying. Let's go 180 40s right now. We talked about that. We like it. There it goes. Apple upside. Big time movements happening, guys. Intel, Apple, and Palantir right back there to 19 bucks. Let's put an offer, get out of that, and go to the man, the myth, the legend himself. It's Mr. Brendan Wickens.
Quickly, guys, Metamaterials, MMAT up 9% here on it looks like a corporate update. They're going to spin off a bunch of their smaller businesses. A few people mentioning that MMAT on a corporate update.
Right. MMAT. So someone said choose a direction. I'm long. Peloton is a garbage stock. I don't consider Peloton a market mover. I'm shorting that because I think it's you know what. And if it breaks out the high, fair enough. Sometimes it'll follow the market. Like if I think the market's weak, I have no trouble being in like an AMC long or something like that. But I'm favoring the other direction. I just don't want to buy tops in here because I've seen that in this market be like the worst entry for a trade, and then you're looking for something a little bit more, calm. Give yourself a little bit of a dip buy. Finding the trend is a lot easier to do, in my opinion, than try to have to buy somewhere where you got to hold it against you, take a gigantic amount of risk to make a small amount. So, I want to be patient with it. I did not grab a dip buy in Square, but I do think we are trending to the upside. I do still like DraftKings for a long. It didn't give you 34, so the next play on DraftKings is it's trying to take out this double top on the daily. That hasn't happened yet. I want to go for a dip buy, maybe a 35 or 34.80, something in here where you can play this consolidation. So I don't want to be buying any tops, doing anything crazy out of pocket. Always going to favor some consistency when it comes to that. But I don't really love anything to the south side unless something sets back up in a firm, which is a stock I like to the south, or unless Peloton holds underneath the 5, which it's not. If it breaks 510, I'm getting out of that. One last one for you. Apple through that 180. I missed the break, just fine. It happens sometimes. But if we get back in, I'll go for the 180 on a dip buy. But I still like the same names long. Square, Intel. If we get Apple, we get Apple. DraftKings for sure. But I'm not rushing into Datadog. I have never traded that stock, not even once. It's a great level. But I got to see what it does at that 102.
All right. We just got more out of Apple. I mean, we'll get it out here at 180.40. I mean, it's not quite. Actually, it almost went into the dollar club. Well, it's 85 cents. We'll hit the dollar club when it's there, guys. Just thank you so much for all the nice talk there on the chat. Do you have... Oh, I have the roll call thing here. Let's do it right now. Who's here in the chat? Let's do a quick little roll call for everybody. Join me every single night when we do this as well. It's roll call time. Who's here right now? It's Comp SRX1. The short is pressing on Apple. Maybe. What's up to Nunya Biz? Yo, what's up, Ian David? What's up, Boris? What's up, Mark? What's up, Tammy? Everybody's here today and loving, and I hope you're loving the trading anyways. Yo, this is good, man. The most action in the chat, and I want to thank everybody for that again here today. Thank you, Nunya Biz. That was a good call on Palantir, and we are taking profit. Palantir's up to 19. Yo, what's up, Wall Street? He's here too. Joe Doji's here. Sailor Moon is here. Shout out to Fabian. What's up to Bristol? What's up to Klopp? Everybody in the building, thank you so much for continuing to support it. I know you guys can see the trade, so all is good, man. Just make sure you follow us. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Thank you so much for everybody. Go Pack, go. What's up to Jesse? What's up to Bruce? Deez is here. Chad is here. Adam DeLuz, there you go. Yeah, I'm not going to leave, Adam. Don't worry. What's up to Alex, Jonathan, Randy? Everybody's here. Ryan, Dad Trader. Shout out to the Dad Trader that's here right now. Yo, Tom Birch is here. All right, guys. Again, just thank you so much for continuing to support the channel. I'm here. There's another one, Nick Houghton. Thank you so much for another one, another member coming through there. 33 damn months. Let's go. That's awesome. Thank you so much for that. 33 months. Wow. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Let's see if we can make it to 3 years now. Thank you so much to everybody again for all of your support. And thanks for keeping it real, everybody. You know, just keep on trading, keep on trucking. You've now found the best to be with.
Yes, sir. And we got you. You have to take your own trades, but Intel's been trending for a while. And the fact that it even had news today is a good one. We've been ignoring something. Well, first of all, DraftKings has now broken the high, so it's through yesterday's top. It's looking like it's going to engage even higher. Everything's pretty much chilling out in the money right now as the market runs into the top. But I cannot believe we forgot about this name. We've been waiting for them to report, and we're going to get it. And that's ARM. ARM is up 3%. ARM is churning to the upside here. Watch out for 56. That's 5.6. You can see it on the daily. It's not a huge daily chart because it's an IPO, but 56 is monster resistance on this name. I think the valuation is a little bit crazy, which is why I haven't done a thing in this on my personal account, and I'm not intending to until we see a report and you get some sense of what the levels will be for ARM. It was like 100, and if you look at the perspective, 110 or some kind of nonsense for that val. But $56 is a monster level. If it gets there, I still think it's going to run out of steam going into those earnings because it's a little bit pricey. Not running out of steam is this market. So as we get a little higher into that 51 on Square, it's time to start setting, like, where do you want to get out? If it breaks 51, I think we can get to that local high. I'm very skeptical that you get to 53 in this market. But let's go to Brendo right now. It's 10 o'clock. What's happening?
Here we thought hey, there's Neil. Here we thought the rally was going to come to the end in the pre-market. We were downside ever so slightly ahead of more Fed talk to come. Not the case overall. Market back to the upside in a big way so far this morning. Again, a ton of Fed speakers still to come today, so just be cautious. The next up at 10:15 scheduled anyways. Fed's bar is going to come through. Fed Schmidt then at 10:50 at 11 o'clock. Waller. Later in the day, 1 p.m., Fed's Williams said to make some comments. And then that's still not it. Logan at 2:25 as well. So get set. Could be a crazy day. If you were with us in the pre-market this morning, we touched on a whole bunch of things. Uber, Microsoft, Datadog. Among those, Datadog, pretty impressive to say the least. This one, however, I just noted, not so much. Not a lot happening today on Tesla. Down 1%, not participating in this move back to the upside for the overall market at all. Upstart trying to get going back to $30 as well. The first 30 minutes brought to you by our friends over at Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV for 10% off.
Right.
Tesla's weak for sure. Thank you, Brennan. And look, that's a good deal. Tesla's on sale again, down 1% itself as the market's screaming higher. And it's 220. The stock cannot, like this 220 level, it just can't hold it. It's a 200 period on the daily. Yuckity yuck Tesla. If the market fails 15.3, I didn't have this on my on the list of names to go short today, but it does feel like it was one underneath 220. If it breaks 220, I want that to be a breakout long. Rivian, a local high. Wow, it's just inside of yesterday's range. But if Tesla continues to break down, a bit of a flat bottom break at 16.8 on sympathy over in Rivian. And we are again running out of some steam on Intel in those 30s. I want to get from that. Let's forget about that for a quick little second and get on over to DraftKings, because DraftKings continuing to hold off that high is a market challenges 15.3. I want to be long into the 35 zone. So close at 35.10. I want to be long back into 35 on DKNG. That's a huge break on the daily chart. Got to give this one a couple of chances. We weren't going to see 34 today, obviously. Not the way the market went, but we can at least play off the 35 now.
All right, there it is, official. It sometimes doesn't take too long, but today 10:03 right there for the Dollar Club on Apple. We talked about getting long, and there it is right there, Apple long. Nice trade, back up to the upside. Let's see if it continues to work. Thank you for the nice, again, man, thank you so much to Nunya Biz and everybody in there talking about this Palantir trade. I mean, this is why we do this. You know, we talk about some names that we like, we talk about some levels that we like, and then you put the trades on and you don't, you know, you're not afraid of them, you put them on, you got your levels, and it, thank God it didn't break. You know, that sometimes you need that extra little bit of luck to hope that levels hold out. Sometimes you get those, you know, bottom wicks, sometimes you don't. For us on Palantir, it never came really that close against us. And again, if you're gonna talk about risk to reward, I know there's, holy crap, I know there's a lot of traders that are all about that, right? And I think that on this trade, we talked about where our stop was at 1840. So right now, 17 cents worth of risk to ring out at 52. So a nice 3-to-1 right there. So far, so good. Apple, obviously, the risk on this one is now 5-to-1, up $1. We talked about getting out at 40, which is actually better than where we are right now. And Intel, honestly, man, this name was about 10 cents worth of risk, which is why we loaded up. You know, you got to take shares down there. And like I said, Intel, well, the most profitable name here today will be Apple. But we're going to go 4 for 4 with Apple, Intel, Palantir, and Rivian. The thing about Rivian is it's still not really moving too great. We did get stopped out right there, or else it would have been infinitely more. But we'll wait to see if it comes back in, and we'll take the 1685 area or so here for Rivian if that does come back in. That's going to be a decent level for us. Oh no, my chat just said not enough memory for that page. So I don't know if this guy's crashed or not, but for right now, we're gonna have to wait on the chat. Sorry about that. All right, we did get some more Rivian in right now, and I don't wanna lose everything on this trade. Obviously, Apple's the one going back up to the upside. We're just gonna test it right here against that bottom of 80. Looks like it wants to take it out, so it's a small little bid right now here for Rivian, just trying to give it into 80, which it's coming into right now. Maybe we bounce, maybe we don't. I think this is, this will put us red on Rivian if this doesn't go. So we could have a red name coming up right now, breaking through the 1680. I just want to try to give this a little bit of room. I felt like when I looked back at Rivian, it would have been higher than where we were. So this just can't get going right here today, RIVN. So I feel like I'm already going to slap the fail. I probably should not have been back into this name. It was great early on momentum. And again, you got to have reasons why you're buying names. And the reason for me was the fact that they reported tonight. And the fact that there's been a lot of action on names like Rivian, where you have a relatively recent IPO, a lot of action, decent short float on it, not making any money, so on and so forth. Some of these plays have actually been decent plays. So we'll wait to see what happens here with Rivian. I mean, obviously, we're all hoping the same thing. It goes back up unless you're short. So we're now long at 88 on RIVN. I feel comfortable just leaving it. This is one where if we're going to take 10 cents worth of risk on Rivian, we probably shouldn't just panic and get out right now, but we are going to get out on a break of 80. So we'll watch our risk to the downside. But again, I feel like this is going to snap. Like it should already be up. The market's fine. The market's up right now. And again, the reason to be long Rivian was earnings, and that doesn't seem to be playing out right now. So possibly a wrong read on that one. Everything else working though, right? Like we have Intel. Well, Intel's at the pre-market right now, so I'm going to take another piece out of Intel right now and see what happens with everything else.
Yeah, finally got into a little bit of a dip buy on DraftKings off of yesterday's highs. Fix the candle look in my chart so I can actually show you this properly now. If it gets into 35, I think that can be a nice little dip buy zone, but it has to hold it. Piton is just chilling off the top. So we did end up reloading. It got right into that 510. My stop is not very creative. If it broke 510, I'm getting out of it. But I don't have any bids until 480, which I'm going to rectify. I should have something in the 490s as well. So if we're going to get down there, again, I just think this name is stair-stepping to the downside. Been doing a pretty good impression of a crappy stock for a long time now. It might be making a bottom at 4, but that bottom's a long ways away. And I think we can get there again. NEO, I thought this would be a bit more of a mover today. Maybe threaten that $8 level. It did not do so. It's kind of chilling out here. This has a lot of room to get to $7. I'm actually thinking, why am I not short this off of the $8 level. I thought it would press to the upside on some strength to give you a better entry. This is not happening, so I might just short it in front of that $8. If we can get like 90s on any kind of a pop, I think I would take that trade now. It was good data out of China, but NIO's still looking very, very weak. Brendo?
Just reading through some of this Hindenburg report on EHang, if you missed it. Short report on EHang this morning. Trying to roll over here once again, guys. Some of this is really not good. Essentially highlighting the fact that their biggest order for these eVTOL devices or cars or whatever you want to call them, that they're making is 1,000, and that represents 74% of their total pre-orders, and that's all from one order, essentially. So, and that's also coming from an investor, a pre-IPO investor for the company. So not a good look here for EHang today, guys.
Do you call it a car, though?
They're not liking EHang.
I don't know what you call those things. Is there even a name for those? I have no idea what you call them, but whatever.
I don't know.
That's not a good look. I always say the same thing about short seller reports. I never want to be participating in exit liquidity, because that's what happens at these bottoms. But it did just bounce like $2.50. That doesn't sound very good, but when is it? It's not supposed to sound good. Maybe it's a short off of this high. I mean, you can be really, really patient, see what happens off VWAP, and if it fails this top, maybe look for something like that. But the bounce has already come in on this stock. So I feel as if that little relief rally has happened, and you can look for maybe a continuation back into the downside. But it is what it is. Like, I don't think I want to be trying the long on a dip. I'd rather be looking for a place to be in the short. Now that the bounce has already happened on that name. DraftKings, as this market's pulling back in, we just failed 15.3. Crappy. We just failed 15.3, and we're starting to get that like failed top wick. If we can hold previous highs, that's where you look for some dip buying opportunities. I mean, what I'm holding on to, Square is still holding 50.5 here, but it's starting to struggle. Yeah, after this candle, no, we're gonna get out in front of 51. Look to see if we can't get a dip back into the 50 level. It's just a nice tight exit and entry. Get that 1% move if we can take it, and then go back to the well. What's interesting is that a little bit stronger is Intel up at that 38.5. As the market's trying to get down off 15.3, Intel continues to run to that upside. So that looks like a strong one. NVIDIA doesn't have an S on the end of it, but NVIDIA failed breakout. I don't want to be long NVIDIA. It's weird, but I felt this way since it broke the 450 level, like it's going to make some kind of a turn on the daily. And with the market doing what it's doing, I'm just looking for that last press to give me something to the short side on NVIDIA, but I don't want to be too early. And today, it's stair-stepping into that downside. That's giving me some pause for the overall market, that you're seeing weakness in a couple of big names. NVIDIA looks weak. Tesla obviously looks weak at this point. You still got your strength in Apple and Meta. I was going to say Microsoft, but Apple and Meta for sure. But NVIDIA, if it doesn't participate, I'd be a little bit wary of a pullback here. But thankfully, got some names that can buck that trend. DraftKings doing its own thing.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here with Amazon. It did pull back into 141. We're back in here into VWAP, but it is starting to go back down. So, like I said, if this NASDAQ is having some issues upside, then maybe Amazon has seen its or done its work, or maybe not. Nice, yes, sir. Holy crap. Right there. Put it in the pocket again for Amazon, dude. Wow, nice trade. Again on Amazon, there it is, man. We find the strength, we take it, and now all of a sudden Amazon, Apple really starting to make some moves here as we go. Wow, up to the upside. Let's go, man. Good, wow. Okay, Serenity now right here. So that was just, thank you so much, Y Brothers, everybody. I mean, we've been talking about trading, and when you're passionate about something, that's really what you want to be doing, and no matter what it is, I think that you got to find what you like to do, and I think if everybody's passionate about trading, it's probably why you're here on this channel. There's a freaking doozy right now on Amazon, guys. Let me just take out some more shares here because honestly, It's a big move up here, 35 cents. We'll just keep on taking it. And this is why we say trade your book, right? Everybody will trade different sizes. If you have a little bit of shares, maybe you hold on. If you have a lot, maybe you hold on. You got to know your own risk tolerance. But for me, upside 40 cents in 3 minutes when you're a scalper, we take that, Brendo.
Just reading a press release here, guys, from the U.S. Energy Information Administration. Looks like they're going to delay both the oil and gas data tomorrow, so Wednesday, and the natural gas data on Thursday to next week. So no releases whatsoever this week from the EIA. All of this is going to, so we'll get 2 sets of data, they're saying, the following week. And this is all for a software update, a system update for them.
Okay. I mean, I don't know if it's that big of a deal. There were some oil names that looked pretty interesting, but nothing I wanted to trade anyways. Datadog has now calmed down a little bit, so you got that 102 break, got up to 103. Now you're putting in a higher low, so this looks a little bit more enticing for me. So it's trading pretty well. It bounced off 101 here. That tells me you got to give $1 in every single direction. So if you're trading the 102, you got to give underneath 101, at least by a fraction. If you dip buy off 100, you have to give it underneath VWAP, like that kind of a thing. The spread's about 5 cents on this stock. Again, I had never traded Datadog ever. I don't think even a single time. But this daily breakout at 102, I'm now on the bid 102s. It's got a lot of room to the upside. I know it's up 30%. But that doesn't mean it doesn't have more room to go. So I want to respect that room and see how far it can get up there. Apple's starting to give you a chance at a dip buy off the 180 level. So for me, the levels were 178 and 180. You could have had that breakout. I missed it on the break. If we can get back in here, I like to test VWAP. You might have to take some fills underneath 180. Sometimes that's the go zone by 15 cents or so, but it's a relatively strong name. The market is trying to reject that 15.3, however. And as long as that's the case, and yes, I did get out of square. I got out of square on that last little dip. We just failed underneath 15.3 and had this rejection candle here at the same time on the future. So that's generally going to get me out on the next bounce. This is what I mean by a rejection. The NASDAQ wicked 15.3 and is coming right back in. So that favors look for some dip buys, covers profits on shorts, and then make the next trade at the next little higher low that you're trying to put in. So I want to see a higher low on anything I like for dip buys. Datadog in that category. Obviously, Apple's in that category. Microsoft. We liked Microsoft. We like Microsoft down here, underneath like 358. I don't want to be diddling with Microsoft in the middle of this. Either it's taking out that 360 or we're going to get something a little lower to the bottom here. Still nothing on Peloton. I'm sure 501. It's just chilling. 5, 6, 7. It's been in the money. Hasn't really broken 10s. If it makes a move, congratulations. But so far, it's sideways. I can hold that all day long if it wants to try. And Clover, you mentioned this one. Yeah, that dollar break didn't happen on Clover. That dollar break really didn't happen on Clover. It is all downside here. At least Clover has support in the 70s. So if this were to get down to like 70, 75, I might look for a dip. I think it's worth a shot if it got down to that price. But 25% and still falling.
Yeah, not a good earnings report right there. Look at Rivian, man. Of course, straight to the upside. I was getting all these messages from my daughter's team here, so I had to just disable notifications. I was like, what the hell? Am I having like a heart attack? My wrist just started going crazy. Okay, so we got rid of that. All right, we just took some more out of Amazon. Unfortunately, once it broke down through 142, you could see some more outs right now. You can hold something all day, and this might be the one. So I feel like we already want to do this. We've had some really good trades with Apple, and I mean everything. And it's just too bad that Rivian, we actually turned red on it, or else we'd be 5 for 5. I was going to say cuatro right there, but that's 4. Cinco, so nice little move there as Rivian, too bad it went right to 17 and then pulled back down. So yeah, maybe if we get it back, I still feel like we have the right levels down there. You know what, let me just put a bid at 85 again and see if we can somehow try to hold this. I mean, I know how to do it. You just push hold and don't get out. But let's get some more out of Amazon right now. It's a 50-cent winner. This is a big one. You know, this is the #1 stock here for me today as it just continues to climb higher and higher and higher right now for Amazon. So yeah, nice move right there. Let's see if we can get even higher than where we are right now on Amazon. So good trade there. I'm sure my guy over there, Obi, is probably on Amazon as well. And if you hear me, Obi, we're long 141.50, baby, right now for Amazon and watching that go up. Palantir, we only have 10% left. So honestly, hopefully it can go upside. We got a great print there at 1910. We are very, very much already in chill mode because we're looking for the best opportunities. And if we find them, we'll hit them. I don't mind Rivian. I think Google, again, could be something as that's approaching VWAP. The thing is, I picked Amazon because I really like Amazon better than Google. The chart looks better. It's been stronger. We already talked about about Amazon having that huge move from 120 off earnings. Like Amazon reported earnings 118, 119. It's at 142 right now. Look at Google today, right? So again, this is back and it just came across my scanner. Again, get your trade ideas, Trader TV 20 right now. You can also get the test drive for 11 bucks. Pretty good. But it's just telling me that it's back down near support and trying to take out VWAP again. But if the market falls, I mean, this is already weaker. We're already long everything. As there it is right now. Can we get another dollar club winner here with Amazon as that's still going? But anyways, Google, I still like the long. Probably should have been long at 130 for sure. So if we can get back into 130, that should be a level for us. But I mean, the damage, like if I had just been a little more patient and waited for the high of the day, but how the hell am I going to know that that's coming through? We loaded up down there. We got out. Now it's a nice upside move here for Amazon. Again, our stop was 17 cents. Now in the money, 75 cents there on Amazon. So, hey, all is well. We've been long biased for a minute. Everything written down on the sticky note are long ideas, and they're all printing, including my #1 idea today was AMD, but #2 there, we have Intel at 38. We smoked it yesterday on the short over and over again at 38.15. We talked about that right there. Boom. Which is why, if you're going to notice, where we get out a lot here today. So let me just zoom that back out just to show you. You know, that's where a lot of our outs are, right? Here's 38.15 yesterday. Majority of the outs in that area then hold for the move higher, which we do have on board again. So 75 cents in the money on 2 names, 50 cents on 2 more. So it's been just a great day. Shorts, did you have the short and square or was it long and square?
Only long square.
Only long square, yeah. Because
I don't like, actually, if I had to pick payment processors, well, it's not a payment processor, but if I'm shorting something in that space, it's generally speaking been a firm, but SoFi is the one. Again, if I'm looking at fintech, SoFi's been the best short in terms of the last couple of days, in terms of a setup off 8, but it's nowhere near that range. The other one, not Palantir, PayPal, relative to what's going on in Square, PayPal just doesn't have the same juice to it. So I think if you're looking to short something, like look at PayPal and look at Block. It's just, it's a little bit night and day here. Or you're just a couple of days in a row, you're very strong on Square off those lows. So if there is a turn and I want to have one of these names short, it's not Square, it's 100% PayPal. And I hate saying that because I feel like this was PayPal started to go off 50 and just can't seem to continue. I did get 103s on Datadog, now want to hold for 105. As we go to the desk, it's Adara with the small cap recap.
Waller speaking. Okay.
Quite a lot happening in the world of small caps, including this one. This is the big runner and halter of the day so far. Pax Medica, the ticker is PXMD. This one has announced the publishing of its study results for its autism spectrum disorder study. So this is of note. This one was up 180%. Now we're at 25%. Definitely keep an eye on this stock. We also have Senti Biosciences. So this one is trading higher after announcing a collaboration with Celeste Therapeutics to basically develop one of Senti's treatments in China, and Senti could be eligible for up to $156 million in royalties. The ticker for this one is SNTI. Last but not least, we have Olaplex, OLPX. This one reported higher than expected Q3 earnings and also has raised its estimates for the fourth quarter, guys.
Good question there from Ozan in the chat asking about Tesla here at 216. So, oh, sorry, was it Ozan? I just said good question. Ozan, yeah. Okay, so Thank you so much, by the way, for all that support in the chat, man. It definitely means a lot to us. There, 216. So 216 held. The only thing about it, Ozan, is if you're going to look back, if you're going to wait for, if you're going to go long 216, which, I mean, we're already long. So for me, I'm not going to go, but maybe if it gets down to 215-ish, like I'd like to see a test down here at 216. So I don't think you go long now because you're still under VWAP, you're under the 200, and you're under the 50. But if it comes into 216 again, I think you can go long there against that bottom of 215. So I think you risk $1 for 3, basically. So I like that trade. I do think there's better longs. Obviously, I haven't been trading this. We're $1 in the money on Apple again right now, so we'll do that. But it's this 215.50 area that, again, I think you can average in down here near 216. So why don't you take that long and then watch out for 215. If that breaks, then for a day trade on such a weak name, Tesla, it was cruising, man. I mean, you had some nice moves up there north of 220. Yesterday, we didn't hold. We got as high as 225. So in any market, like the market's at the high of the day right now, right? And what does Tesla look like? So if anything, if you are pretty bearish on the current market levels, then you definitely would want to short Tesla. But of course, we're long Apple here, another $1. We're long Amazon, trying to get to the dollar club. Amazon's at the high of the day. Intel's at the high of the day. Palantir, not at the high of the day, but things going well. Rivian doing absolutely nothing. So I think you want to look at Tesla, but there's something wrong in the EV space. I mean, Rivian down, obviously, Lucid down, Tesla down, Ford and GM now finally getting their UAW behind them, but that doesn't seem to matter. Ford and GM down right now. What Fisker, I mean, whatever, I can't believe I'm even bringing this up. Some of these market caps so irrelevant that it does not matter, but Fisker as well. Well, Fisker not doing anything today, but most of these EV names not having good times right now, and especially with Rivian coming with their report tonight. It's why I liked it. So what I'm down on Rivian, it's my only down stock. What I'm down on Rivian net-wise is lower than the biggest stock that I'm up. So you see what I'm saying? Good risk management for me on Rivian, although I obviously have some pretty serious FOMO as Rivian all the way back to the top, and we've just been defending the $70, $80 level or 80-cent level, only for it to go back up. There's dollar again, Sharif. We're now in the money $1 as Apple gets to 181. Right now. Yeah, you're right there, Sharif. Nice move up on that one. Amazon also, the professor comes right back and instantly acknowledging Amazon up to 142.30, $1 in the money almost on that play as well. So the longs have been working here today. Great to have the professor back.
Always the professor in the building. He hasn't gone anywhere. He's been here the entire time, just came back and sat down. There was one small cap that got missed. I think everyone's been talking about CDIO on a $1 break. It's halted. It's going to open back up in 1 minute. So it's halted at 116. It's got a 126 indicated open. Daily chart shows you $1.50. This stock has done some crazy things before, but 150 would be a bit of a zone that I would, if I was in the stock, I'd be looking to take profit on a $1 break at quarters and 50s, and it's going to open at the quarters and the 150 level. No one ever went broke taking profit on these. It was a penny stock for a reason. DraftKings, it's right back up to the high. I want to get some out in front of the high of the day and then hold for the next $1 up. So if we get to 36 today, expect a couple of legs out. Might as well just have offers out there. I've now trailed Intel. It just broke the top. There hasn't been a dip buy opportunity other than the 38 level. So accumulation yesterday off of 38. There hasn't been a good dip buy. But not yesterday. Check that. Friday's top, that 38.30, like that would be the next spot I'd look for some kind of a dip to join back into this trend. This stock has been absolutely on one. 39 is your resistance on the daily. I'd be out of this if it gets to that 39 level. Daydog's holding at about 103, so it's a bit choppy up here. I'm going to tighten up the stop on this. I was going to give it some room, but once it tags that high, now I don't want it under 102 anymore. I don't want it double failing this high up. 30% Datadog's up.
Yeah, huge.
So again, when you're long here thinking it can break out, just remember, at any sign of weakness, people not only taking profit from overnight, but now anybody that bought it in the pre-market or bought like 97 dips have got to be thinking about taking profit. So I've tightened up my stop on Datadog. I want to hold that long But I'm going to acknowledge when a stock is up 30% and you bought anywhere near that high, you want to make sure you ring the register. Don't turn it into a loser. The name that we are short and have been short the entire morning is Peloton. I mean, it's not really doing much. It's essentially flat. I took one profit take at 490. Once it's under $5, I start taking profit again. But it's been a stair step to the downside for Peloton. And until this breaks out, I want to favor short. If it breaks 510, it's probably not a bad reversal, to be honest with you.
My favorite Neil position today is DraftKings. I like that call, man. I think that's going to be a good one. I wasn't here when they reported, but I did like that. You mentioned yesterday the market share thing with FanDuel. I think that's going to be real nice. DraftKings, I mean, look at this on the daily chart. I mean, it's not quite Amazon or anything, but it's probably better than Amazon is a percentage-wise there. Huge move upside.
I'd short Penn on week. Well, anyways.
Yeah, no, I like DraftKings right there. I think it's going to be a good little move back up to the upside. Amazon right there. Guys, we rang Reggie for $1 in the money on Apple. Well, guess what we got to do again? It's another Dollar Club winner right there for Amazon as we get out at 142.50. Now light on everything now. Almost out of absolutely everything. As it's 10:30, we're starting to get the IB high and low. We'll get that coming through. But yeah, what a great day. Thank you so much, Ryan, for that talk on Intel, man. I mean, that's what we did it. I mean, we came in, we bought it thrice down here. Good level. Obviously wish we still had it, but I'll go shout out for you there, Ryan, as I know you can see it. So that's going to be a good one. Nice upside move to 38.60 there on Intel. Wow. And again, Ryan, I'm sure you're checking it out, but please, guys, go over at Trader TV Sean. Find the sticky note. I mean, on here, we had Rivian long. It's long now. It's been long, but I didn't trade it properly. AMD long. Well, everything we have written down is longs. You can see the market. We wrote this down when the market was red, right? So come over here. We wrote down that we liked the longs when the market was red. So right now you're almost up 0.7% here and still going. And we have the biggest and the baddest on board right now. Apple, look at this. Maybe we should just get out of some Apple because that's just a huge move back up to the upside and you never go broke by taking profits right there. So as we ride the bull into the sunset, give you guys these trades, we'll go over to the desk and see what's up with Miss Adara.
An update from the world of crypto regulation. Coinbase has added 4 national security experts to its global advisory council as it deals with an SEC dispute. So basically, these include a congresswoman and a former Homeland Security advisor. Pretty interesting. You might want to check it out. In terms of actual Bitcoin news, we do have a pretty big drop for a lot of crypto, especially Bitcoin, having this movement lower here. Bitcoin is now steadily below 35,000. We're at around 34,750 right now, down about just over 1%. Ethereum down a bit more, 2%, and below that 1900 area, we were seeing yesterday. The rest of these pretty low. Solana being one of the notable exceptions, up about 2% right now, guys.
Coinbase. High 80s has been a short forever on this stock. So is that different today? I'm thinking not. If it takes out the high, what are you going to do? Like this, every single time this gets above $85, there's a wick and a reversal. It's a little stronger this time. If it gets into that 90, I said yesterday I wanted a 90 breakout. If it doesn't break 90, then I like going long off support in the stock. So I want to short. If we get to 89s, I want to short that. We're at 86.5. So I probably should have saved that for lunch money, but whatever. I'm usually telling you something like that at lunch money, but it's 10:30, and with the way the market's going up almost 1%, if it makes a strong push, it's not impossible for Coinbase to go a couple of bucks and get to that $90 level. I took one profit taker in front of the high on DraftKings, but that is still basing out a little bit. I want to go back over to, if I can, this Tesla.
Wow, Apple. Oh my God.
It's stair-stepping lower highs all the way through. But this starts to get real. Double bottom at 216. If this holds on to VWAP and Tesla participates in this move, it's over. Like if Tesla can participate in this move, you can pretty much forget about it. And I say the same thing about NVIDIA, which is about to take out that high. So NVIDIA was weak. This should give you some confluence to like the longs and hold on to them even more and not panic. Like don't panic on the longs. If Tesla's going to join this party, this is going to be a super move to the upside. So Intel still got that long. I'm out of square, but I looked for that dip. It did not come back in. 51's breaking out. I'll probably move up into here, like 50, 75, that last little high. I want to join this one back. We've been holding on to longs, but this is the one that we got out of when it made that initial move. Super SPAC, man, I haven't looked at XOM today, but we can look at some energy names. That's kind of, if it wasn't in the plans, a lot of times I want to stay away from it, and these are looking pretty weak. That said, I have a stink bid on CVX, which I might have gotten filled on when I look at this chart. XOM 100, there you go. That's the level of my analysis for XOM. I think it's got obvious support at the 100 level. And then CVX, I'm just now more with curiosity because to see how weak that one is. Am I filled? My guess is no, I don't think so. Nope. I am not filled on a reload on CVX on my personal account because it did not break this local bottom. But yeah, look at this triple, quadruple bottom at 143 on CVX. I'm sitting in front of 140. So I kind of thought when I saw XOM that I was going to get filled there. Clearly has not happened, but that's a yet.
XOM. Yeah, it's been a good one there. CVS as well.
Well, not today.
No. But I know, yeah, no. Oil, that patch has not been very good. But look what's been good, man. I don't need to, honestly, I thank you for the support once again there, Sharif. But Sharif just wants me to keep telling you guys about Apple. But you already know about Apple, right? We've been on this name now for a minute. So we'll just do this, Sharif. Come on, man. You're not long Apple? Come on, says Travolta. But there it is. It's a nice break there. The 180 break was pretty good. We should have obviously added to it. But again, because we were long everything, and we were already long at 179.50 on that pullback, you know, again, it pulls back to VWAP, holds it. That's your go sign. We take a 179.50 break, and that's that, 179.57. The damage is done. Nice move back up to the upside here. So let's just wait, man. It's $1.40 in the money. Amazon's $1. It's too bad about Rivian not really moving. I think that has a good opportunity. Let's go over to Uber as well and just have a quick look at what is going on with these guys. All right, so 46, nice level there. We didn't get to 46 though. We got to 46.50 there off the open, and then made a move back. So I feel like when there's earnings plays, especially earnings plays that are pre-market, maybe it's those pre-market bottoms that we really got to watch out for, just like it's those pre-market tops. So this, again, pretty easy trade for Uber today if you were just patient, waited for the top, waited for the bottom, it gave it to you. But now we're stuck in the middle, Brendo.
I was just seeing a big move here, guys, in Adobe. I was reading a note from Morgan Stanley. So Morgan Stanley Wealth Management decreases internally held portfolio weights in Adobe, Eli Lilly, and a few others. But I mean, this day on Adobe, pretty impressive, 3.2%, guys. Just took out highs there on volume.
I mean, if you're following along, like anything in tech right now is super strong, but that is a big breakout on the daily for something like, for Adobe. Wow. I mean, a lot of things are working right now, but obviously, like, that's a gigantic one. We haven't even talked about like MongoDB, but Cheyenne, any Dish plays? On a day like today, I feel like looking at Dish just kind of like spoils the mood, because that's like, oh, it's bouncing. Hey, Dish is up today. You probably don't feel that good about it if you're long the stock. Unless you're long it at the bottom. Look, I'm not thinking about this for any kind of a long that isn't an SSR bounce, which is a gimmicky play. It's down over 10% yesterday, so it's short sell restricted today. Those types of bounces are good, but I would have played it off 3. It never got to 3. If it sees 4 to 420, I think that's probably a fade. Nike, we went over that one, Nick Dove. We like Nike. Strong. This is, I mean, obviously it didn't get to, I have a bad wick there. Sorry about that. It's like down to 101. But it is clean through yesterday's highs, holding that 108 level. This is not dissimilar to some of the breakouts we're looking at for like a DraftKings or so. But 108 looks pretty decent for a stair step to the upside, now that I look a little bit more at it. But we got enough names for the long side that we like it. But I do like what Nike's doing. When you go to that daily chart, nice consolidation break on the way, I think, to 112 and that 200 period moving average. So I think this is another one of these names that you can sort of ride the coattails. Just be patient. This is a time of day you want to be buying dips and not buying tops. And yeah, you're right, David Kyle, CDIO halted down. So it did not, I mean, it broke the 150, but it did not hold the 150 level. pulled back in, halted down at 139, indicated 121. This is why you take profits. To me, you take profits on the way up because they can evaporate very fast on these on the way to the downside. If you get trapped in a halt, you can have a trailing stop all you want, but if it opens up down there and your trail is here, well, you can't execute during a halt. That's just how it works. So I like getting out on the way up on these things. That way you don't have to worry about getting caught in a down halt and then wondering what to do with it.
All right, if you were wondering what's for lunch, you will wonder no longer. Here we go. All right, I mean, Adara had a good segment there with crypto, but here's everyone's favorite segment. What is for lunch? It's AAA Angus beef burgers. So my son would be happy there today with aged cheddar and seasoned potato wedges. That is what's for lunch. So if you were a little upset that there was no chicken today, you would be in the minority. Everyone really happy with that, probably. AAA Angus beef burgers, Sharif, is what is for lunch. So not bad. I think that's a good change. Eh, Neil, that burger instead of...
The only downside,
We'll find-
well, I mean, we get a salad anyways, but if I wanted to steal something, because I had burgers last night.
Yeah. We have burgers often. We had ramen. I went on a date night last night with my family.
Sometimes you just have to have ramen.
Yeah, man. We had a great ramen. My daughter. We always get it ordered in, so we went out.
I love
It's
ramen.
a lot more expensive when you go out, but
Well, I mean, obviously.
yeah. So it was a lot of fun. I had a Sapporo. The wife had a little sake. The daughter had an iced tea. We had some edamame. It was all about that. Then we went for a nice walk in the neighborhood and she got a nice little dessert. And then we got some little mini shrimp for her aquarium. So it was quite the nice day as we spoil the little one as my oldest is at a event with his sleepover event with his school, which is really nice. Okay, so we could honestly, traders, we could have $3 winners right now if Intel can just get going. So Intel's the last piece, 38 up to 39. I still think it goes. We're just going to hold it. We only have a little bit left on this one, but looks like 39 is in the pocket right now. The biggest and the baddest trade here today, net P&L wise, is going to be Amazon. As you could see, this one now $1.20 in the money on, again, a couple reloaded positions. So I get really, really happy, obviously, with the way that one's going. And then Apple, come on, man, Apple 181. Maybe we'll get out there, maybe we won't. But either way, we're only 10% in all of these positions, and actually less than 10% in Apple and Amazon. So lighter positions right now, but we're already out, so it's all good as we go over to, I mean, this has been my best morning in a while. I mean, we're going to go 5 for 6 or whatever, and good winners. And my loser was not like the end of the world, which is nice. And my loser is actually a winner now with Rivian. So, all right. Wow, Rivian's at 17.13. Sometimes you don't want to look back. Okay, Adara over somewhere in the green screen. Let's go.
Pretty mixed to positive in a lot of these sectors, but one sector that is definitely not to the upside right now is energy minerals. Very much down. We were already trading lower pre-market with those oil prices dropping, but now, again, because of the oil price drop, we are seeing these oil and energy stocks continuing to head to the downside. Consumer durables also of note, with Tesla leading the way to the downside here as well. Other than that, we're pretty mixed. Finance, very mixed to negative. Health technology, pretty mixed as well. Also, I'd like to point out retail trade with Amazon, very strong, and Walmart trying to catch up there as well. We also have a lot of strength in that technology kind of sector. So technology services, a lot of strength here. Adobe very strong, Microsoft and Meta as well. Google trying to catch up there. And then Apple actually very strong in the electronic technology area here. Broadcom as well. The chips a little bit more mixed with the NVIDIA news that Huawei might be actually providing now chips for Baidu. So lots of sectors to keep an eye on. Generally, we're kind of moving to the upside here, guys.
We're definitely moving to the upside. Well, I mean, if you're not looking, oil's not moving to the upside. Those energy names have been struggling a little bit. I'm just going to go to the Qs here because I was having some trouble with my futures chart going back a little bit further. For anyone keeping score at home, this recent October top, the lower high, yeah, we're there in about 50 cents on the Qs till you get like that open, and then the actual top is about $1 away on the Qs. So you were starting to get at least a little bit into resistance. I had it drawn on I have like this level drawn, which is 15.35, but it is a little bit higher than this if you look at it. And for some reason, my futures isn't going back, but thankfully I can just go to the Qs and show you on the daily. DraftKings, why am I not filled at the high of the day? Not quite there yet. So DraftKings can't seem to get to 35.50. If it gets to that top, I am going to take some profit out. I think Intel at 39 is resistance. It doesn't mean it has to turn here, but that was the resistance level. So I've been moving the trail upside, and I am going to look for a short off of 39. Doesn't mean I have to take it, but I am looking for a short off of that level. The long's been paying you, and I've been sitting in one short, which is not moving as the market goes higher. Peloton, it's up 0.6%. Second the market turns, I feel like this one should be good to go, but it's been holding out while this market does almost nothing. Oh, it does everything to the upside. This does almost nothing to go along with it. And Mastiff Man, we haven't talked too much about Roku, but this one's on my short list. It just hasn't really given you a shot at that 86 level. So we're getting in there now, and if you're wondering why 86, they actually drew a trend line this time. So 86 was resistance, but if you draw a trend line from the last high on the last earnings, it just intersects right at that 86 level. If it breaks out from there, you don't fight the stock above 86. It's probably squeezing to 100. But at that level, I think that's the one place you can look for the short. That's where we shorted it yesterday off the failure. I would look for the same thing again today. As the market is just screaming to the upside, hold on to your longs. If you like a short, it better be a very, very good level, or at least a relatively weak stock to work for. And Uber is another one, guys. We didn't trade any Uber today. I really look, Uber, until it breaks out 49.5, it had to be an extreme dip buy, and it's almost a short. It's resistance till it's not up here at 49.5. So if you got an early dip buy, it never came in quite to where I wanted it. But another double top in here. It never broke 49 when I was looking for the short above 49 even, so that's why no entry there. But that's still very much in pocket, bottom to top multiple times already.
Yeah, we talked about that. Those pre-market levels on Uber when a stock reports. Definitely have to look at that again. All right, I think it's maybe time. It's 10:44. It might be time just to start to get out and just, whatever. I'm going to go for a walk anyways, coming up pretty soon. So Amazon, I mean, honestly, maybe we don't even get out of this name. It's just so damn strong right up there to the upside. It's really, since we broke this 21, it's just gone up to the upside. But again, there's really no reason. I'm obviously upset about Rivian, but Apple, it's already hit that 181. I think if we could do that again, maybe that's an out. I mean, 180, all right, 180.50. Let's just do that. Let's get out. I just canceled. I mean, where we were long was crazy. The risk to reward on this one. 180.50, we're gone. Okay, if it breaks out, we're out of that one. Intel, I feel like we could probably hold this. We're not super heavy into this one, but again, a nice move back up. Let's just get out of everything. What the hell? We don't need to hold anything to prove anything. These levels are nicely up. I'm pretty happy with what we've done here today. The NASDAQ is trying to do a little bit of a dance here. Let's have a look at the NASDAQ. There we go. We are now out of our Intel. Yay, 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 even Brendan's celebrating. You can see right here the NASDAQ. If we're going to zoom back a little bit to see what we're talking about, this 15.4 is something that we indicated a while ago, what could happen after Fed. But we're here really quickly back into 15.5. So 15.4, a good level, then 15.5, and we'll see from there. So right now, nice upside move here for the NQs. We'll see what happens here with possibly a move back in. But there's the closing on that. I mean, for now, we'll do it, man. Props up to Ryan, everybody that had this. I know Neil has Intel as well. Good out right there. We'll see what happens. That's an early one out. We probably should have taken Amazon up there at
I'm out. They hit my trail.
Okay, so 142.50 there for Amazon. But yeah, so we're both out of Intel. Good little level there at 75. Let's just see what happens here moving forward. Trying to get out of everything now.
I don't want to be out of everything, but like you said, I think 39 is resistance on Intel. I'm not going to short it when it only got to 38.8, but that is close enough. The second I saw it, I put the trail in. I give it a few cents off the quarter because I don't like putting it right at 74, so I ended up putting it at 72, and then it ends up trailing. It's not technically a trailing stop. I put it on in the actual level. But I'm going to hold on to Datadog off that 102. We'll get a stop underneath too, so try to risk about 30 cents on the rest of it. And then DraftKings I want to hold on to. If I get something short, as I said, I feel like Uber's in the pocket. I mean, Uber is definitely in the pocket, but I want fills at or above 49. If 49.5 is the stop, then I don't want to be shorting 48.7. I think if you get in too early, I think it gets into a little bit of trouble. I keep seeing the PAX MD still. Look, this stock already gave it up in a big way. All that said, it's doing that little consolidation thing off $6. Stranger things have happened. Like sometimes you get a trade in here where you're long 620, 630 with a 6 stop and it works out for you. At least the risk to reward's good there, and you're not having to worry about chasing this thing higher. But I'm always wary when it makes that move down in. But the good news is it's finally not halting every 2 seconds. That's generally speaking when you can try to put on a reasonable risk to reward trade, and 6 or 550 are some reasonable stops. So at least PAX MD, at least I think that's the name of the company, is going to be on the radar for a little bit of a bounce play this afternoon. There's something else I wanted to the south side. Oh yeah, it was SoFi on pops. So SoFi, again, rejected this trend, a name that I want to be looking short till it gets to the bottom of the trend. It's the reverse of the Intel trend lines, which is showing you bottom to top. And if we're going to try to short it and we're not going to get yesterday's highs at 775, well, it's trying to roll over at pre-market highs and yesterday's close. So no break of the pre-market high. I go back into the trend in SoFi, which has been to the downside. So no breakout when the market's breaking out. I look for the curl trade in the afternoon.
All right. Amazon's kind of coming back up there, and so is Intel.
4,400
coming. In the ES, yeah. So Sharif just mentioned 4,400. Yeah, 4,400 is incoming right now. We can check out the ES for you now as well. ES on a daily, so that's more important to me because you're above the 50-period moving average right now starting today. So another move back up to the upside. Look at this ES. Man, straight up 250 points off of everyone's favorite Powell speech last time. Really moved the market, and you could see we've been. I told you last week that we sent the note out to get the hell long, and that's been a nice little run there for a little while on some of the major names back to the upside as we continue to go. So yeah, so far so good here as we go. Let's go over to Money Talks, and she's at the desk now. It's Adara.
USD recovering a little bit. This is the second day to the upside for the DXY right now, and a lot of this is partially because probably of that data from China. Chinese imports did rise about 3% year over year, but the exports have fallen for the 6 months in a row. They are down 6.4% year over year right now, so that is definitely interesting, definitely of watch right now. We are seeing some recovery for the DXY because of that. People shifting over to the DXY right now. Keep an eye on that, guys.
Keep an eye on that, Dixie. Like overall, I mean, this market has been pretty ridiculous to set upside. It hasn't mattered too much if you've been looking at the like your favorite indicators in there, but I had this up and forgot to mention this in the morning show because I actually had an issue with TradingView, and then it all I had to do was like refresh the page. But the VIX broke 15. You're at these bottoms, which generally speaking, I'm just keeping an eye on it, but generally speaking, this has been where the VIX is based out here underneath that 15 to 14.5. So I can see us getting there and maybe pulling back a little bit, but that's another story. This is a daily chart. Like you've been trending to the downside. I mean, I don't if you care about this on an intraday or something like that. It has been trending down, but that pullback in has been coinciding and giving you confluence to the long trade. So just another reason you can look whether it's a dollar, whether it's yields pulling back. I mean, there's a lot of things that are indicating some strength in this market, which is continuing to go higher. This is 4,400 on the ES, like right now. I mean, if we're going to hold probably, whatever. I think it was decent out at Intel. If we get to 38, maybe we can get to 38 for that short. Ian Rispetto, thank you for the super chat. I may have missed it if there was news, but why is Adobe making such an extraordinary move up other than the market is up? Brennan brought it to us. I didn't see anything extraordinary for it, except for the fact that you have cloud and data names just going absolutely nuts and AI names going absolutely nuts today, which might mean C3 AI could be a short, because I think that's a dog. I've been saying this for, or at least I've been thinking this for a bit, that C3 AI, when the market turns, this is going to be a tremendous opportunity to the downside. But I'm looking at it today, didn't get to 30. But still lower highs and underneath this $28 level. This is what I'm really hoping for in C3 AI, by the way, which is the flat bottom break at 23. This is setting up to be, if the market pulls back in a meaningful way, just an amazing short opportunity because you know how that stock moves, and the longer it holds it, the better it is when it breaks. It's almost like it's coiling up, setting up for that.
All right. Not really too much, man. We only have 7 or 8 minutes to go. I want to thank everybody for watching. If you're going to do anything, just do this.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
A strong name, Disney. So Disney's coming out with their report. So we're going to find out. Let me find out what day. Do we have earnings calendar we can go with as well? Yeah, sorry, it's November 8th post-market. Right, so you're right, Sharif. It's post-market tomorrow for Disney. But Disney's been really well off the bottom again. You know, we'll see. Huge move up. If you're a little, like, iffy on your Disney position heading into earnings, you're right at a pretty key spot right now of 85. You're not there today, but if you can get near that 85 marker, which I guess you're close enough, depending on what your tolerances are and whatnot, but that 85 marker spot there for Disney is probably a decent spot to get out a little bit there. So 86 and change, 85 and change right now there for Disney. Yeah, we have the earnings board, so let's go have a quick look to see. Again, so there's Rivian, ePay, Coupang. Kava, nice. We talked about Dutch Bros as well. So there's going to be a lot of names. Roblox.
Upstart.
This is a huge one. So although we don't
Biogen?
Yeah, not too many like big market cap names,
Fisker.
but a lot. Yeah, we looked at Fisker. It's not doing anything today.
But that's the 43% short float name.
Yeah, Fisker's going to be interesting there as well. Kellanova, I think, was its first report. So, yeah, a lot of exciting things happening there in the world of earnings getting into tonight. Join me at 4:30, 4 o'clock, as we'll go over all of that. And it should be a decent little level there. But Roblox, interesting tomorrow before the open. Let's see what this is for you, Sharif. The DAUs are all about.
Ooh, we like that. We like that one. You guys know what's up. The Roblox, I saw a lot of references to Roblox when you showed that picture of the Cybertruck.
Yeah, that Cybertruck was sick.
It definitely, and again, Roblox is another one of these names that is filled in almost the entirety of what is a pretty disgusting gap to the downside. It probably doesn't get there today, but on earnings, it could easily get to that, back into that 37 level for Roblox. What a huge run. Like, this looked like it was one of the worst names out there and bounced off 25. 37 is going to be monstrous if it can get to that level on those earnings. But yeah, look, it does look like it belongs in Roblox, the Cybertruck.
Oh, it definitely does. 100% belong in Roblox. This is probably the best looking Cybertruck I've seen. So shout out to Elon. Let's get those things on the road and start rolling these around, and let's see Starbucks.
I'm curious what's next to the.
Yeah, this could be Niagara Falls or something.
No. I'm talking about what vehicle?
Oh, this car. I think, yeah, it's probably like some sort of a car show.
Because it's got to be a show, something like that.
Yeah, so those are people that know about cars probably can identify this easily. So, all right. Anyways, yeah, cool little car there. I'm excited for the Cybertruck, but we're not super excited for the stock of said Tesla because it's just been going one way and it's not been the right way in the last couple of days. It has been flushing to the downside right there into 215 again for Tesla. And a good shout out by Ozan was asking when it was down here at 216. And I was like, yeah, 216 is a great buy into 215. So you got to give it at least $1. And there it is right there, about $2. Well, you had to get lucky to get that wick. But either way, now hovering around VWAP, about $1.50 in the money off that 216. So shout out to Ozan and the best community in the world. We'll end our day here at the highest spot we've been at. Intel's still there. And the reason why is we've done the good thing by damn well holding on to absolutely everything. We're smoking today. That is for sure, man. How could it get better? We'll see. Hopefully it does get better. But this is a great trade. We've been holding on to it. Apple now $1.70 in the money. In Amazon now $1.40 in the money. Palantir now 55 cents in the money and at highs. So far, these 3 longs that we've held on to are all at highs. And by the way, we were bullish 1% ago on the NASDAQ. So it's been a nice move to the upside. This is why sometimes you got to be a little bit favoring one way. We wrote down all longs. We're able to catch them. And honestly, Just upset about Rivian. Other than that, man, everything's been really good. I can always be upset of getting out of things too early, but that's the trader life. You're never going to get perfect, but all you can do is have the right names, and all you can do is, at the end of the day, try to get that P&L on the right side of black. So we'll do that, and we'll be happy with it today. But who knows, man? The day is still relatively young. It's just 11 o'clock. Let's see what happens here into the afternoon.
Well, it would have to be some kind of an extreme after lunchtime to give up these gains. I'm going to go with pretty unlikely. By the time we get to lunch money, I'm thinking we still hold on to these gains, even if there is a bit of a dip. But I gotta mention this Datadog has been just chilling out at this high. So the reason for 102 is because of the daily chart. So it looks weird up here, and why not down there? But it's because of the daily. But look at it hold the line at 103.5. So there is some resistance. I'm looking to cover on a press through 103 into 105. It's nothing crazy, just on the daily. That's 102. And then you got 105 in here as like the last line of support when it broke to the downside there. So if we break out this top, great. I have tightened up the stop in here. Slap Chop Guy, that's my dog. First of all, that's a fantastic name in the chat. That's my dog. Datadog is everybody's dog today because it seems like it's helping the market out. But Slap Chop Guy, I'm not even gonna say because I'm pretty sure that guy ended up in jail. So I don't want to make a joke about him because I think some shady stuff happened with the Slap Chop Guy. But he was famous for a hot minute. I'll give the guy his due. Like he was really good at selling Slap Chop. I don't know if anyone actually bought that thing, but he certainly had the passion about that product. It was him and Billy Mays were the only two, rest in peace. But DraftKings is holding up. Datadog's holding up. I still think Intel, if it gets to 36, I take a shot at the short. It's not really doing anything since the trail out. And one last one I wanted to get to. I don't know if I want to go back in on a firm. Like I took the short consolidation when this looked weak and then stopped out at the pre-market high. And I said, I don't want to be back into this unless it presses 23. So I'm done with the short unless it's under 22. And I'll wait around to see if this thing can even get to 23. I'm a little skeptical that it would. But we took our shot at it, and it didn't work out. I've been favoring the short in this stock pretty much every single chance we get. So when it's set up, I'm going to take that one. But I already took a hit on it. As we'll see what happens with Peloton. It's kind of still just chilling at the same level. But if I'm going to short something, it has to be at a really, really good level today. And that would be 23 on a firm.
All right, we're going to, so we just got out of Palantir here at 09s. Just been such a good trade, and it's at the highs. We've already seen 19 come a couple times here, so let's just get out near the top here for Palantir and see if it does hold. So that's an out right there for PLTR. You already know where my Apple out is, but now Apple just keeps on climbing, man. So I feel like now we could almost just get out. I mean, Apple's been such a monster move. Oh, man, and Amazon too? Whatever, man. It's 11 o'clock. Let's just wrap this thing up. Thank you so much for watching. It's been a pleasure for me and Neil to sit here and bring you guys all of these trades today. I hope you've been following some of them. If you have, ring your Reggie at some point because it's been a great day in the market right there. Thank you, Professor, for that. We're back at 2 p.m., but no worries. We've got another show coming up for you right now.
Oops.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Obi-Wan Kenobi. I am Sharif, and we're brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the good folks there at Search Trader. Mr. Kenobi.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Well,
How are you
almost
doing?
afternoon, but I'm all right.
Yeah.
Just got back from a nice little walk. I come in, I look at the small cap gappers that I've got on the day. I see my friend TMDX here having itself a day, but it put in lower highs, and it was at a critical level VWAP. Let's have a look, because this one taking it short. South of the position board will update shortly. We got short here at 63.12, and now we're doing a dance at 60.92. Best fill so far, 60.74. So $3 winner on TMDX. This has been very strong. Multi-day runner, up 51 some odd %. What is the headline on this, by the way? Here it is. Transmedic shares are trading higher after the company reported, better than expected Q3 sales results, issued its full year 2023 revenue guidance above estimates, hence why it is trading much, much higher. But all good things do come to an end, Mr. Kenobi, as we are starting to knock on the door of that $60 area, putting us in the $3 winner territory. Let's see where this one runs.
Wild morning. We were seeing that crazy buying pressure. We kind of broke through that 15.2, 15.3, and now knocking on the door of that 15.4. And yeah, so I did get a little aggressive here with my most recent trade, and kind of gave back a good amount of profits that I kind of had at the open. Some nice a nice short off the open when the market was looking a little weak there. 141 halves, and then I switched to the long above that, and then I switched back to the short here going into the 43, 42 halves. I was looking for that failed follow through, but yeah, unfortunately, we were the largest size of the day in here and not in here. So unfortunately, we kind of gave back a good chunk of those profits. But what is the next trade is what I'm asking myself. Yeah, the chart's not done. The trend is very strong. I was clearly wrong, kind of shorting, trying to get the counter, looking for that failed follow through, almost anticipating it, and I get slapped in the face. Because again, I got to keep reminding myself I got to participate, not anticipate. But yeah, definitely got to work on these some of these opening trades, man. Like, what's going on?
I miss Greg.
Yeah, man, me too.
He would always say that over and over and over. Anticipate.
Yeah.
I mean, participate. Don't anticipate.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, definitely heard that a lot from a lot of traders as well, right? It's just something that we find where if we're anticipating way too much, then best believe the market is very, very humbling, and in that situation, it can humble you quite nicely. I am watching Apple here. Apple finally broke through that 180. We were looking at that 180 level, and yeah, today kind of coming in, you break through that level. VWAP's being defended quite nicely here on the day, and it would seem as if we're getting a little bit of a pullback here. This strong momentum out the open, potentially coming to an end here on the strong strength that we've had into that 15.4, about a 300, almost a 200 and some change, kind of a point move to the upside on the NQs, and then the ES as well. Not the same amount of points, but kind of a relatively similar kind of move there, testing that 14.4 as well, getting a little bit of a pullback off of that. I'm watching Apple here. Apple's still very, very strong, man. Apple's kind of a bit of a market leader today, dragging it along quite aggressively here. Apple Softy kind of doing the same thing. We saw that Softy was take a look at this on the hourly here. Yeah, Softy kind of broke out of some of these significant levels in the past, and take a look at this next stop right here. 366 potential, and I think, Sharif, Softy is very, very close to its all-time highs. Yeah, that 366, 367
Didn't it just
is
make
right
all-time
there.
highs like a little while ago?
Yeah, it made all-time highs in July, and then now.
July.
Yeah, it was in July, and then now
On
we're.
a closing basis, though, Kenobi, if we close here, is this all-time highs?
What do you mean?
Because I don't care. You know how I feel about intraday wicks, right?
Yeah.
On a closing basis.
On a closing basis,
Yes.
Okay. So on a closing basis, if you want to use that
Yeah.
level as your high, you have here. Well, I guess you want to take the open of this red candle right here, where this opened was
Right there.
361.75. So we're only a few pennies away from that. 75 being that candle open right there before we started selling off, and we're only about 30 pennies away from that price here. So I did get a little bit short here underneath this 143 here on Amazon. I'm also watching these TQs. This 39.40 area as well is quite interesting. But yeah, let me know in the chat. A lot of people talking about Uber. Okay, yeah, Uber definitely had they had earnings today, right? Mm-hmm. So Uber can definitely get a look-see from us here. Okay, all right. So yeah, that 50 mark. I did have this on watch this morning, but the fact that it didn't really get too far off of its open, I kind of left it there. No real follow through. Missed this kind of pump into pre-market highs as well, but it seems like a little bit of a range day happening underneath this $50 area on Uber. But very interesting, this low of this earnings reaction right here, very, very aggressively bought up, and out the open, you hold above that level. So technically, you are making relatively higher lows here on Uber, kind of building into that 50 potential flat top there, Sharif, on Uber.
Yeah, I'm just answering somebody in the chat there. Radley was telling you, Obi, why are you looking at daily charts? You're an intraday trader. I could not disagree more, my friend. Intraday charting is daily charting is very important for intraday trading. I just wrote that to you now. You need to know about support and resistance. You need to see about certain patterns that are taking place to anticipate whether it's going to be a long or short day. I mean, I disagree wholeheartedly with the notion that you only look intraday or like a 15 or a half. No, daily, very important. All right, Oleg, you wanted Bumble, you're going to get Bumble, baby. Bumble reports after the bell today. And we already know that the CEO will be sayonara. She is leaving. In case you don't know her story, fantastic story. She was a former Tinder exec, didn't like the way the direction of that company was going, formed her own company, and the rest is history. It's a $1.87 billion market cap business. The way that Bumble differentiates itself is women have to make the first move. They message the men first, whereas Tinder, it's a free-for-all. So that's really the only difference between those two dating, social, message, whatever apps. Let's have a look here at the chart. So let's start with the daily. I just finished rambling on about the daily chart. Let's start with the daily, Kenobi. This was the IPO back in March of 2021. Best we've ever done is that $85, $84.90-ish. But as you can see, you know, it's been a hard row for Bumble. And we are at, we just made all-time lows yesterday. Yesterday on an intraday basis, not on a closing basis. On a closing basis was on November the 1st, where we closed at $12.90. We're at $13.73 today. Needless to say, when you have a prolonged downtrend like this, it is hard to chart support and resistance because there is just so much there. So what I'm going to go ahead and say, I'm going to be looking at the 50 period today, which is at 1450. We get up there, that's resistance for me. And it was resistance also on September 1st, which is the last time we did touch the 50 EMA on a daily basis. So that's the look there. Let's go to the intraday look. Let's go to the 5-minute. Yesterday we gapped, like we opened a little bit higher. That 4 a.m. or was that 5? No, that wasn't 4 a.m. What the hell was that? 8 a.m. That looks like an algo spike. I think those are the institutional orders. It looks like it came to around 14. In any event, I would have used 14 as my resistance point anyway, seeing as it is the whole dollar value. Yesterday's closing print was right above that 13.07, give or take. I'm going to be looking at 14 for resistance, but anything can happen after the bell. The Katina man, he'll have that for you on the market recap show. Excellent. She's on point, bro, with the banner there. Shout out to Ram on the ones and twos. He'll have that for you. I'm not sure. Do you know what time they report? No, we'll look at that after. It's probably like... by the way, in case you're wondering about this reporting business, I just want to tell you quickly. Usually companies report in 5-minute increments. It either comes out at 4, 4:05, 4:10, 15, etc. Now there are times where they take a little bit longer. It'll come out like 4:16, but for the most part, they usually come out in 5-minute increments. Anyway, we're at day's high right now on BMBL. 13.73, good move up. I'm going to be looking for resistance at 14, seeing as it was yesterday's high, as well as that whole dollar level. Now, the position that I'm in, which says that I'm not in for whatever reason, let's go ahead and what a beak right there. Yeah, it's still not showing up, Fabian. Position board, still not working. Not sure what's going on with there, but yeah, we just took out a nice little piece there at 60 1/4. We're short 63. Where the hell am I short? 63.12. So riding this one down, it really did break down below view up, but I am looking for a possible support area at the whole dollar level. So 60 is going to be an interesting area to see if we can break down below this area. There's a couple of reasons why. One, it's at the 200 on the 1 minute chart. I don't put too much stock into that. But number two, we did have an area of resistance here at around 60.5. Before we moved right back down to that 58 and then made that monster move up into 68.5. So I'm feeling that 60.5 could present an area of support. We'll have to wait and see what this one does. But yeah, not too many more outs for me on this one. So I want to be a little bit picky about where we get some out. Anyway, it's an earnings winner. It was big on the day, but you know, it had its moment in the sun. So now we're going to take it short. We'll see what else is up. Now, we didn't bring in the side charts. I don't know if Nimit's in the chat, but he always gets excited when I bring in my side charts here. This is what we're looking at today, guys. Datadog, big earnings winner. Look at that big boy move up there at around 7 a.m. when they reported from 80 bucks all the way to 103.45. Great move. This was a blowout quarter for them. Analysts were looking for like $23 million in revenue or something crazy like that. They blew it out of the water with about $500 million. I don't know what the hell the analysts were thinking or whether it was a typo, but that's what I read earlier. Datadog, bit consolidative now from around that 10 o'clock onwards. It's been an hour within a tight range, so we'll keep an eye on that. PXMD, a monster mover, triple digits today, up over 100%, but giving up the ghost now. It moved all the way from that $3 area, shot up into 10.25, and now it's below VWAP, so it's on my S list. I'm not taking this one long until it does break above VWAP, which is around that 7 area for now. We'll see what this one does in the day. Multiple halter to the upside. And if I look at the 1 minute here, let me see if it halted to the downside. Yes, sir, Bob. Yes, sirree, Bob. It halted 4 times to the downside. So it looks like it was 2 halts to the upside. They were all prolonged, 10 minutes and longer. And then the halts to the downside, which were 4, were all 5 minutes. We'll see how this one does the rest of the day. TNON, a continuation play from yesterday. Look at the big boy move this had yesterday. Started out $1.25, $1.20, got up into that 250 area. We closed out though at that $2 area exactly, retraced in the aftermarket for a little bit, but then 10 o'clock came and boom goes the dynamite up to $2.77. Retracing now though, trying to hold that $2 level from yesterday. It is also on my S list as it is south of VWAP, 2.25, 2 1/3. It's going to have to get up to, 2 1/3 before it gets me interested in the long again on TNON. CDIO, another multi-day play from yesterday. Look at this. Yesterday we were sub $1. We were hanging out. We were living at that 40 penny area, and we got all the way into 77 pennies. Well, guess what? Lo and behold, we're a dollar stock now. We're up to $1.65 on the day, a bit of a double top, taking us back to $1.25. But guess what? We're above VWAP. VWAP's at $1.05. So this one very interesting for a curl back up. Multi-day player, 82% on the day. That's not chump change. It had a headline yesterday. So I'm very interested in CDIO. Very strong. And last but certainly not least, Uber, as the Kenobi one would say, at day's high right now. It is an interesting quarter. Mostly everything was good, despite the fact that they missed on the top and bottom line. What I do have concerns about with respect to Uber is their freight. Freight is weakening greatly, and a lot of other competitors in the freight business are also hurting. That really has more to do with the consumer spending less on goods than on services and experiences, and it's being experienced everywhere in the supply chain. So this one, no different. Keep your eye on Uber, though, because it is at day's highs and that $50 level incoming. 2 quarters in a row. For the first time in their history, they've actually made money. How long did that take? How long has this company been around for? Better late than never, but never late is better, Kenobi.
Yeah, man, for sure. Have you seen Palantir today?
The Katina man was looking at.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild. I know that we were watching it over the past few days there. Again, kind of a residual earnings kind of name there. They had earnings last week, and this is day 4 of earnings, but a little bit of a continuation move potential coming in. We talked about that 19 area yesterday and the day before, kind of how those prices came in. And take a look at this. We're pretty much knocking on the door of that 19. We pretty much strong held that 18 yesterday. The lower end of day 2 earnings, which stepped up on top of day one, and we're pretty much slowly edging up into those highs. So the question becomes, where is the next stop there? So yeah. I definitely agree with Sharif there. Taking a look at longer and bigger time frames definitely can give you some I guess direction, some prices potentially, some trends, some support and resistance. But yeah, no, I always look left. I always kind of look at a larger time frame to get the bigger picture idea. And then move down into a smaller time frame to actually take those specific trades at those specific prices. But yeah, looking left right away, let's see what we see right here. That $20 area, quite a resistance, as when we came into that push off of earlier this year, we got a strong quadunk back down into the lower end of the shelf there, Sharif. Take a look at how well that 14 level is defended on the bid, right? The bid on 14 is quite strong, and now we're pushing back towards some of these highs. So maybe that accumulation is what we kind of wanted in and around that 14, and we are pushing towards those highs. So how can I use that information to kind of take the trade intraday, right? So I can see that 14s have been accumulated. I can see that off of earnings, we had a very strong earnings. So you had accumulation below these prices. Now you're stepping up onto some of these highs. I would be leaning a little bit more long, especially when VWAP is strong like that. So I think, from an intraday perspective, I think that's how you can use the daily charts, the weekly charts, the hourly charts even, to come up with certain prices, certain areas of interest where there was I like to say, like, there was a party at this level before. And can we expect a party to happen there again? Who knows? But if it's there, you'll definitely see it on the tape, and you may find a place to get a little involved there. I had eyes on AMD as well. What's that?
19 and over only.
Well, I don't know about that. Market does not discriminate.
All ages?
Yeah, the market does not discriminate. It will teach everybody lessons. But yeah, AMD quite strong. I was watching that 112 area for the past few days. Missed this trade right here, but hella strong, holding VWAP as well. But it seems like the market is potentially looking for a little bit of a pullback here as we're starting to print a consecutive red candle here, the second consecutive red candle. Also kind of confluence with that 15.4 bit of rejection, right? We screamed right up into that 15.4, and we're taking a little bit of a pullback, and hopefully it's a healthy pullback. And maybe we can get a decent. You guys know me. I like to look for that 30% retracement to start off with, and then if we can get more on our plate, then maybe we can look for that 50% retracement as well. A little bit of healthy price action to kind of carry this move forward, and just let us know that this is not just exhaustion on a larger time frame as well, right? But yeah, no, a little bit of a hold there on AMD off that 112. I'm still in this Amazon short here, hovering quite high above VWAP. So if this market turns, we've got quite a space to go to the downside, especially off this 143, kind of a previous consolidation area in the past. On the monthly, again, getting these levels from the higher time frame charts, right? So that 143 is a little bit interesting for sure, and I'm just looking to take that move on a healthy pullback into VWAP, which happens to be here at that 141.90. So quite a ways away off of VWAP, but you can see how strongly VWAP was defended this morning, and kind of over the course of the past few I guess weeks, if you want to call it. It's been a couple weeks, right? Since Amazon earnings, we've only been trending up, right? We had very strong earnings. You break this overall downtrend, you hold above that trend, and then you slowly keep on stepping up. 130, 132, 134, 136s, 138s, and now you're all the way at 143. So definitely Amazon has been on quite a bit of a run off of its earnings there, Sharif. Hayes Records, thank you for the super chat. 2 out of 3 on Amazon put scalps today. Yes, sir. Nice, nice. Definitely that 143. I'm curious to know what that chain looks like right now, so maybe I'll go take a look at that.
Jay Lee wants you to have a look at Matterport, MTTR, up 22% today. What's up? More room up, you think? How's Dow's L2 tape look? I don't know.
How's it out?
Not sure.
Okay, all right. We can take a look at Matterport right here. This is the 30-minute chart. Let's kind of bring it down a little bit here. Again, they had earnings today, all right. Okay, doing some significant volume as well on the day, about 4 to 5. Actually, no, what is that? That's 7x, averaging about over 5x RVOL there on the day. Quite strong off of earnings. Now, I don't know anything about this company. So right away, I just want to look at this chart here. Let's start off with the hourly. Looking left right there, that 270 kind of that consolidation highs, and these lows right here that we kind of broke through off of that earnings report. You can see that pre-market kind of consolidation high as well at around that $2.35 mark. But take a look at this, a little bit of a trend pushing up into it, and if I take that candle out, the ridiculously long volume candle, you can see we've had a little bit of expanding volume going into that earnings move as well. So yeah, potential for a move up into that 270, about 10 pennies away from that. Now again, this is a sub $5 ticker. 10 pennies is quite a lot in terms of a percent move there for this specific name. But yeah, that 270 looking like it is a potential resistance there, Sharif.
All right, guys, I just want to fix something. The position board says I'm short TMDX 61.59. That's incorrect, guys. I'm short 63.12. This is the entry through the break of VWAP. So I just want to give, I want to make that clarification. But here we go. We got a beak wetter here at 60.50. It's a spready name. It's not for the faint of heart, no question about that. 60.49 on the bid, 60.69 on the ask, 20 penny spread on a $60 name. Not unheard of, obviously, but definitely makes for some riskier trading. But we are at the 50 period and we are at that 60 level, so I am looking for a possible bounce here, and I have no problem taking this one back north if it starts to trend back north. Now, we know it's holding that 60 level, the 50 period on the 5, the 200 on the 1. There is an area of support in and around the area where we're at now from earlier, around 9:30-ish, right at the bell, right after the bell, sorry. What the hell time period was that? 9:36. So we'll wait and see what we get from this bad boy, and it keeps updating the short wrong. And anyway, whatever, I've made my point about that. Short 63.12, not 61.14. D-Loaf going short on a small cap crapper for once. You feeling okay? I know. Well, hey, man. Sometimes, look, it had an earnings, so there was a little bit of reason for that as well. And have a look at this, right? You make that big boy high at that 68.50. You get a bit of a double top at that 66. You come into VWAP, which was basically an area of support before. Second time a charm here. Did I just make that up? Isn't it third time a charm? But anyway, yeah, we'll just go with it. We make up stuff on the show all the time, so it's not a big deal. Yeah, we take it short, and it's finding its consolidation area now, and it looks like a support area. All right, Uber at day's high. I also want to talk about the future, because I do like where we are here, and I love when there is confluence between the NQ and the ES, and there is a little bit today. I don't care about how much their percentage up on the day. The NQ far outperforming the ES, 1% for the NQ, 1/3% for the ES, but that really isn't the point. The point is we're at that critical 44 hundos on the ES, and I don't know if it's as critical, but we're at 15.4 on the NQ, and I like when they're both near that resistance level so that there can be some sort of, I was going to say confluence again, but I don't want to say it. Some harmony between how they trade at that level. And the chart patterns look awfully similar. I mean, just have a look here. You get that big spike up after the bell. Obviously, percentage on the day up is a lot different. But 4,400 on the ES. We have a 44.01 3/4 high. We didn't quite make it up to 15.4 on the NQ, 15,395.5 high on those two bad boys. So we'll keep an eye on the future. It's been a nice, little while here since essentially Halloween. And since Halloween, it's been a very strong market, and I will take that all dang day because the portfolio was absolutely slapped very badly in October. Do we still have the October thing? Yeah, but I'm not going to hit it. All right, let's have a look at what else is moving here, guys.
Yeah, apparently October was quite a tough week for a lot of traders. I didn't realize this. Sorry, month. Quite a tough month for a lot of traders. I didn't know that. I guess I didn't really understand that. But yeah, definitely I was reviewing a couple of previous months this past weekend.
It's not unusual at all.
In October?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like September, October, I think you said was statistically kind of low. And yeah, September wasn't too bad, but it seems like October is when that kind of pressure kind of came in again. But yeah, coming off, let's try to start this month off to a better start, right? But it's still watching this tape here. A little bit of a speed increase in the tape. Did you see this? The super chat here, Sharif?
I didn't, no.
Okay, Julie saying, when Dish squeezes like GameStop, don't be shocked. Huh, okay.
You're very confident, Julie.
All right, okay. Let's take a look at Dish. Okay, I guess it does have a little bit of squeeze potential here on Dish. Yeah, let's see what that short float is. I do have it pulled up here. Yeah, okay, right here. Sold off quite heavily as of yesterday, and coming in today, bouncing quite strongly off of VWAP. So I don't know what the short float on this thing is, but as Sharif kind of pulls that up for me.
23%.
23%. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Yeah. No. It definitely has some squeeze potential, but selling off that hard and heavy off of the earnings, definitely shorts are happy about that one right there. Let's take a look at some of this longer time frame on this right here. It seems as if we are kind of raging to the upside here on the Amazon. So you know what? I'm just going to get out and let that do its thing there. If 143 wants to blast off, I do not want to be involved in the short as of right now. So I'll give that the room it needs to kind of come back in for a potential short there in and around that 143. So we're out of that one. But yeah, back to Dish here. Let's take a look at the weekly. Yeah, have we even been at these prices before? Okay, all right. It seems like, I don't know if this name has had any splits before, but it seems like when it did IPO in 1995, we are testing some of that consolidation range from 1995 to 2000. So about a 5-year consolidation range in between this $4 and $2. It might be split adjusted. I don't know. You guys are going to have to check that out. This is just a weekly chart. It's not going to show me splits on this. But yeah, kind of testing that initial range off that IPO there on Dish. So definitely some reasons to potentially bounce off of here. But it seems like, take a look at that volume there, Sharif. This earnings seems quite significant as it has the highest, the largest volume sell candle that it's ever had since inception there on Dish Network. So maybe some interesting information there. Maybe the fall of a company potentially coming in. And that reminds me, I think, what was it? This morning I read that WeWork filed for Chapter 11, and I think it's still halted as of yesterday. And as soon as I saw that it filed for Chapter 11, I was like, all right, come in, get long WeWork. As you know, the trend has been a lot of these companies that go bankrupt tend to catch a bid right away on day one, or at least that's what the fashion has been as of late. But yeah, a little bit of a pullback here off that 143 makes me want to get involved once again. But you know what? I told myself I'm going to stay a little bit patient. If the move is real and we're really going to pull back here, I think that the price action will give us some lower highs to interact with this initial reaction, this initial push. Well, maybe not the initial push. I already got out here when 143 kind of broke, and that same idea there. I want to stay short underneath, and if that 143 comes into play, I do want to get out of the short and keep on. I'm going to continue to keep on exercising that idea until, unless and until it shows me that I'm totally wrong, or it shows me that, yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a resistance on the day there. A bit of a teeter on the NQs as well, right? We talk about the slowdown of momentum. Take a look at this. For the past 3 15-minute candles, how much is left on this one? For the past 3 15-minute candles there, why is this not showing me the time? 1 second. Okay, so we just started printing this fresh candle here. So for the past 3 candles, we've just been going sideways there. Quite a distinctly different action than what we had out the open here, right? Since this pre-market session at around what seems to be about 6:30, 6:45 here, we've only been trending up off of this 15,180 level. And yeah, maybe a little bit of a slowdown in and around lunchtime. Is the market going to take a break here? I have no idea, but I'm going to stay looking for that short here underneath some of these levels there, Sharif.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about Dish Network, Mr. Kenobi. So a lot of us know Dish Network, obviously, for the fact that they have satellite service, but it's not the only thing that they have. They have satellite service. In addition to that, they also have the Sling brand, which is an over the, what do they call that? Over the top. Yeah, over the top internet-based linear streaming TV. In addition to that, they have wireless service, Katina, man.
You know anybody using IPTV or?
No. He asked me if I know anybody using IPTV, and obviously reluctantly said no, but obviously I do, but that's just between us. But in any event, they also have wireless service. They have regular, just 5G wireless service for the average Joe Schmo like myself, and for businesses as well. The problem is, even though they have a nice little business there, the issue is that they lost quite a few subscribers. 250,000 retail wireless net subscribers they lost. Compare that with the previous quarter, or the quarter on the previous year, where they added 1,000 subscribers. That is a big difference, losing 250,000 versus adding 1,000. So it was already an anemic business to begin with. TD Cowen doesn't really like it, cutting the price target from 32 to 12. The median price target amongst analysts is $7. Basically, what else are they saying? Unfortunately, management hasn't run the long-term vision with near-term shareholder value in mind, which may not sit well with investors who want to see execution and transactions sooner rather than later. It looks like they may have spoken about a longer-term vision on the call, haven't listened to it, just making that assumption based on what's written. Down 75% on the year. I'm talking about Dish. Okay, so that's the little spiel there on Dish. I also wanted to talk about the future. We're back above, or back at, I should say, 4,400 on the ES. Here comes 15.4 on the NQ, 15,399 and 3/4 HOD, 44.01 and 3/4 HOD on the ES. We're strong. And it's a long type day, baby. Apple benefiting up 1 1/3, 181.60. The Amazonian next to me here, and you got Amazon up 2 1/3 as well. Meta up 1 1/3. Microsoft up 1 1/2. Google, it's been tough lately for Google, up 3/4%. But Tesla, definitely the standout. Mag 7 stock on the day down 1/5%, Mr. Kenobi. We are just below that 219.20 close from yesterday, and that was an interesting level. This 219, 220-ish area. When we bounced at 2 o'clock yesterday and we had that nice market rally into the close, Tesla did benefit from it somewhat. That 215 double bottom or triple bottom here ended up holding real well. I should put that in because that 215 hold was interesting. I'll do that after. But moved up, but we couldn't really break above that 220 area on that move. And here we are right back into that 220 area, finding that resistance level on TSLA, now down 1/4%. NVIDIA, this one, I anticipated NVIDIA having a tough day as a result of this Huawei news about them making GPUs, not supposed to be as good, obviously, as the A800 or the H800, but it does give Chinese companies like Baidu an alternative, and that's what they're looking for, because we know the Biden administration has now instituted even more strict sanctions with respect to the export of GPUs. NVIDIA not really feeling that all that much. It's about $11 off the low. You had a 451.58 wick. That was super quick though at around 9:45, and it's been steady state up the entire time. 462. Now we are above yesterday's high of the day. So nice, nice little move there. Oh, it's interesting. Look here. Let's go to the hourly here on NVDA. Whoops. Yeah, so this is interesting here on NVIDIA. So we clearly have a peak at that 475. That was the local high mid-October. 462, obviously. This is another local high we have to concern ourselves with between October 16th and October 18th. It was that 462-ish area where we crested out at. So another couple of resistance levels with which to concern ourselves with NVIDIA, 462, and then I would say that 475. Up on the day, 0.83%, nothing to sneeze at, definitely. Let's go back into the daily movers, see what's what. I think Jameson Barno was asking me about Datadog. He's like, man, look, Datadog looks like it might be bouncing here. The price action is so distorted because of this big move up from like 80 bucks into 103 bucks. So to get a proper picture of it is a little tough. I might have to exclude some data here. But yeah, there you go. Coming into that 102. 102 does hold as a nice area of support, and then you get that move back into 103. But I got to tell you, Jameson, I still feel it's quite consolidative at the moment, going back to around 10 o'clock, 9:50. It's been within $1 or $2 range, not really breaking above or breaking below. No new highs of day yet. 103.45 is the high day, and we haven't really changed much from that. Uber is the one that keeps on going and going here, Kenobi.
$50 is coming right in.
We're coming in right into $50. Just about to say that. 3.25%. We're 5 pennies away here off that $50. In fact, we did hit 50. 50.04 technically the high day, but not on a closing basis. So we'll have to wait and see how we trade from here on in. Let's go into the third. No, so that's not going to cut it. Let's go to the 4 hour. So last time we were up here, guys, was July. The July highs that everybody talks about. We made it all the way up into 52 1/3. And I think, no, 52 1/3. But on a closing basis, we made it to 51 1/3. That was July. What the hell was that? That was August 1st. And then we opened up on August, I believe, 1st. Yeah. Oh, this is a 4 hour candle. I thought this was a daily candle. My mistake. So it looks like the area with which we have to concern ourselves is essentially 52.5, but we're some ways off that. But it's been a really good trend up here for Uber going into the early year. I mean, like, look at this is the January start right here. That's January 4th. And there you go, higher highs and higher lows. Just need to break above that 52.5. Yeah, that's it. I've got no trades on at the moment as TXMD came in to my trailing stop at 62, so I got stopped out of there. But what it's doing is it's doing another consolidation area at 60. If this breaks 60, this could be another good short to the downside. But it is accumulating there at $60, and which also happens to be the 50 period on the 5. So we'll have to wait and see how that does. Let's see what people are talking about here in the chat. Jay Lee, the more interesting look long term is Huawei will likely get more competitive as a result of this NVIDIA purchase. Could not agree more. If you force Chinese companies to innovate, they're going to innovate. They're just not going to lay down their arms and call it a day and say, well, you know, we gave it a shot and, well, the Americans shut us up. It's not going to happen. They're gonna innovate. They're going to figure out a way around it. I don't put that past them. Completely agree with you. Reliable Rudy, thoughts on the dead cat bounce for Geo, or would you say it isn't a dead cat bounce? That's my man Neil's term there. So we'll have to have a look at GEO. Haven't looked at that. Let's see what this one's up to. Ah, okay. Well, that's not really a dead cat bounce exactly because, well, you got it right off that 9, and 9 was also VWAP. So it's a nice little hold there on GEO. I don't know too much about this. Geo Group, what's the situation here? 1.15 billion market cap, float 119 million shares. What do they do? Government service provider specializing in design, financing, development, and support services. Does it have... Jails. Oh, is that the That's the Michael Burry. Okay, all right, okay. Now I know exactly. So it looks like as if they reported here, Mr. Kenobi. They reported this morning at around 6 a.m. And here's a look. Prison operator Geo Group slides on Q4 forecast cut. Here's the deal. Company now sees Q4 revenue in the range of $590 to $600 million, down from the previous $595 to $610. They also trimmed the high end of their Q4 profit forecast, so guidance coming down. Says it does not see previously expected moderate increase in participants in the intensive supervision and appearance program. Okay, so is that like the whole? Is that just a funny way of saying the intensive supervision? Is that like when you're the Supermax or whatever? Adds that the budgetary issues faced by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement also weighs on forecast. Okay, interesting. As of the last close, stocks PE ratio 8.22 times its forward earnings multiple compared with the industry median of 12.94, so trading under the comps. Year to date, the stock has fallen 18.3% through last close. Okay, so that's the details on that, but I do like the bounce at $9, and it gave you 16 cents already there. Let's look at the hourly and see where the stock has been trading as of late. Very consolidative and very up and down. I mean, it had a better trend. Let's go to the 4-hour here. Had a better trend owing from the early part of the summer. Sorry, the late part of the summer, I should say. Late August, we started to trend up, but prior to that, from May till around September, very consolidative between that 7 and 7.5. The daily downtrend for the most part. That's not going to show me what I want. Yeah, there was a split here, so kind of messes it up, a 3-2 split back in 2017. But in other words, it's been trending down since July 2018, flattened out between April and April 2021 until October 2022, made a nice move up. That was probably the Michael Burry headline there, and now right back at that previous support level of 7. Yeah, at the 200, not even at the 200 EMA. That's around $10. So that's a look there. One more thing here.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Go for it. Finish off.
I just want to see that one more person tagged me here is going to answer their question. Oh, that was it. Go for it.
Yeah, that 15.4 really, we're knocking on the door of that, and Amazon kind of pushed through that 143. We did get a little bit more short there off of that push, but that 15.4, very, very interesting level as well, and yeah, kind of knocking on the door of that. Very, very strong. 4,400 kind of breaks on the ES as well. And yeah, a lot of these names looking super, super strong there. I think somebody in the chat was saying, oh, there's a double top on SPY, but the SPY kind of does a little bit of a continuation and pushes through that high as well. Uber kind of knocking on the door of 50 still. I thought this was gonna break here, but maybe still requiring some more time, as that 50 kind of holding as a resistance as of right now. So let's take a quick look at what some of these volume leaders are doing on the day. I know that Tesla was definitely on watch. That 220 level, kind of a strong level of interaction. You can see how well that 220 was used as a kind of a support area here in the past, and coming in today, we are selling off quite strongly here. But another thing is we stepped down to that previous support right here. There's some significant support here in the 215s and the 216s as well, kind of on the way up, and we're kind of building into that underneath that 220. So maybe a little bit of a sandwich between that 215 and that 220 happening here on Tesla. Uber still, we talked about it, kind of pulling back off of that 50 as of right now. Hasn't really gone too far. Palantir as well, it seems as if this area is a little bit of trouble as sellers continue to hold price down below this 19 level here, 1920, kind of being these highs in that area here. Apple kind of still screaming towards the highs here. I got eyes on Apple as well. that 180 finally broke, and we're getting that very strong action, multi-month, multi-week breaks on some of these large caps as we push these prices here. But right now we're catching a little bit of a pullback here, a rejection of that 15.4, a bit of a failure to follow through. We break through that 15.4, and then you come right back in. So anybody and everybody who was anticipating that break and kind of even reacting to that break and waiting for that break to get long, all of those players a little bit underwater as the NQ kind of comes right back into this consolidation zone we were talking about here. We've only been chopping in this zone for about an hour underneath this 15.4 kind of area here. So yeah, very, very interesting kind of price action, 4,400 resistance as well. We're watching Amazon that 143, very interesting level. Why is that? The key level on the weekly, kind of these consolidation highs where sellers have shown up over and over again in and around some of these areas. So a bit of a very strong action over the past few weeks, right? We saw how crazy last week was. Last week broke trend, and this week we're getting a little bit of continuation into the top of this range where sellers keep on well, as of right now, with the limited data that the chart has printed, it seems as if this whole area is a decent place to get short since a little bit. I guess I would say since March, April of 2022, these 140s have been quite a good place to get the short here on a longer time frame. So. Again, going back to that point of, wow, take a look at that, Sharif. The NQ really coming in.
Yeah,
that failure to follow through. Let's go.
Here. He's like, sell longs, sell longs, sell longs.
Oh boy, we're seeing all the right kind of stuff here. Let's see how far this pullback can kind of come in. I'm watching VWAP here on Amazon. I was talking about a healthy pullback, and that healthy pullback would be here into that VWAP support. We were seeing how strong Amazon is off of that VWAP. Now, Amazon is not the only one who's strong off of VWAP. A lot of these other large caps as well, right off the open. Apple, Softy as well. Very strong off of VWAP. So maybe those VWAP buyers can potentially come right back in, and let's see if VWAP is the gift that keeps on giving today, as this market has been interacting with VWAP from the downside, from the upside, using it as a core, multiple reversion strategies. VWAP is definitely an interesting place to be there.
Okay, so some stuff to talk about here, because we have a number of possible market movers. A lot of Fed speak, like we talked about this morning. The next person to speak, next person on the docket to speak is FOMC member Williams. He'll be, is that a man or a woman? I don't even know. Be speaking at 12 o'clock, so in around 11 minutes. We also have the 3-year note auction at 1 o'clock. Previous was 4.74. We'll see what we get this time around. And a lot was made this week. Druckenmiller taking Janet Yellen to town, calling her out, saying that she should be selling more longer dated treasuries than these shorter dated ones, because the Treasury Department is the decider of what they're going to sell. Are they going to sell 30s? Are they going to sell 10s, 5-year, 3, 2? You guys get it. And the composition of the auction has a lot to do with how the market receives it. So Druckenmiller was really, putting pressure on Yellen with respect to that. Anyway, we have a 3-year note auction at 1 o'clock. After that, about half an hour after that, we got Fed Logan speaking at 1:30. Keep your eye on that. So we got Williams at 12, 3-year note auction at 1, and then Big Logie there speaks at 1:30. So keep an eye on that. Now, Fenil Shah asking me, hi, thoughts on BABA today? Chinese ADRs look weak. Well, overnight, the IMF came out and they upgraded China's GDP forecast for 2023 and 2024. Essentially what they said, China's economy is set to grow 5.4% this year, having made a strong post-COVID recovery, the International Monetary Fund said on Tuesday, making an upward revision to its earlier forecast of 5%, while expecting slower growth next year. The IMF said continued weakness in the property sector and subdued external demand could restrict gross domestic product growth to 4.6% next year, which was still better than the 4.2% forecast that they reported in the World Economic Forum. So obviously that doesn't make much of a difference intraday, but like, look, BABA, it's not really weak. You got BABA down 0.18. You got Baidu flat. You got PDD up 1 3/4. XPEV and NEO taking it on the chin, 4.3% down for XPEV, 2 2/3 for NEO. Li Auto, for whatever reason, up 0.46%. You got some of the solar names today, the Chinese solar names, JKS and DQ, up 1 1/3 and 0.5%. So it's a mixed bag for Chinese ADRs. I really wouldn't, just make a blanket statement and say that they're all weak. It's a bit of a mixed bag. So, with respect to that, I don't actually have any trades on at the moment here, and I've been looking. Trust me. Let's bring in the side charts again and have a look here. I've really been waiting for this TMDX to break below the 60, but every time it comes back into 60, it seems to find some support. Uber, yeah, still at that $50 area. It doesn't really interest me too much. I don't have much here, Kenobi. I don't know what you're looking at, but
I'm watching this a little bit of a sell-off there. That 15.4, we saw the rejection coming in, that 4,400. So I guess what I'm looking for right now there, Sharif, is maybe some lower highs to really show us that maybe these are potentially the highs for the day. We have only been screaming to the upside since the open. So maybe a little bit of a pullback into VWAP as well during the lunchtime session, I think is a healthy course of price action there. But again, that's just, like I said before, that's just speculation. Let's see if this the first strong selling on the day comes in, has any sort of follow through, right? That's what I'm looking for. We have a strong sell-off, the initial strong sell-off off of a 15.4 failure to follow through, and the question now is going to become, are we going to get a follow-through of this quadunk, or are we just going to knock on the door of that 15.4 once again, like nothing ever happened? But yeah, a bit of a pullback here. I should keep an eye on Apple here, as it has been kind of again market leader, and today there is not really a disconnect, as it is kind of in lockstep with the futures here. We've seen that over the past couple of days. Apple has had some moments where it was disconnected from the NQ. Now we're like, oh wow, it's the heaviest weighted. How can it be so disconnected? It's not the only thing that's the constituent, right? If you have other things that are moving and balancing out the move, and then Apple can, you realize that Apple can still do whatever and be disconnected from the NQ if the other constituents are kind of taking the other side of that move there. And yeah, so definitely some interesting learning points over the past few weeks of how some of these constituents can really have an effect on the futures themselves, with the disconnects, or like pulling each other around, right? Like I think you say this a lot. Is it the dog that wags the tail, or is it the tail that wags the dog? Definitely a little bit of both happening.
Right.
It's very situational. It's a learning experience nonetheless for me, for sure, over the past couple of weeks there on that kind of relationship here with the future.
Yeah, I'm at a loss for what to trade here. San wanted me to look at TRIP. We know that they reported, was it yesterday that they reported? Katina Man, the TRIP report during your yesterday. Okay, it's up huge, the Katina Man says. There we go. 9% today right now. Let's go to the other chart here, because I don't like these ones. All right, let's bring in over here. We'll go TRIP. Do you use TripAdvisor, Kenobi?
I've used it in the past. I haven't really used it for anything as of recent. Like I forgot that it even existed until you just mentioned it. But
do you read reviews on it?
Yeah, that's
really
pretty,
the only
that's
thing
pretty much what I've
look at pictures and read reviews.
Yeah, just if there's like a restaurant or something I want to check out. But the thing is, like Google is pretty solid at that these days,
bad,
right? In terms of if you're looking for like reviews for specific locations, Google is definitely, I think, my go-to as of right now.
when I go on trips, I use this for the hotels to see what people have said about the hotels, you know, if there's any interesting stuff. Anyway, let's have a look at the price action. We closed out yesterday at $16.10, and then that 4 o'clock period came in, and wow, did we move. Got off that 16.10, got all the way up into 18 1/3. We're retracing back down now, even though 8 p.m. we closed out at 18.10. We gapped down at 4 a.m. this morning to 17 3/4, and we do a bit of a dance between 17.5 and 18. But when the bell rung, we gapped up for a second, got into that 17.92, and we've been retracing all the way back down south. Tried to hold 17, didn't work. 17 actually acted as a bit of a resistance level, and now we've broken above it, broken above VWAP, and we are stair-stepping up nicely, possibly maybe looking at that 18 in the face again, because we're right up to 17 2/3, maybe knocking on the door of 17 3/4 real soon. There isn't too much in the way of after the bell or, after the bell this morning, or before the bell after the bell
After the morning bell?
yesterday.
Okay.
I'm talking about the price action there because to me, it's more important that we come to the chart. It's more important that we use data from the more liquid time of the day, and the after the market data obviously is less sparsely traded. So I'm looking at that 18. You know, this gets up to 18, it's going to get me real interested, but there is a bit of a consolidation bottom here at 17.70, right? This was the pre-market bottom end of the range. I don't really know what to do with this stock, I got to tell you the truth. It's not at an area where I can say, oh, great, I can get in here. So I'll keep my eye on Trip. It's a strong name. No doubt about that. Paul Williams, PXMD. You need to look at fundamentals. They are a $5 million market cap and have basically announced that they have a drug for autism. Didn't I have PXMD on here, and it was very strong, up over 100%. It's not the first time I've seen this name on my scanner. It's coming back into $6. Seems like $6 is a nice support level for PXMD, but it is below VWAP, and I won't take it long unless it reclaims and holds above VWAP. So with respect to the deets on why this bad boy is moving, $6.2 million market cap now after the change in the price. The float, wow, 401,000 shares. Pax Medica, hence why it's been moving parabolically today from $3 up to 10 1/4. 401,000 shares. Here is the details on it. Let me bring that in for you here. Pax Medica announces publication of Autism Spectrum Disorder Phase 2 study results in peer-reviewed journal. Give me some more deets on that, though. There we go. Let's see here. Focused, what do they say? The research led by Chief Medical Officer along with a team of renowned, the research explorers. Okay, tell me about what they got. We are highly encouraged by the finding of our study, which provides significant insights into the potential of Suramin, as well as a safe and effective treatment for the core symptoms of ASD, autism spectrum disorder, I'm assuming. Okay, very interesting. And it's a phase 2, it's not phase 1. Probably there's, I think, 3 phases in the trial stages, right? 1, 2, and 3?
I think there's 4, but like
4?
that's
Okay.
like a public, 3 main stages of drug trials.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, phase 2 is, it's more advanced and they've completed phase 2, so that's very interesting. Thanks for that, man. I mean, obviously I don't want to call this a lottery ticket, but, these small cap gappers, they can hit and they can miss, especially in the biotechnology field where you can have like thousands of % to the upside or you can go to zero, essentially. So toughie there, but on an intraday basis, it's holding above 6. I'm not going to trade it until it gets to about that $7 area, which is where VWAP is. It gets above there, then we'll have more to say.
Yeah, man. Seems like this short is finally kind of coming in here as the market takes a little bit of a pullback. So again, like I said, around noon, around lunchtime, we have slowed down. The trend is significantly bent. And so using that information, we did get a little bit short here. Now we're just waiting for whether or not this move will actually give us the full move down into VWAP there. ES and NQ looking a little bit weaker than they were in that consolidation there. But yeah, that wick off right here is interesting as well. Bit of a mixed signals on both sides of that range. But I guess a bigger picture is that we have been running up quite heavily all morning. So I'm going to give a little bit more precedent to that failure to follow through at that 15.4 for now. But yeah, I'm just going to be watching what's this price right here, this 15.355. So that's like that recent low as of right now. So if we're going to continue, that price has to get a little bit lower. But yeah, man, definitely some of these shorts are working. And wow, take a look at Apple there, Sharif. Quite a quadunk candle. If you want to define a bear candle, maybe this is definitely one where you wipe the whole consolidation range that we've been having for the past hour. Right? So if you wipe that range and you break the lows, definitely a little bit of selling pressure coming in. I can see from the corner of my eye right here that the ES and the NQ are pulling back, and we are a little bit short on the Amazon. It took a few tries to get to get it. We're still not 100% correct on the trade until it comes back down into this 142 area here, a little bit of VWAP. But like I said before, looking for that 30% retracement. If it gives us that 30 and it looks weaker, I'm gonna be looking for that 50% retracement. But as of right now, let's see if we can retrace about 30% of this. What is this? We'll call it a 200-point move there, Sharif. So let's say about 60 points lower. We're only about 20 points away from a 30% retracement. 30% retracement would be right into that 15,340 area, and there goes some strong selling there on the tape on Amazon. And here we go. Where is VWAP there, Sharif? Okay, let's take a quick look. 142. All right, so yeah, 142 is the VWAP there, only about 60 pennies away there on Amazon. So who's this? We got a super chat here. The Eight Fathers Man-Child. All right, that's interesting. That's an interesting name. Dish gonna squeeze like AMC. Wall Street Bets just posted it. Okay, all right. So if WSB is getting a little heated up on this Dish name, is that why people are saying that this is going to be the next GME? I have no idea. With a 23% short float, let's do some quick stats here. All right. So 20 million vol. We're doing above average volume. I don't know what the float. Okay, so the float is 246 million. All right. So 246 million at about $4. You need about $1 billion worth of dollar volume to go through this name to even push it up, to kind of budge through some of these prices, to push hundreds of percents of a move. You have to be doing a lot more volume there, dollar volume, in my opinion, than a measly 13 mil on the day at $3. That's only about what 30 to 40 million dollar volume kind of push through this, where you would need, in my opinion, a couple billion to really get this to rocket. So does retail have that kind of pressure? I don't know. We shall see. GME is an outlier.
All right, quickly before we send it to lunch money, because Neil's waiting at the big desk. Dan the Man Emmons showing me this here. With respect to Apple and Meta, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau says it will examine tech firms to ensure compliance with fund transfers, privacy, and other consumer protection laws. Essentially digital wallets, guys. Keep your eye on Apple and other names like that. But for the moment, I'm going to let you sign off.
All right, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, on the midday. Happy trading for the rest of it. I always mess up which camera to look at. Happy trading for the rest of the day. We'll pass it off to the big desk. Take care.
Thank you very much, Obi and Sharif. Into some lunch money. It's all about movement today. I mean, we're going to start with some earnings names, just looking in, checking in on some ideas that we can play into for the afternoon. What is giving you an entry or some good levels that you can look forward to during lunchtime? Things calm down a bit. You want to dig into the next level of trades. Be ready for power hour when it gets there. Always be prepared. That's what I got. I mean, I was allegedly taught that in Boy Scouts, so you might as well be prepared if you have to. So let's start with a couple of earnings names here, one of which we'll have an offshoot for, which we talked about this morning, and we'll start with Datadog. Strong. Like, what do you say about a stock up 30%? Right? It speaks for itself at this particular point. It is a little top heavy, but I want to highlight, and I'll go to the maybe go to the daily chart first, because we should, when in doubt, zoom out. to set the stage here, 30% to the upside is insane. And a lot of times you're like, I can't possibly go any further. Like, you kidding me? But it broke out that 102. So that trade, was still there at lunch. Well, not before lunch, but before we ended that show, the morning show, and for the last 30 minutes or so, it's been giving you that 102 into 103. But the next gap fill, I think, gets right into here, 105, 106. So I'm targeting that area. If there's going to be a short on this stock, I think it's in the 5 and the 6 range for Datadog. The other cool thing about this, if you're looking at this as a sustainable move, is, hey, it could hold on to $100 today, pull back 3%, pull back $3 from here, and still be a pretty strong close. If this closes above 100, I think it's got a lot of staying power for a continuation move to the upside. So if it gets to 106, that's the only place I'd look for that short trade. It's still giving you the 102 off the 103 for a scalp trade, and then hold into the 5 level, which is certainly still available. I like that trade as well. I should show you in the 3-minute what that looks like. It's basically, here's your dips into 102, up to 103, to 2 and 3. The scaling on the charts, when it makes a move like that in the pre-market, it's going to be jacked up. But that's a nice little dollar range that it's giving you over and over again. From there to Snowflake, because that's a sympathy play, well, there's a few sympathy plays when it comes to these tech names. I even hesitate to call it that. Now, the issue with Snowflake, and the difference here is, data company strong, yada, yada, yada. Cloud company strong. But you saw the high of the day challenge on Datadog. When the market pulled back a bit, it kind of held that high, holding the 102, 103, despite being up 30%. Now, Snowflake gave up 160 while that happened. So strong mover, but it gave up the 160 level. And that gives me a little bit of concern for this name, because suddenly you're retesting the 158, which, again, that's a 200-period moving average you want to close above. If it can do that, I think it's very bullish, closing above that 200-period moving average. It's already above that 50. But it looks like you have a chance to test that. Now, I wasn't going to say this when it was over 160 at 161. I really didn't think 158 was going to come into play, that 200-period moving average. Suddenly, that's seemingly possible. So it's breaking down a little bit under 160. It doesn't look like a gigantic level on the daily chart. Well, in the 3-minute chart, it is the opening range top, and then you broke out from there at 158, and you're getting pretty darn close to it. So I would look for any consolidation or bounce spot in the futures at that 158 for Snowflake. Bit of a late entrant. I thought this would just be continuing to churn to the upside when Datadog did, but unfortunately not for Snow. The other earnings name, I didn't trade this once today, oddly enough, but Uber, it tried to go. It really did. If you had the dip buy on this, I think I was looking a little bit too close to that 46 level. That was probably the mistake, because the dip buy was great a couple of times and some higher lows, but it just turned around. And if you're wondering, well, why would Uber turn around? Well, I'll just pull out the daily chart. 49.5-ish was that double, triple, now triple top. It wicked 50. Well, if you don't clear 50, you're not breaking out a 49.5 level. So the breakout has to wait for Uber, unfortunately. What it does give you right now is dip buys into that potential afternoon break. So the 50 break, fine. To me, that's when you give up the notion that you're in this resistance zone on the futures once 50 is gone, because it's a logical place for some stops up there between 49 and 49.5. But it also gives you this. 1, 2, 3 times, then broke out at 49. Throw in that you have the 50 period there if you like that as well. And you got this 49 dip buy. So if you're not waiting for the 50 break, which, don't get me wrong, like that's a great entry point in terms of looking at the higher time frame chart, you do have this 49 being afforded because of that failure above that 3-week or that triple top there on the daily chart. So I like this Uber at 49. If it holds on, great. If it breaks underneath, you got this somewhat supported 48.6 that you can work off of. So some earnings plays to start. From there, it's not an earnings play today. However, I mean, it's interesting because obviously there's been a lot of 15, 20, 30% names on earnings, but in some ways I still feel as if AMD's earning run felt like the strongest one. And I know it's not going to go 30% because AMD is not going to trade 30% to the upside, especially do it intraday. But the way that it reacted has felt like one of the strongest out there. And let me go to the daily chart there. And I want to respect You got that trend break. You're stair-stepping to the upside. You're starting to get out into the open since that last leg up, like here at 113. Now it's testing back underneath on the daily, that local high the last couple of days. So it is pulling back a bit, and I don't want to say you just buy AMD everywhere, but I do only want to look long. Like, I'm thinking about the long here because of that trend, and when you see that kind of a dip, like it backed off that high from the last couple of days, well, you got 113, you have this opening range top here, 112 and a quarter. I'm thinking dip buys here. Like I said at the end of the 11 o'clock, yeah, we're not going to give up the entire 1%, but this is a very healthy pullback, and it might give us an opportunity to get back in. If we do end up with some kind of a, hey, we're just going to dip decently and then retest some of the highs, which we've seen before. If we've seen it in the other direction too, like we'll bounce off lows, get most of the way, and then go right back into the lows. If we're doing that in the other direction, then I don't really mind dip buys that go a little further than you would expect. And that AMD, because I respect the trend change on the daily, I want to be looking for longs in it. So that 112 to 112.5 sets up pretty nicely, maybe a little bit more than the 113. And from AMD to another chip name, look, ARM. Look, we can talk valuation all you want for ARM. It is what it is. We're going to find out for real where it sits when we get their earnings, right? Like all you had was like the pre-numbers. The company's been around for a while, so it is established. What I will say is this is 56. We pointed this one out right before we went to the midday show. You're not going to have many levels on a recent IPO, but 56 has been one. Obviously, the 50 level has been a one that we've talked a lot about. Well, what just happened at ARM? Right into 56 and pullback. So 56 short, 56 breakout, do with it as you will. But underneath this 55, if you're going to continue stair step up, you got a previous high here at 54.70, which gives you like a 30 cent, quarter to 30 cent go zone underneath 55, where if it dips and liquidity grabs underneath 55, you've got a bit of a zone into that previous high at 54.70 to work along. But that 56 level is short till it's not. I'm kicking myself for not being short that one up at the 56 level. Feels like it was almost too easy. Like how easy are the levels sometimes on ARM? That 50 level was ridiculous for a few days. 56 has been pretty good for the few weeks that it's been out there. What are we going to do about Tesla? I mean, I love Tesla. Don't get me wrong. I own Tesla, all that good stuff. But this is having a serious problem at 220. And it's getting a little bit. It's a bit much, man. Like, even on a day where I would have thought it was going to break out, like you saw that daily chart, like it looked like, okay, today maybe we're going to get past that 220 level. Maybe we're going to clear out that 200-period moving average that we've been battling so much here on the daily chart. Well, we're still battling it, and we're resolving underneath. So the two times that we've actually held the 200-period moving average end up being negative days in Tesla. So like, all it's doing is it gets to the 200-period moving average, tries to break out above it, fails the break, and closes back at the low. I mean, technically speaking, that's holding the 200-period moving average, but it's doing it in the weakest way possible. And now we're underneath here at that 220. I want to like this to the long side to continue this bounce off 200, but it's just not looking like that. It probably needs to take out the quarters with some volume until you can think about Tesla as super strong. Like, when it looks like it's going, if you got the bottom, great. It rejects a 220 break at the open. It rejects 220 in the middle of the day. So if we get back up there again, I don't know what to say other than I think you should short the stock up there. And one day it's gonna lose. But generally speaking, playing the fade on pops in Tesla has been working. Don't want it to, but it has been working. And maybe we do see underneath 200 before we get back into the 40s and 50s. It wouldn't surprise me. Based on what the daily chart's telling me, all the good news aside, Lucid joining their charging, it doesn't seem to matter at this point. Tesla's just lagging when we're having these good days in the market, and at some point we got to start acknowledging that it's just not the rocket ship that it used to be. Now, a name that I'll admit is a little stronger than I was anticipating the last couple of days. We're going to go to NVIDIA. I meant to do this one while we were talking about the chip names, and then I pivoted from ARM all the way to Tesla because I just wanted to talk about Tesla. But something else is happening on NVIDIA. You're getting the higher lows. You're trying to hold on to this 460 level. I still want to believe that we're very, very close to an obvious resistance at that 470. But you're not there just yet. Like you're right in here trying to test up higher. It's the kind of level that if 1% turns into 2% in the market, you could really be thinking about 470 on NVIDIA, and I think it's a short somewhere up there. But you are rounding into this high, and if we're going to stay green on NVIDIA and the chip names, relatively speaking, then I think you can take a shot at these in terms of, there we go, in terms of buying some of the obvious dips. Now, if it gets all the way to 56, that's a little more obvious, but a break back above 460, where you had this little wick high, where you had that support, that's another way to be in the stock. Another way to be in is it bounces off 58, reclaims 60, and then you get the scalp trade on the stair step up on the second stair to the upside. Sometimes I really like getting that second stair in. Let it bounce, let it consolidate one level higher, take the long off the second consolidation, not the first. That way it's a little bit more confirmation for your move to the upside, which when I feel a little bit bearish on the stock up here, I'd rather have that for NVIDIA. I gotta talk some Square. You know, it's just put in a little bit of a rejection at 51. I'm going to get that out of the way. Been bullish on Square for the last couple of days. Square block, I know it's block. Been for the last couple of days, but it's more or less filled in a lot of this gap since it broke 52. Now you would think 52 is going to be resistance. Obviously that's going to make some sense, but you didn't get there today. What ends up happening is you got the early break at 50, that's where we were in. You break out 51 only to put this rejection on. Now that's gonna look an awful lot like a Head and Shoulders if we do not fail, if we fail to hold this 51 level and just go sideways, even creep down 20 or 30 cents, it's not gonna look incredibly bullish. So I'm cautionary as far as Square goes. And if this setup does a dip, I think it's a 50 buy. I'm not sure that's gonna be the case. But I would be very, very hesitant. Other than a 50 buy, usually I would be saying, and anyone that watches this, when I like a stock that's a long, I'm generally speaking all over this kind of an entry at 51. But I don't like the way that this reacted off 51.5 and 52's resistance on the daily. So usually I'm like, yeah, you should do this. But this time it's more of a warning that a stock in a setup that I would normally love at this kind of day, I'm having second guesses about this 51 in Square. And from this one to its brethren, what are we gonna do with you, PayPal? For every bit that Square is strong, PayPal just continues to show its weakness relative to Square. And if I'm not necessarily willing to say, hey, well, if I'm not taking long in Square, I should be thinking about the short. But for PayPal, that's different. You know, PayPal got off the bid a bit at 50, but it rejected 56, exactly where you'd find the resistance on the chart, couldn't even get to the 50 period, forget about the 200 period moving average, so fails at 56. Still in a bit of a downward trend. Despite that pop, you're getting lower highs on that daily chart, so nothing really that great about it. You just broke support on the opening range breakout at 54.80, so you've got this level to work off. If it comes back to the upside, instead of thinking about shorting Square, I think you look for this 54.80 level. Somewhere in here. If there is a chance of a trend down or a pullback kind of day, instead of looking at Square, this would be the one I'd play for weakness. Sometimes I like to have a strength play and a weakness play, and with these two, it's been pretty obvious which has been the stronger one of the two, and that's been blocked, no questions asked. So if I'm a little bit skittish of the long at these highs, then at least I would look towards a possible rollover setup here on a PayPal. I wish that stock would go up. Obviously, a lot of people do, but it has just been relatively weak, and you've got to accept what's out there for you. A lot to get to. It is a very, very busy earnings day. So there's a lot reporting tonight, a lot reporting in the in the pre-market tomorrow. That does mean Power Hour can be exciting. You should want to play only the key names. Be prepared, be ready. That's why I mentioned ARM at that big level. I think we haven't traded ARM in a while because it's an IPO. But I guarantee you it's going to have some opportunities this afternoon, and it better have opportunities tomorrow. That's when it gets very exciting. So that is lunch money for you guys. Let's go right back to the desk. I see Sharif is locking the load ready to go, and Adara.
Let the man finish his word. Jeez, Ram. Hello, welcome.
Hi. How are you?
Good. It's blue day today.
It is. I just realized we were both.
Yeah, we're both blue on red. It stands up pretty nice.
Yeah, it looks very sharp.
How's your morning?
My morning has been mixed of quality. My morning has been good, but the trading has been like mixed. We're positive right now, so I will take that as a win. Right now I'm in this Meta short, which was looking really healthy, and then now we're like, I don't know, seeing some pullback in Meta. But when I look at the big picture of Meta, we are looking, for lack of a better term, retracey. So I'm going to stay in this for the time being because I think that we look like we could potentially continue heading to the downside.
Nice trade.
If I can get out at like 319, I'll be happy. That's like 30 cents in the money. We got kind of lower, and then I was trying to get my outs, and then we flew right back. So that is that's kind of what's happening with Meta. We're definitely not going above my point of entry though. So I'm still in this one for a good time, not a long time. I would like to talk about my NVIDIA trades because these were generally positive, actually. I need to remember, were these generally good? Yeah, okay, so we had this one earlier, so it's hard with the wicks here. So this one was a bit unfortunate. I could have stayed in, but then I had to get out because I was going somewhere else as well. But this one earlier, we did well with most of the shares. Half of them, though, legitimately, when I say typo, I really do mean I meant to like press, I think it was like, what were we at, like 459 something, and I accidentally pressed 49 of whatever I was going to type. So yeah, so it took out a third of my position, unfortunately. But then, yeah, the rest we got out okay. So I was happy with this trade. Probably my best trade of the day, actually, and this is kind of, I'm really happy with how this one turned out, was our friend Netflix. So Netflix, I was noticing, now we're retracing, but I was thinking, we still could be headed a little higher at this point. Saw a dip, got in the dip. I'm really happy I got out where I did because we didn't really get much higher since where I got out. Yeah, I think I got, don't remember exactly how much we got here. I think we got, I want to say at least 50 cents on the most of the shares, and then these ones I think were 25 cents. So not a bad time. If we kind of go below VWAP, I could be interested in Netflix short. Last but not least, this Roku heartbreaker. This one's a little bit of a sad one, and my reason for getting out here was not because I didn't think it would go higher, because I did. We got out because I was kind of like worried as we kind of retraced here. I was like, eh. But also, I had to go, so I didn't want to leave it. If we were going to continue to go lower, I didn't want to leave Roku and we sink below VWAP, right? So I would have waited had I been at the computer. I wasn't at the computer. The closer we got to 84, the more nervous I got. So I pulled it out. Then, of course, we went higher, but, say la vie, it is what it is. Maybe not a trade I should have gotten involved with in the first place. But, yeah, maybe a potential short as we continue to sink below VWAP. How's AMD going? AMD short?
Yeah, I just got into it, but I'll talk about Apple. AAPL just reported, or something came on the newswire, not just reported. I still haven't seen it on my blotter, I gotta tell you the truth, but a lot of people are talking about it right now. Oh, here it is. Okay. Apple delays work on next year's iPhone Mac software to fix bugs, according to Bloomberg, and that was why Apple kind of tanked off that 81.5, and it came into that 80.5, and then bounced right back up. We'll see what it does. In a rare move, Apple Inc. hit the pause on development of next year's software updates for the phone, for the iPhone, iPad, Mac, and other devices so that it could root out glitches in the code. The delay, announced internally to employees last week, was meant to help maintain quality control after a proliferation of bugs in early versions, according to people with knowledge of the decision. Rather than adding new features, company engineers were tasked with fixing the flaws and improving the performance of the software, said people who asked not to be identified because the matter is private, yada, yada, yada. You guys get it. We'll see what this one does, but it was a real nice dip off that VWAP area, and I yelled over to the Katina man, I'm like, Apple's tanking. And then, as one typically does, he hit the buy button, and then, yeah, he made some money on that, needless to say. But this was the big move down off that 181 1/3, all the way back down into that 180.50, which was VWAP, but holds VWAP to the T, bounces back up, puts in a hammer candle here. We'll see whether or not this one can continue to move up, but the future, yeah, definitely off the highs. We're now involved in an AMD short. It did break VWAP, and it has been putting in lower lows and lower highs ever since troughing out at, let's just say, or sorry, not troughing out, cresting out at that 114.50 area. We're 10 pennies out of the money on it now, but it's coming right back into my area. We'll see what this one does. Small position just to keep things interesting. I haven't really had too many trade ideas today, to be honest with you, aside from that TMXD. It's been a light day for me. I haven't really been
trades on the day. I know Neil mentioned ARM. On lunch money, ARM doing real well today, 2.5%. We'll keep an eye on that and some of these other microchip names. A bit of a counter trend trade for me here on AMD. This one is wrong for me if it makes a new high. A new high comes up through the break of 113.1/3. If it breaks that, I'll stop out for a loss.
Yeah, so Meta, I'm trying to get out of because I'm noticing that we're kind of having trouble getting any lower. I don't like the look of this. I would like to leave with profits intact. Yes, there we go. So we got like 5 cents on this. I'll take what I can get. Also, so speaking of, this was another trade I forgot. I have some scalp news here. And also, someone mentioning this one in the chat. I meant to get to this earlier. Our friend Stressla, how is he doing? And the answer is actually bouncing off of VWAP. Okay, not bad. I'd like to wait and see what we do here before I get involved, but I'll talk about my trades here. So I got in. I should have waited to see what we did at 220, i.e. we did not make 220. But I was hoping because we were pretty strong around 219.30, which is where I got in, I was going to take it to like 219.50, 219.60 and get out. Unfortunately, we didn't get there. I got out at 219 right before we swooped to the downside fully. And then we had a little bit of fun with scalps over here. So I got, I think, 10 cents on this short here. And legitimately, I am not exaggerating, 2 cents on this long. Literally just was planning on getting in and out. But yeah, now that we're kind of interacting with VWAP again, I would like to see what we do around VWAP. Tesla, always an interesting one and continues to be very fascinating. Lately, I find it's been like really tight within ranges. Like I know on, I think it was Thursday or Friday, we were basically trading within like 216 to 218, more or less. Today, we look like 218 to just above 220, or just below 220, sorry. It's kind of the range of play here on the intraday. Lots of movement around VWAP, so I'm going to keep an eye on that. But yeah, it looks like I could have stayed in Meta because we did go a little bit lower here. But I mean, hey, I did not lose any profits. I made profits here. And B, I mean, my general instinct is to be in trades as short as possible. So I'm not gonna, lose sleep over that. I could potentially get back in this short if we continue to kind of go lower. Because I mean, generally on the longer term, Meta, like I was saying earlier, we're looking like we're retracing. We're looking like we're heading to the downside. So we shall see if I dip my toe back into the pond on our friend Meta. Also, I know this one has been discussed quite a lot today, and for good reasons. It's an earnings play, but Uber. Uber is very interesting. This one, it was so funny. When I was working on the email this morning, I get in, we're down like 5%. Then I go to check to write the blurb for the email, because I write in the email title, I'm like, oh, Uber down. Then I go, and Neil's like, oh, like, did you see Uber now? And I'm like, oh, yes, so now it's up. So then I was like, I changed the title again. Uber's up like 2%. Then I go to send the email, and Uber's down like 2%. So Uber's had quite the journey. It's had a lot of trials and tribulations here on our friend Uber, but we now are looking like a long. We're looking higher. If we can kind of continue to break new highs, I could be intrigued, but I kind of would like to wait and see the movement on that. Overall, though, super interesting. I like that we had this double top breakout here and then swoop to the upside. Although we had a bit of a bottom here first, but yeah, around VWAP, Uber is very interesting. I will keep an eye out, but I don't have a really good sense of levels yet, so like to kind of wait and see there before I dip my toe into that pond. What else? I'm just looking at my side charts here. Amazon, still looking, I would say pretty healthy. Let's look at our friend Amazon here. Up about 2% on the day. Okay, we're retracing a little bit. This could be potentially a move below VWAP. I might actually, this is another one I want to just kind of wait and get a better sense of levels. But we failed this. 143 seems to be a point at which we have failed. If we continuously kind of fail this 142.50, then I could potentially dip my toe in the water here, or even just play the range like 142.50, 142. Also, Meta continues to sink, so my interest is maybe renewed here as we go below VWAP. I might try to get into that for a moment.
All right, guys, do not forget at 1 o'clock, we got the 3-year note auction. That gets 2 bulls out of 3 here on investing.com. The previous yield was 4.74. Yields are directly correlated with interest in the note. So if there is less interest, the higher yield, more interest, the lower the yield. Again, I mentioned Druckenmiller taking a shot at Yellen for her selection of which Treasury durations to make available here. He was suggesting that she should be focused more on longer duration notes. And, here, well, we got the 3-year today. What do we got on tap for tomorrow? Let me just look here for tomorrow what we got. Let's go to what we got, a 10-year note tomorrow. So we got the 10-year Tomorrow we'll see what else we got. All right. Fed Williams also started speaking at 12 o'clock. I looked at my blotter to see if any comments came through with respect to what they were saying. Nothing coming in quite yet. All right, this AMD short. We're doing a bit of a dance here with 113. I got a bit of a beak wetter at 112 3/4. We'll see if we make our way down there, but you can tell after cresting out at that 114.5, it's been lower lows and lower highs all throughout. And as I look at the NQ, no different there either. Especially after that 15.4 rejection. Now we're at 15.331. We'll see if we continue to trend down. VWAP and 15.3 are at the same level right now, so whether or not we get support there, we'll have to wait and see. With respect to chips, it was a bit of a headline for chips today with Baidu buying GPUs off Huawei, and that kind of put into question, you know, whether or not NVIDIA will have dominance. I suggest that they will because, well, you know, their GPUs are superior, at least from what analysts are saying, to that being made by a Huawei. And, you know, there's going to be all sorts of demand for NVIDIA's chips, and the demand for Huawei will be localized, at least for now. So we'll have to wait and see. And nothing doing here on this AMD short, about 10 pennies out of the money at the moment. I've been looking at the Mag 7 over here to see what's going on. And yeah, as you can see, to me anyway, it looks like Apple's the strongest of the bunch. It doesn't actually have to be up percentage-wise. Highest on the day, that title belongs to Amazon, followed by Microsoft, and then Apple. But the chart pattern on Apple looks quite bullish, a bit stronger than I would say both Amazon and Softy, even though, yeah, they're up more on the day. So we'll have to wait and see there. Adara was mentioning Stressla. You know, here's the thing with Stressla is you got a bit of a compression pattern going again, where you have these higher lows and then these lower highs, right? Narrowing the price range, condensing the price range. We'll have to wait and see. This is obviously down 0.88% on the day. So if you listen to the textbooks, well, this one probably will head south, maybe touch that 216, that 215 3/4. That is the low of day at the moment. But I should mention that 215 held like a charm yesterday, especially in that late afternoon, mid-afternoon time slot. A couple of touches right at 215, all of which held up. We are very much an inside day today on Tesla. We are above yesterday's low and below yesterday's high. So a bit of tougher trading, I would say, so far on the Mag 7. The other one that I want to look at is Uber. Let's have a look at Uber over here. This one was setting up for a nice short. You know, it rejected that 50, came down into that general 49 area. I think came to 49.10 or so. Popped back up above that 49.5, made its way back down into 49.10. Now it looks like it's moving back up. To me, that 49, absolute excellent area of support and resistance. You had trouble breaking through that 49 earlier. That 49 earlier this morning at around 10:50 or so, a couple of touches before it eventually broke. Then you come back to it, and all of a sudden it's support again. So we'll keep an eye on Uber to see if that 49 gives way. Otherwise, I may be very interested in Uber if it gets above this 49.60-ish level. That'll be a new high, and that could take me 40 pennies at least before we touch that 50, and then maybe we'll hold a piece for the dream, see if we get that, see if we get that retracement. But now I am almost 20 pennies out of the money here on the AMD short. Again, I'm not going to take this one out. This trade to me is valid until it makes a newer high. A newer high comes vis-a-vis that 113.40. Break it down.
Yeah, so we're doing things with Meta. Yeah, so basically I got short kind of around VWAP. So that would be 318.50 initially. Then I decided, I was like, you know, let's reload at 319 because it looks like we're still having trouble decisively breaking over 319. And it looks like that kind of still holds up. My thing in my brain is like, if we get to like 319.30 to 319.50 decisively, then I might lose interest in a short here. But it doesn't really look like we're going to get that. Fingers crossed, knock on wood. Also, the pattern doesn't really suggest that we're going to get that. We are still continuing to the downside. I'm happy I kind of reloaded where I did. So we'll see how this one shakes out. Going to keep an eye out here. I think if we can break below VWAP again, this will be pretty promising. Again, this is longer than I normally like to stay in a trade. But, you know, Meta kind of recovered a little bit. So I was like, let's kind of wait and see what we do here. That being said, that recovery does seem, I would say, short term. If we do have, you know, decisive bounce off of VWAP, which now I'm kind of concerned about, we'll deal with that then. But for now, I'm kind of waiting and seeing here because I do still think that we have, you know, the ingredients, the recipe for a nice short within this chart. What else is shaking? I want to look at, you know, DoorDash as well. I want to look at because A, Uber sympathy play, and B, this news has been kind of, I saw something about it today, but also apparently this was like first released or mentioned a couple days ago as well. DoorDash now, there's this new thing where if you don't tip, they're testing a pilot program where if you don't tip a driver, they can take longer to give you your food. They can choose not to take your order. And now, yeah, I have the same thought. What
is this?
Yeah, my best friend used to work for DoorDash, so I've been like really interested in kind of what their corporate does because of that. And so I saw this news on, I think it was Washington Post this morning, and I was like, but yeah, apparently this was first discussed last week. Needless to say, there are very mixed reactions to this decision, but yeah, so DoorDash was on my radar because of that. Right now, we're a little bit high on the day. Also, you know, potentially an Uber sympathy play.
This culture of forced tipping is like very frustrating.
Yeah,
Like,
I would. I mean, I think you should, but I don't think you should be punished for not giving a tip. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the thing is, too, is it's like the idea that, and people were saying too, this is one of the things I read, where it's like, well, now your food could just like get cold and it comes to you cold. Like it's like you're kind of, in some ways, people are saying you might be incentivizing bad behavior for DoorDash, like Dashers.
Question, though.
Yes.
When I get my food from the Uber Eats, I give the tip. I give the tip at the point of sale.
Yes,
right?
yeah, so that's what the issue is. So now they're going to warn you if you want to give zero tip. They're like, oh, are you sure? Because now your food might not come or it might be later.
Oh, wow.
So I think the issue is not, like, I think, you know, people should be able to tip, but I think the issue is the way they're enforcing it. We'll have to see how that goes. Anyways, that's why I wanted to look at DoorDash. Meta getting high, so I'm going to make my exit from Meta, I think. I'll pass it back to you for now. But yeah, I thought that was interesting. I also thought DoorDash interesting as a potential sympathy play with Uber today as well.
All right, I'm out of this AMD short for a 30-penny loser. We try this one a few times here, but it comes into that area where I said it was no longer valid, so we got to get out of the trade. AMD, strong on the day, 1 1/3, counter trend trade. Not my best decision, to be quite honest with you. I don't usually typically take counter trend trades. I like this one, though, because it was so many lower highs and lower lows. I guess, you know, I got in at the wrong moment. Sucks to be me. Mac Attack, $1.99 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. Dish getting mentions on Wall Street Bets. This is the start of a rocket. Where is that? There it is. All right, we'll hit that. Even though that's for AMC, the rocket is apropos. So, look, man, I got no problems with Dish whatsoever. I'm just going off what I see, number one, as what analysts are saying with respect to fundamentals. It doesn't look good. They lost 250,000 or 225,000, pardon me, subs this quarter compared to last quarter where they added 1,000 subs. So that's not usually a good thing. You got to find money somewhere. And if you don't got subs, well, then that makes it quite precarious. But that's number one. Number two, down 75% year to date. Number three, high short flow. So it's getting interest from institutions. Now, that could work against it, right? Because we saw what happened during the epic short squeeze of AMC, GameStop, costs, and the name goes on and on and on. So look, I have no inclination one way or another. Whatever the price action brings, I'll readily accept and we'll trade it at that time. But I really don't have anything to add or to comment about what Wall Street Bet said, namely because I haven't read what they wrote. And I know there's some smart guys on there. I'm not trying to disrespect anybody, but I haven't had an opportunity to look. Now, let's, since we got stopped out of that AMC short, now let's look at the future. Because we are above the IB high on both the NQ and the ES. So this is still an interesting long trade here that we could get on both. Now, we had that 15.4 rejection, but we have a nice little candle right into that 50 period on the 5 on the NQ that got bought up immediately. And then we have a subsequent 5-minute candle that's made a new high and has now closed above the entire range of the previous hammer candle. So this could be an interesting move back up here for the future. Been very strong, up 0.84, multiple day multiple days green. Essentially, we've been trending higher since Halloween. And so it's now November 7th, 7 days removed off that, obviously not 7 trading days. But yeah, let's, I'm going to wait for a setup here, possibly on the future. We're not at levels that I like, you know, like at the 100-point level, at a VWAP, this, that, or the other. You guys know how I trade, but we got to do something. We can't just sit on our hands here on the show. We got to figure a trade out. I looked over at the Katina man and I said, what's good over there? And he's like, he gave me a couple. He gave me Uber as well. And well, we've been waiting for this 49 breakdown on Uber. And what I'm seeing here on Uber are 3 higher lows with a 49 flat bottom break. Do I get to hit that flat bottom break animation? I'd love to, right? I mean, it had a decent report there. I mean, it got hit anyway. It got, just for that. Just for that.
If you're enjoying this video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel.
I didn't want you to do it. I said,
do
maybe I'll do it if it breaks 49.
Ram's getting involved.
Yeah, Ram's looking for blood there, man. I don't know what's going on over there.
Don't say that.
What we're looking for in this specific case is the 49 flat bottom break, baby. And we're awfully close to it. 3 lower highs now, Adara, and maybe we'll get that 49 break if it comes in soon. But we'll put maybe an alert out for it on the side there. Let's see what people are talking about in the chat. Nick Dub, can you look at TMDX? Had a wicked trade on that already, man. I sold my calls today, but want to buy some longer term ones. Sent a super chat earlier. I'm sorry about that. I didn't get to see it. All right, let's have a look at TMDX. This is the, well, I'm just bringing my other chart over here. Where is TMDX? Did I remove it? I think I might have taken it off. That's fine. We'll put it back on. TMDX. Here it is, guys. This was the flat bottom-ish break. Through VWAP at 63 bucks. It makes that big high at 68.5. Ram, come to the chart if you're able to. 68.5, and then it makes another bit of a double top there at 66. 1 touch here, 1 touch there, and this is where I took it short at 63.12. We rode it all the way down into that 60-ish area, and then it made its way back up above 61. That's where I cut it. But let's look at it more from a long-term perspective, because it looks as if you might have some non-intraday money on this name. Let's go here. Let's go the 4-hour. So interesting here. Where are we at? Yeah, this $70 area is very interesting. Going back a ways, going back all the way into March. This is the 4-hour on TMDX, okay? And look how many times we have that 70 area as an area of support. Back in the earlier part of the year, February, March, you got some touches in May as well. Is that June? No, that's still May. And then, surprise, surprise, you have that big huadunk. I'm assuming this is earnings here in August. And lo and behold, that 70 becomes resistance when it was formerly support. When have we seen that before? Well, we're right there, man. We are right there at that resistance level. We made a 68.47 high. So if we get above 70 and close above 70, that would really interest me. But until then, this is a resistance level that hasn't been broken, at least for me on TMDX. I think that applies to you more than it applies to me, since I'm trading it on an intraday basis. And it looks as if Nick Dubb, he's got calls today, but wants some longer term ones. Okay, well, what I would say, Nick, and I know the premium probably will reflect this, so it will get more expensive, but I would say wait for that 70 break and close, and then maybe wet your beak with some more longer data calls. That's just my opinion, obviously not financial advice there. What's else being talked about? CDP. Dish just spun off its wireless brand Boost in Puerto Rico. I'm assuming Puerto Rico is not that big of a market for the spin-off there. Let me have a look here. What's going on? Wireless. Type in wireless here. Wireless. Yeah. I'm just seeing the fact that they lost a zillion subs for their wireless plan. I don't see anything Puerto Rico related, and I don't know if I really think that that would be a big catalyst. Jay Lee, the truth is Wall Street bets really are smooth brain apes. Kind of the definition of retail. Yes, they have some smart people, but too many have lost huge on AMC, etc. $10 now equals $1 pre-split. Yes, absolutely. Let's see what else is being tagged about here. Oh, Neil. Idea about bet instead of burpees. Bring Sally up, child. Oh, Neil, that is an amazing. I love that song too. When he comes back, I'm gonna bring that up with him again. Have you ever heard that song? Bring Sally up.
Oh, bring Sally down. Yeah, okay, yeah,
so
I remember
you can
that.
use that for workouts.
Yes.
You can do squats.
That's what we did in gym class,
right?
yeah, in high school. I remember that.
I love that. I think that's a great idea, Neil.
That's a great idea.
Fee rhyme with AMC. Sharif, flat bottom break makes the rocking world go round. I like that. Okay.
I enjoyed that as well.
Alex Davis, are two-door cars a challenge for you to get in? When arriving for work, do you need to turn sideways to make it through the door? Bro, what are you saying over there, man? Come on, I'm a normal human being. I don't even know how to respond to that. Go ahead, Dara.
Yeah, so I was looking at Netflix because I'm noticing, I was in this guy earlier, I'm noticing, you know, these slightly higher lows. We have a bit of, you know, a ceiling that we went just slightly above here. I was trying to get in on this long, and then I kind of kept missing my fill, and I was like, I don't want to go chasing waterfalls here. Shout out to TLC. So I'm going to, you know, give my trading some TLC, and I'm going to let this wait here for a moment, not trying to rush into anything here. Also, I need to talk about Meta. This was a little bit upsetting. I'm not going to lie. We definitely lost out on this trade. And so basically, I think my issue was because I got out of this short too early. It looked also, if you looked at the pattern, it did look like we could have still gone lower. We were retracing a little bit. I should have waited at VWAP instead of buying at VWAP, or I guess shorting at VWAP, which is what I did. This is unfortunate. This one actually could be, you know, heading up to the upside. This could be like a buy the roundy face or smiley face situation here to the upside. So yeah, well, it looks like we could be, you know, actually going up now. So I'm going to wait and see. It looks like we have some support though around 319.50, which is ironically where I ended this ill-fated short. So I'm going to keep my eye on this. I am intrigued. Also interesting, shout out to DVDRD43. Stressla looks like it wants to be Besla right now. I think Besla's like a little bit of a ways off, but you know, I think it'll be Besla if it breaks 220. That being said, I do agree with you. We did, you know, move the upside a little bit at VWAP, but definitely this is a much slower move upwards than the kind of these steeper moves we were seeing earlier today. Like I said, I'd like to wait and see what we do at 220. But if we kind of have some movement in the range around here, I could be intrigued. I'm going to wait though. I think I'm going to hold off and kind of see what happens. Right now, I think the trade I'm most curious about is that Netflix movement. There is, what else do I have on my?
Some information about the
Oh,
Netflix?
the strike, yeah. So basically this is, I'm going to pull up some of the other film stocks as well. Shout out to AMC, down like 6% right now. I did, you know, the fun peace sign, and then I looked at what the stock was doing, and I revoked it. But basically, AMC and all of these film-related stocks, I'll look at Disney too in a second because that guy reports tomorrow after close. But basically, the strike. So originally yesterday there was the issue with SAG-AFTRA reviewing the offer that the Hollywood major studios were like, this is our last best offer. We're not going to go any better than this. I guess there's still some disputes over the AI aspects of the contract, which is also what kind of started the strike in the first place. So yeah, actors are still not happy. Apparently, negotiations are still ongoing. So we are seeing, I don't think that's probably what is impacting AMC right now, because I believe that one reports tonight. But yeah, interesting to keep in mind with all the film stocks that we do have this SAG-AFTRA strike ongoing. And you know what? Speaking of strikes, I want to look at our good old pal GM.
Ooh.
Because GM, not that strike is over. I was just thinking in terms of strikes, but also GM. Oh, GM as a short, maybe. We're definitely not having a good time over here. But basically, GM Cruise has stopped. I'm going to get the exact wording of this, but I know production has been. Yeah, that shout out to Cruise there for that. So the self-driving cars had been paused, and then now they're pausing production. Oh yeah, here we go. Love these Benzinga headlines. GM hits another speed bump. Autonomous van project Cruise. I do. And Benzinga likes the punny headline, so I love that too. Autonomous van project Cruise origin suspended amid safety concerns. So yeah, so now in addition to the driving being suspended, the project itself and the building production is also suspended. But yeah, definitely a nice little swooping movement to the downside here. If we continue any lower, I might dip my toe in a short, but I'd like to get kind of a better sense because I don't want to end up in a situation where we retrace to the upside. How are you doing over here?
Good, very good with Uber. $49 flat bottom break just materialized. We took it short 21s. Several beak wetters there in front of 49. One south of 49 at that 48.95. We're south of 49 right now. We were up on the day well over 2%, but look at the chart pattern. Topped out at 50, and then lower high, and then we have the same lower low, that 49, that flat bottom break. And in addition to that, that 49 was previous resistance on our ascent up. So I like when they switch roles from support to resistance, or in this case, resistance to support. So several outs so far, waiting for more. It's a smaller position because it is a counter trend trade. We are up on the market. We are up on Uber, and I just got burned on AMD. So, you gotta deal with what you got here. I'm looking for a bigger move down now. Where could we move down to? Well, we do have a consolidation bottom here around 48 2/3, just a smidge below that 48 3/4. This was a bit of a consolidation area from around 10:45 into what time we break out there, 11:10 or so. So there we go. We're continuing to move down. I'm going to get another beak wetter here. We'll sit at 91s because what's life without whimsy? We'll see what we get. There we go. We're getting 92s now. Didn't quite get the fill, but I saw a lot of blue. Blue means below the bid, which means get me out. I'm dying, right? Orange on my tape here means above the bid. And we just got a whole bunch of orange bringing us into 49 again. So we're going to do this dance likely at the support level, which is 49. Who's calling me, man? Goodness gracious. Hurag Carpelian. I don't know who that is, but they're going to voicemail. So there we go. I had something else to mention quickly there with respect to something else. But oh, yes. In exactly 8 minutes, the auction comes in. So potential market moving stuff here, guys. It's not the 10-year note or the 30-year, but it is the 3-year. Yes, the 3-year note auction, 2 bulls at a 3. Again, I mentioned this again previously, but I'll mention it again. The previous yield, 4.74%. The yield is directly correlated with the demand, with the interest. The lower the demand, the higher the yield. The higher the demand, the lower the yield. So that is quite reflective of the state of the economy. We're going to have to wait and see. These Treasury auctions have a way of moving markets. No question about it. And then after that, by half an hour at 1:30, Fed Logan will speak. That gets 1 bull at a 3, probably meaning that he's not a voting member. At that big desk over there where I sit near Brendo, I have a list of all the voting members and non-voting members. I probably need to bring that over here. Elon asked me if I felt the market was going to trend, and I said I think it's going to go in, it's going to move higher in power hour. And then Elon's like, that means time to short. All right, whatever floats your boat, man. If my calls make you money by going the other way, all the power to you. I couldn't be upset about that. Dan, got a question for you. When you trade nat gas, do you use the N gas, etc., or the futures? Neither, my friend. I use the ETF. UNG is the one that I use. I know Jay Lee loves Boyle. That is a triple levered ETF. I choose not to get into that. I'm just trading UNG basically for the technical levels. I love that $6 hold. Anything in front of $6 I'm adding to. If it breaks 6, I'm out. And that's been my position going on 3 months. I'm in the money on it, even though it's retraced now. A lot of dollar cost averaging here. But what I do like about it is the fact that it is making higher lows. I'll just show you quickly here on UNG. The higher lows and higher highs. It's not by much on the daily, but it is something nonetheless. Let's go to the daily here on UNG, and you can see the upward channel here. It's not rocket science, but look at that. It did break that trend line, so I need to be cognizant of that, right? Like if we were to use this trend line now, we are decidedly below it. This 650 area should concern me because we haven't been at this level for a while. But in any event, the idea was to get it off previous levels. And so if you're not using the trend line, perhaps you can use previous levels. And we're definitely not below that level. So the idea is to get a really cold winter and make a lot of money. So whether or not materialized or not. Jay Lee, yeah, the 3 will be a big deal. All right. Ozan, Alfred is calling. No, Alfred doesn't call. He texts on Signal. He loves Signal. I don't know why.
right? But that's his method.
That's so specific.
He
I
loves
love that.
Signal. It's encrypted. That's why. He doesn't
Yeah.
want anyone knowing his calls.
That's
right?
intense.
D-Loaf, when you swing that gas, it's a punch and pray. Buying or shorting after 20% moves, it works well. Look, man, it's not called the Widowmaker for no reason. It's a tougher trade there. Neil, I saw your tag in the chat with respect to Sally up, Sally down. I really like that. It's been a minute since I've used that in my exercising routine. I used to do it all the time for squats and push-ups. I am so down for that.
So here's the thing. The squats I can do, I have not been able to complete. I can try.
Okay, he just basically said he squats he's down with the Sally up, Sally down. However, push-ups, he's not game with that. But I'm absolutely down for that. I love the Sally up, Sally down. Who sings that song, man? I got it on my playlist anyway. I can tell. Swing Sally up, swing Sally down.
Yeah.
Sally up. Bring Sally up. Come on, bro. Who sings that song? Bring Sally up. Okay, bring Sally.
It's like weirdly catchy, I have to say, that song.
It's showing me it's like a part of by Mobby. It's called Flower.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, plot twist.
Yeah. There you go. We're gonna get demonetized.
Oh, Moby. Okay, Moby. That's
yeah.
okay. That's what.
All right, guys, we're printing here big time on Uber. Big move down from 49. The flat bottom, at least for the moment, has broken, so we're going to wet our beak here on some profits. There we go. Nice move down on UBER. Let's see if we can get that 48.5, 48 2/3 area. That's the area that I'm looking for here, the consolidation bottom from around right here. Let's let this one run.
Yeah, so I was trying to do like a little baby scalp short in NVIDIA, and then I guess NVIDIA decided it wanted to go long, basically, because this one's kind of been very like in and out of the range. I thought I could play it within there. It looks like NVIDIA does not want to do what it looked like it was kind of doing here. So I think I'm just gonna have to make my exit from this trade, much to my deepest chagrin. But c'est la vie. I also had like a brief 5-cent meta short that I guess I can get to in a moment. We did win, we won 5 cents, but yeah, I'll show that in 2 seconds. But I just wanna make sure, I mean, profit is profit, right? So I will show, here's what we did with meta. So happy. I got in, I thought we could have gone a little bit lower, but I was like, I'll take my 5 cents. We got in at 319, we got out at 318.95. But yeah, so also NVIDIA kind of, just like a little, to shout out to the profit. I'm just gonna make my exunt from NVIDIA because NVIDIA, I have an NVIDIA, so I'm not even keeping track of what stock I'm in. And now we're going lower, so I'm like, that's, kind of unfortunate. But, so we did lose out on this trade, and it was NVIDIA, and then it was the meta short earlier, so those two were unfortunate. Staying positive is kind of seeing what the market's giving us. That is one of the, as much as I love scalping and playing ranges, it's not a foolproof strategy by any means. Google's kind of looking interesting, though. We could be a little bit retracey here at VWAP. I want to kind of wait and see on that, though. Let's put it this way. I'm not really seeing any higher highs on Google. We were here, and then we kind of chilled. So, but, because we're there's wicks in both directions, I want to wait and see a stronger sense of direction before I get involved. This could be like a very slow movement to the upside, but I want to wait and see here. Meta also actually, oddly, seems to be making the case for it, as the strongest case for itself as like a range or scalp play right now, because we're pretty consistent within 319 to 350. So I actually might need to be keeping my eye on meta because, and I kind of enjoy scalping meta in the ranges. Sometimes it looks like of the mega caps, if I were to do that, it looks like this is the one that is making the strongest case that it would kind of like to be traded in that way. Our friend Tesla, meanwhile, still struggling above 218. And when I say struggling, I mean just kind of sitting there. We'll get to 218.5. Then we'll go back to 218. This could be another case of like a scalp, but I find Tesla is not always to be trusted. So I would like to kind of wait and see a better sense of movement. If we can break 218.50 though, maybe a long question mark, but I think breaking 218.50 is like the first step in that battle before we start talking about what we're gonna do at that 218.50. Also, we have Netflix, which I've been keeping an eye on to kind of see what we do here. Considering shorting Netflix. I know this one is like very hard to trade, but I kind of enjoy trading it if you can kind of see what we're doing range-wise and with the book. So, I mean, I wouldn't stay in this very long either, but I want to kind of wait and get a better sense of movement. We are seeing slightly lower highs, though, which is what makes me think it could be a very short-term short for myself.
All right, guys, we're like seconds away now from finding out the result of the auction. Now, I got to tell you, my investing.com app is not known for its speed, so it's waiting. It's got the little hourglass thing there for the results. But if you guys get the results, please tag me in the chat, @me, so that I can see the red little symbol there and I can see. Otherwise, I literally have to read every message in order to know that you've tagged me there. Waiting. We don't have one quite yet. I'm looking for a market reaction. We haven't seen one. Okay. Darwin just put it in the chat. 4.702. 4.702. That is below the yield from last time, which was 4.740. That is good in terms of demand. That means that there was a bit more demand for that note. People piling in hand over fist, man, into these short-dated treasuries because, well, I mean, the 2-year, what's the 2-year giving us right now? 2-year, oh, it's just a smidge below 5, 4.877. It was given before 5. There's like 3-month treasuries, 6-month treasuries in any event. So, is that good or bad? Asked Cootie. Well, it really depends on how you're looking at this. If you want bond prices to go up, obviously you want more demand for them. But if you really don't care about the bond price, which I think you really should, and you're looking more for the yield, well, then you want weaker demand so that you can get a higher yield and then hold it to maturity and get your entire coupon price back. I mean, that's what the book says. It's really up to you. But all I know right now is that Apple is an absolute rocket. I'm looking at my side chart here. Apple is an absolute monster. The Katina man hitting awesome. That indicates that he's involved in this trade. He got the dip, sorry, yes, yeah. He got the dip off VWAP on this dip right here when we got that headline that Apple was pausing development of some of its products into next year to fix glitches. The market didn't give you know what about that and immediately bought up. New high of day on Apple, and the personal account is absolutely singing right now. I'm very pleased with this Apple development. I gotta tell you. The Katina man is demanding Starbucks, but that wasn't the bet, Katina man. The bet was I walk through those doors and Apple's up the next day. I buy the entire TV team here, Starbucks, but that was not to be. So, you know. Yeah. Well, it was all good. Apple is very... Ram's displeased. She wanted her pumpkin spice latte, right? Ramin, what do you get from Starbucks? What's your drink? Yeah, I do want to actually know. Bruh, she gets a triple espresso with ice and cold foam? Yeah, like pumpkin. Is there sugar in that? Yeah. There's sugar in that. So not only is she getting a triple espresso, which accounts for enough energy on its own, but then she adds the sugar to it, right? Which is, yeah, it's fantastic. But shout out to Ram and her taste in drinks there. 1.41% right now up on the day for Apple Adair.
Yeah, so I am in a pair of shorts right now. Meta, I gotta just stay away from this one. We were seeing a consistent range, so I was trying to kind of consistently play that range there. I was trying to play this 319.60 to 319. If we break above this 320, I am outie. If we don't, I could stay in this. But I only got part filled on the short anyway, so we have less shares in, so that's something. You know, small miracles here. The other short, though, that I have, you know, a skosh more confidence in, and to be fair, I would have been fine with the Meta short had we continued in that direction, but we kind of didn't. Here's my Netflix short here. We were seeing these lower, you know, in this 5-minute, we're seeing this light movement.
Can you describe it? Because I think they're having trouble.
To the downside. Yeah, so basically I got in Netflix at 436, which is kind of in the middle of this range here. The plan is to get out at 435.50. I do not think it is impossible, but I think that I would like this candle on the 5-minute to stop being green. I'll put it that way. In the meantime, though, you know, the movement for it does look like it supports the short still, so I'm going to stay in. Meta, though, I think I'm going to have to make a, you know, hasty exit because I don't like what's happening. I think we're just going to stay out of meta for
Well,
the
the
rest of the
market
day.
is moving up. And
Yeah, that's what's
the
happening,
thing,
right?
yeah.
Like, I think because Netflix kind of does more of its own thing anyway, I
Yeah,
think
exactly.
that's why that's a little bit safer. But RIP Meta, RIP my shares in Meta, bye-bye Meta, we're out of Meta. Netflix, though, just took a nice little drop. That 5-minute green candle I was worried about said goodbye. So thank you, Netflix, for being nice to me here. I like what's going on with Netflix. For now, we're gonna stay in this
Here, I'll
trade.
pull up my chart for you so that, because they're able to come to my screen, but they're not able to come to yours. So what I'll do, NFLX, here we go. Then you can go ahead and describe whatever you want there. There you go.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so basically, we're kind of what I was noticing the slightly lower high there, and the 5-minute candles kind of heading to the downside. That we're also, seeing on these candles, these the movement lower, basically. So
Yep.
yeah, the goal is to get out 50 cents in the money, just because I feel like with Netflix, we have to take little tiny profits and run. So it looks like we could potentially hit my goal, which would be getting out at 435.50. Okay. So that's what's happening there. Also, because I noticed someone in that, the chat mentioning trading against the market. I think too, part of it is I'm still learning how to read the chart sometimes, because I think sometimes, like, one of my bigger worries earlier would, like, see something like this initially. And I know I did get in here, but it was more of a scalp. I would have seen this movement up and been like, oh, it's continuing to go higher, let's get in. And then it kind of ends up retracing. Do you know what I mean? So I think trying to get a better sense of the market, hopefully I will be trading counter trend less. But also I enjoy like range scalps and, like these like quick, like 5-10 second, 20-cent trades. So I think that's why some of the movement is a little bit different, because I'm going after less of the longer term trades, if that makes sense.
It does.
Yeah.
All right, we're doing a bit of a fight here. Before I get to Apple and the 182 that it's about to hit right now, 180, 187, HOD on Apple up 1.45. I want to mention here Uber, because we've had a good short on it so far, flat bottom breakthrough 49, but now it's coming back into 49. What I want to see here is it going to use 49 as a resistance level in the same way that it used it as support earlier. We're doing a fight between buyers and sellers right now at this 49 level. We troughed below it. We got to around 49.80. We got a couple of profit takers right there. We have some more lined up in the high and low 70s, but we are back at 49. And there's an epic tug of war going on here between the two. Now, what's my plan on this bad boy? Well, I got to tell you, if it breaks above 49.10, I'm out, because this plan is predicated upon a flat bottom break through 49. So why would I hold it back into my entry? I mean, my entry has nothing to do with this trading plan. The trading plan is 3 consecutive lower highs with no consecutive lower lows, just that 49, and then a break through 49. So if this breaks above 49.10 and stays above there, I'm going to flatten the trade, and we'll have a 10-penny winner for the remaining portion. I'm holding about 1/3 of the trade left, but there we go. We're doing a dance at 49. I don't know which way this resolves. Now, I think that the market is really pushing Uber higher here. If we had trended down, if we were trending down like we were at around, earlier on when we made that rejection off 15.4, I think this would be a different position on Uber. But the market is absolutely moving up, and we are about to hit 182 on Apple, 181.96 Apple. I don't care what is up more on the day. Apple is the strongest of the names right now. Percentage-wise, maybe not, but price action-wise certainly is. Look at this. We are very much at high day on Apple. You can't say that about any of the other ones. So 181.98. Let's zoom out.
That looks nice.
Yeah, I'm very pleased. I got to tell you the truth right now. All right, 181. So 182. Now, what did we do back in October? We had the same move back in October, and guess what? We got very close to where we are right now, 182 and a quarter and a third, in and around that area. We did make a lower low. This is what concerns me. If the ascent here stops, then it'll be this low at the end of September at around 167. And then we made an even newer low, 165 and a quarter. If we don't make a higher high here, then we could be in the position of lower low and lower high. And we definitely have this lower low comparing to the August highs over here when it touched 190. So I want to see what Apple's going to do the remaining portion of the day, and what it does the rest of the week, because, well, it's very important to me. Here we go. It's about to break that 182. We're at 181.99. Let's bring it up on a trading screen so we can see the level 2 here. Do I already have it up? I thought I did. I don't. Okay, so we'll bring it up here. AAPL. Here we go. Lots of size at 182. Some big lots there. But do we get taken out? A lot of green coming in on my my tape. All at 99s and 98s and a half. We'll see a little bit of red coming in there. Let's see. There's about maybe about 1,400 lots or so at that 182 level. I got to tell you, the amount of money that's being thrown around on Apple, just given how much Uncle Warren owns, I got to tell you, this is probably not too much for this level to get taken out. So the 180 level got taken out in much the same way this morning. There was big size there. We had initial rejection, and there it goes, 182.04. Do we continue our ascent here, or do we have some resistance? Now it looks like we're going Apple, aka the rocket ship.
Not the dead one anymore? No.
Not the dead one right now. No, maybe it comes back. Who knows, right? These things have a way of turning back around, but very good day for AAPL.
Nice. So I'm trying to do this in video long right now. We'll see how long, no pun intended, I stay in this. But we broke 461, albeit briefly, so I'm just kind of want to get in. I got in slightly below 461, see if we can continue to ride this one to the high side. I'm going to stay in this for now. If we break 461, I will stay interested. If we go kind of decisively below that 460.50, 460.30 area, RIP this long. But yeah, so we're gonna stay here. Go NVIDIA, do your thing, 21. Also, super happy with this Netflix short. I have to say, I got out a little bit early, but you know, I was seeing a little bit of attempts at recovery around that 430, what would have been like 435.80 area. So yeah, I got out, liked where I got out. It could be a long from this point because it looks like we kind of have steady support here. I'd like to wait and see what this 5-minute candle does. But yeah, decent support kind of around this area, around where I got out, this 435.50, 435.65 area. So definitely, I'm keeping an eye on that. Also, NVIDIA has flown, taken a nice little swoop above 461. We seem to be having trouble holding 461, so that is another story. I might get out at 461, take some profits where I can. I'm still kind of waiting to decide here because getting over 461 is not necessarily the issue, but staying decisively over 461 seems to be, you know, a skosh of a battle right now. And it's not a battle that I would necessarily like to, you know, sit and watch it fight. If we're going to kind of continue there, especially because we did have that earlier kind of resistance at 461. Just keeping an eye on that, keeping an eye on levels. What else is going on here? Google actually looking very nice.
Some gnarly wicks.
On
whatever that was.
Yeah, that was in video. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, Google. Okay, Google. If we break this 131.5, could be very intriguing. We have about like 12 cents to do that. So we'll have to see what happens here. If we break 131.5, I could be intrigued to see it go any longer. If we kind of have some resistance there, could be a short. But generally, the pattern here, I think, looks to be long. We are seeing, you know, I was joking earlier about how Google doesn't really want to go any higher, but I wanted to wait and see. Yeah, it looks like we do want to go higher now. We are kind of steadily making a run for that 131.50, so this could be of intrigue. In the meantime, I might, you know, peace out of our friend NVIDIA because we are having a little bit of an issue saying a decisive hello and goodbye to that 461 area.
I like that. That's a good description. All right, guys, we are brought to you by Benzinga. Use the link in the description for Benzinga's Black Friday deal, the greatest deal of the year, including 75% off Benzinga Pro. Monthly subscriptions now as low as $49.25. The everything terminal for the retail trader. Visit pro.benzinga.com and use the coupon code TTVNOV for Trader TV November to save 75% off now. New subscribers only, and conditions do apply. I gotta tell you, I use Benzinga. I know that Adira uses Benzinga habitually.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, that's basically your terminal of choice there. And thumbs up or thumbs down?
Thumbs up. Yeah, I mean, I was saying too, I love the little like fun, punny headlines. They get you interested, and then they give you the news story. I mean, like, obviously, so much more than the headlines, but I have to say the headlines add a little bit of panache.
And there's a scanner, guys, on there.
It's great.
You
yeah,
can
there's like
really filter
up-to-date news too. Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to Benzinga, 75% off. Nothing to sneeze at, guys.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's go to Uber over here because it looks like it did reject 49, but it hasn't given me my profit quite yet in the high 70s. We make a move above 49. And in my opinion, the sellers overwhelmed buyers there. Despite the continued market strength, we are marching back into 15.4. But Uber, did I just say Uber, is giving up the ghost, at least for now. We haven't made a newer low ever since coming into that low 80s there. I think 48.81. I need to see that newer low in order for the trend to continue to follow with that newer low, lower low, lower high. System that I've been on for a little while now. We'll see whether or not these profit takers trigger, but we are staring. And there it is, Adara. Right down we go on Uber.
Nice.
Where do we get down to? We got down into the 60s there. Yeah, 48.68. Nice move down on UBER, $49, and there it is. Now we can hit it.
Fabulous.
That was a real deal flat bottom break, not Neil front running the flat bottom break. There it is. Very happy with this trade. Let's let it run. Where's my profit taker at? I don't know. I don't really know. I got to tell you the truth. There is support. 48.5. We do have a bit of a support area, the bottom area of that consolidation range that we had from around 10.45 until around 11.10 or so. Beyond that, let me switch to the 5. Beyond that, it's super zigzaggy, right? So if it's not going to be this, it's going to be somewhere around 48. It's going to be a whole dollar level. It's hard to tell here. I'm gonna let this one ride. I don't have a really good plan for the outs, except I'm going to be taking the majority out, which I don't have much left, at that 48, 60, 48, 55-ish because of this area, and then I'm going to leave a piece for the dream. Maybe we get some support at VWAP here or there at 48.5. We'll have to wait and see. But the market is absolutely marching north. 15.393. We're very close to that 15.4 again. That'll be the second time we come into 15.4 on the day. Do we breach it and hold above it this time? It's not just enough to breach it. Jay Lee, coin about to break 88, shorted here. More room upside, long, pull it up. Let me have a look at coin. Let's bring in the trusty side chart. Let's look at Coinbase.
People are very excited about the BTC movement in the chat here, yes.
Well, are we getting a big move on BTC? Oh, we're above 35? We're up 1%. Not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad at all.
We were down earlier.
All right, so what did Jay say? About to break 88. Okay, it did break 88, Jay. 88.08 HOD. What was yesterday's closing print? 86 1/3. Let's bring in the horizontal trend line and put it at the close, and let's put in the ticker so everyone can follow along. Coin. All right, I'm going to have to zoom out here because this is enough data. Give me the half. All right, where do we got? We definitely have an 88 top. Good eye, Jay. No question about that. That's a multiple day top, even though we get intraday wicks, like yesterday around 10 o'clock, we got all the way up to 89 1/3. But again, that's just a quick wick. Look where the closing prints are. All the closing prints, at least for this month, this takes us all the way back to November, all the closing prints are south of 88. So you may actually have to, get burned a little bit. Like yesterday, if you were using 88 as your area to get short, you had to let it go $1.25 against you. And I don't know if too many people have an appetite for that, but that 88, very good on a swing trade basis, I would say. Let's zoom out more. Let's see the hourly here. All right, so in October, late October, when we got the ETF news, we did come into that 89 1/3 on a closing basis, which is probably why we got that 89 1/4, 89 1/3 move yesterday, that big move up. Yeah, but I do like that 88 idea. It's not a bad idea at all. And then look at this. Even into August, 88 is an absolute level. No. In August, the closing print from yesterday is the resistance, which is about 86 1/3. Yeah, I'm going to steer clear of this one. Yeah, this isn't my cup of tea, I got to tell you the truth. But interesting. $88, definitely a level. All right, let's go back to Uber here because it's coming back into my 49 after it made that big move down. Is that as good as it's going to get for the shorts? Are we going to start trending back up here? What I'll tell you is if it makes a newer high through this 49.10, I'm going to cut it because that'll be a newer high, and then that's not the trade that I'm looking for. So far, the trend is intact with lower highs throughout. That hasn't been breached. Look at that. Every single one has been a lower high, save and except for this one that's coming up. If this makes a higher high, I'm out.
Yeah. So I got out of NVIDIA, again, probably a little bit too early. Right now I want to talk about Tesla first. So Tesla is still struggling to break 220. We were over 220 for, I want to say, a millisecond. We were legitimately at 220, and then we, flew to the downside. I wanted to wait till we actually broke 220 to get involved because, as we can see here, I thought we were going to get in, break that earlier, and then we continued to the downside. This, to me, though, seems like a stronger case for actually making and breaking 220, but I still want to wait and see what we do above our friend 220. So in NVIDIA here, so basically, yeah, I got in, I got out, I think I like 20 cents, lost 20 cents here, but basically I saw that we were I saw this consistent kind of failure of staying above 460.60. I got in at 460.80, got out at 460.60. I think too, because I prefer scalping, if it takes like a little bit of a long time for a trade to kind of materialize, and it's a couple cents out of the money from where I entered, at that point I'm just like, I'm going to exit, because my worry too, especially because I do like trading these mega caps, is sometimes those ones can head to the downside at a very rapid pace. NVIDIA, though, still struggling to break 461. So, probably shouldn't have gotten in the first place, should have waited to see what we did decisively above 461. Pretty happy I'm out. I also want to see, too, as well, Ryan in the chat, Rivian. Let's look at Rivian. Rivian reporting tonight. That will be of note. Rivian up. Okay, yeah, Rivian. Okay. So we were definitely kind of playing around this pretty clear range here of what, I want to say lows around 1704, highs around 1718. So what, 15 cents, give or take, range. Then we blew above that range. We hit VWAP. It got slightly lower here on the lows. Blew above VWAP about 30 cents. Now we're kind of going a bit to the downside here. For me, I find this chart a little bit hard to read just because, we had this movement down, pretty consistent levels. Now we're kind of breaking above those levels. So as someone who I like to look at, I have a sense of levels. I don't really with something like this that just kind of had this great move to the upside. Now going down a little bit, but a very interesting chart to look at. Up about, volume is about almost 15 mils, so super of note. And yeah, another earnings play too. This reminded me another earnings one I want to look at. Although Rivian hasn't reported yet, and I think definitely will be a big one to watch tomorrow once it reports. I wanted to look at, I almost said Palantir, but I did mean Planet Fitness. This one I was looking at earlier, kind of wanting to see what we did beyond open. After open, we kind of took this nice little stutter step to the downside. Now we're kind of chopping. Not as interesting to look at as I thought it might be. Volume pretty low too, about 3 mil. But yeah, interesting Planet Fitness one to watch. Still up about 12% on the day. Also another one, yeah, Tesla still not really able to break 220. We'll see what happens here. If we kind of continue to see this attempt at 220, I might get in at 219.50 and then just take that as high as it goes. But my concern is I do not think it will be going very high because Tesla and 220 seem to be like mortal enemies a little bit today. Going forward, we'll have to see if it's able to push above that little barrier it's set up for itself.
And it had a 415 bottom yesterday. It was an absolute support level on Tesla yesterday.
Yeah.
So that $5 range working here.
Really
all right, guys, I'm going to slow things down a little bit here. I'm going to get out of this Uber trade as it made a newer high. Good trade, but we're going to cut it here. And we took it. We took it for a nice ride. How good did we do there? We got 49.20, and then the best out we had was 70. So yeah, whatever. Not bad. Not bad. 50 penny winner. All right. This past month, October, was the best month I've ever had. Come to my screen. For my gym, for exercise, for work. Ram, come to my screen. All right, this was a record-breaking month for me, and I would love to be able to show it to you. There we go. I got 52 workouts in October, a total time of 58 hours, 37 minutes, and 11 seconds. My my time is well spent, as you can see here, burning a total of 21,205 calories with an average workout time, I believe, like of an hour and 8 minutes, but that should be a little bit higher. Now, I want to complain. The first complaint is this Apple Watch is absolute crap. This is the Apple Watch 6. Yeah, it is. And the reason it's crap is because it drops my heart rate all the time when I'm doing strength training. Anytime my Ram says I should get a Garmin, and that you're not the first person to have told me that, by the way. Anytime my forearms swell up during strength training, it can't pick up my heart rate. So it'll give me my heart rate at whatever I was during rest before I started the actual set. So say my heart rate was at 89 beats or whatever, 90 beats per minute, and then in the actual set itself, it went up to like 150. I don't get the credit for that. No.
Oh my gosh.
And that directly affects how many calories you burn because it's based on your heart rate. So this was a record-breaking month for me, and I was pretty pumped, and I want to share that with you guys. 52 workouts. I've never done that before.
That's crazy. That's like almost 2 per day for the month. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I walk a lot too. So.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? Yeah, and I'm still actually breaking certain records, not all records, with respect to strength. And I thought, you know, when you get above 40, usually your testosterone goes down naturally. That's just part of life. You can't if you're a guy. So usually you become a hard gainer above 40. And usually you're not making PRs above 40 personal records because of decrease in testosterone, right? But that hasn't been the case so far. Probably mother time or father time, I mean, will come and catch up to me. But for the moment, I'm very pleased and I want to share that with everybody. Thank you. Yeah. Jay Lee, pro tip, listen to the diary of a CEO YouTube channel while at the gym. Great show, interviews, etc. Build your brain and muscles at the same time. My friend, I thank you for that suggestion. I will definitely put it in, but that's what I do already. I'm a podcast connoisseur. I've got several podcasts that I listen to here, and I've always got one in, and I feel guilty when I listen to music now. I know you wouldn't be happy about that.
No, literally music is, I love music. Oh my gosh, yeah, I listen. I like power walk. I used to be a competitive, this is kind of embarrassing, I used to be a competitive race walker. So I power walk everywhere, and I like to have, you know, like the intense music playing when I power walk, when I work out. Yeah, everything just, right? It kind of gives you, like, it scores the moment, yeah. But I mean, like, to be, like, I guess the podcast also, like, you're learning while working out, so that definitely is cool too. I see both sides, but
it really does help. I gotta tell you the truth, because if I could sit there in my house and listen to podcasts, because I really need to become more educated. I never took finance. I never took business in university, right? So, like, all this is, I feel like I'm playing catch up.
Yeah, no, I listen to podcasts, like finance podcasts, while I do my makeup. So yeah, literally, in the morning, like listening to like All In or whatever. Yeah.
Good for you. You were listening to All In?
Yeah, this morning. Yeah.
When did this start? Why didn't you say something about
Well, no, because I know like Brendan was recommending All In and Compound, so I've been Compound comes out tonight, I guess. So tomorrow morning we'll have some makeup viewing. But yeah, I kind of work through those for as long as it takes me to do my makeup, and then the next day I'll kind of pick up. Yeah. Always learning.
All right. What else we got here in? All right, we just got another 15-4 touch, and we got a 182 break. I'm talking about the NQ, and I'm talking about Apple. Let's have a look at the ES. We haven't been looking at the ES. We're still really having trouble staying above 4,400 on the ES here. It's kind of the same. I really like this. The fact that 4,400 and 15.4 on the ES and the NQ are, you know, we're there at the same time, so to speak. But yeah, this, if you were to look at this, we've got the higher lows here. It's just a bit of a double top, 4,400. But I think we take this level. I got to tell you the truth, in the afternoon, power hour, when the big kahunas come on, I think we finish above 4,400. We'll have to wait and see. We have a 44.02.5 HOD with several touches in and around there. And now we're just knocking on the door of that 4,400. Much more subdued of an ascent than we had one earlier. We got getting off that 43.70 in the morning there, right at the bell, moving up 30 points. It's been more of a steady state move up on the ES as opposed to the morning. Let's talk about some other ones. CDIO, I mentioned this bad boy as a multi-day runner this morning. Small cap gapper, 86, 87% to the good. It kind of fell off a little bit, but look at that. It dipped for a second below $1 and reclaimed $1. I think the bulls will be very happy about this one. Then it used the VWAP at that 108 area, 110 area as a support, and now it's making higher highs. And now we are above that consolidation range at $1.25, making a $1.36 high. We're at $1.29 right now with a $1.65 technically high on the day, even though the closing prints are all at that 50. So I would suggest to you that the real resistance level here is that $1.50, not the $1.65 as a result of the closing prints being south of that level. But moving up quite nicely, higher lows, higher highs coming in with a nice sustained amount of volume, not the craziness that we had earlier with a multiple halter up and multiple halter down. This one could present opportunities possibly here into the afternoon. I'm talking about CDIO. Quickly, to give you some 411 on the company, $24 million market cap. The float, about 15 million shares, 14.9 million. The short float on CDIO, I will tell you in a second. It's not negligible. It's around 5%, 4.82%. Don't really know where these the shorts are sitting, though, obviously. We'll have to wait and see how this one ends up playing the rest of the day, but looking good, waking up a little bit here, Adair.
Yeah, so also waking up, thank the Lord, is Microsoft. Basically what I said to myself is I was like, if we dip below 362, I am out. I got in on this long too because we were seeing these higher highs. This name's been really strong the last 2 days. We did have that OpenAI event yesterday with the Dev Day, the inaugural Developers Day, basically announcing some new updates. And also the CEO of Microsoft was at that event, you know, because they invest in OpenAI. So long story short, I was interested in this name. I would love to see it decisively break over 362.40. That would really make my day. But for now, you know, I'm comfortable in this long for the time being. Microsoft has been very powerful, very strong as of late. I've had some success with this name the last couple days, and the chart is looking very healthy, so I want to stay in for the time being. You know what's looking less healthy, though? My two favorites, NVIDIA and Tesla. Not to pick favorites, but, you know, sorry, other stocks. It is what it is. NVIDIA and Tesla both struggling with some key levels here. Tesla at this 220 looks like we might have a bit of a bottom at which to jump off of at around this 219.25 area. We'll have to kind of see what we do here. But yeah, like still, it would be very rangy because I still feel like 220 is a point at which it's kind of scared of and runs away. NVIDIA, also let's look at NVIDIA here. NVIDIA, yeah, again, same with NVIDIA, except instead of the 220 level at Tesla, it's our 461. Keep dancing around that 461. I was briefly in a long approaching 461, and then when I kind of realized we probably weren't going to hit it, I said sayonara. I took my leave from this trade. But if we do decisively break over 461, I think it could move very quickly. Much like Tesla, though, we seem to show very little sign of actually doing that. Let's see what else is going on here in. Someone saying, yo, Ford stock at 30. I just checked Ford. I would be very surprised if it was at 30. It's dancing around 10 right now. Still to the downside. I don't have any specific news on this one. Let me find any other than like just the general stuff with the strikes ending last week. We also had earnings recently. Oh, so on Saturday they announced, I don't know if this was moving still today, but on Saturday Ford announced layoffs for 1,600 at its Louisville plant. So that's of note. We also had GM too, very much to the downside. But this one at least had specific news from today, which was that Cruise scenario, basically that in addition to shutting down the Cruise vehicles, at least the self-automating vehicles I think that was last week. Now, in addition to that, they're like not even doing production right now. But yeah, GM still looking like a pretty sweet short. My issue would be finding a point of entry on this. Yeah, lots of stuff happening in the market though. Microsoft continuing to heat up or taking its time to heat up. Also Tesla above 220. So I have to say that. Go Tesla. We'll see if it can hold above 220 because no offense, but I might have my doubts. But we'll see if he goes from Tesla to Besla because it looks like we could be heading in that direction.
I'm good with that. I can call it Besla. No problem with that. All right, guys, just having a look here at the side chart, see what's moving. Who was asking me? It was over here. I just messaged somebody. Steve H. He's like, how do you use a short float? And essentially what I do is I look at the float of the short float, for stock to find out what it is. Is it negligible or not? And I don't really have a cutoff point. I would say, you know, anything above 5% onwards is not negligible. And then I look at the volume on the daily chart to see, you know, where the likelihood, no, it's not a hard and fast thing here, where the likelihood the shorts are. Was there a prolonged level of resistance where you could say, look, the shorts kept piling into it at that area? That's what I look for. Number three, is just the knowledge that it's heavily shorted and that it has the potential to really go parabolic. I think that that's really the only three things that I use it for. The second one, trying to determine where the majority of the shorts are, can be really a tough task, especially if you don't have that really defined area. You can say, yeah, that's the area right there, or several areas usually. That's the tough part about using short floats. You never really know where the shorts are. I mean, there's all sorts of ways you could do it. A lot of people use volume profile to see where the majority of the buying and selling took place. You could do that. That helps. A lot of the guys here on the floor use volume profile. We don't have that on P-Pro 8, and I don't have it on my platform either, but I'm pretty sure that TradingView has it, so if you were to get it through there, and I don't know if Benzinga has it or not, but shout out to them. Maybe you guys can go and check that out. All right, let's talk about some market stuff here. We are above 15.4, or are we? Let me just double check quickly. We are at 15.4. We're doing the dance. We're at 15.4 and we're at 4,400. There's a fight here between buyers and sellers. These are obviously resistance levels, no question about it. The 100-point levels in my book on the futures are always key areas of support and resistance. We're at both of them right now on the ES. We were until I just start speaking. Here we go. We're down now at 15,399, 43.99. You guys get the point. This is it right here. There's about half an hour left on the show, a little bit less, but I have a feeling that we're going to continue to run into the afternoon, especially during power hour, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock on the NQ, unless really something crazy happens. Now, Fed Logan has been speaking for all of 6 minutes, but given the amount of people that have spoken already today and the fact that we're up, I really don't think that they're going to be able to tank the market. At 7:30 this morning, we had Neil Kashkari spitting on the mic, and then at 8 o'clock, we had Fed's Goolsby. So that's two Fed speakers there that we had. And then we had Fed Waller at 10 o'clock, so that was 3. And then Williams started speaking at 12, that's 4. And then Logan at 1:30, that's 5. So a total of 5 Fed speakers within one day, and yet we are still at highs on the market. So I don't know if I really buy the narrative that the Fed Logan is going to tank this market here. So yeah, we'll have to see how that moves. Without Powell, nothing moves, says Hans Beer. It's not always right. Sometimes the actual Fed presidents themselves can move the market. Shout out to you, Steve H. I hope I helped you with my little rant there about short float. Corleone. I love that name, man. Michele Corleone. Old boy Goolsby. We went to Oxford together. You're kidding. Did you really, actually? Let me know.
That's
I hope
cool.
you're not making that up, but tag me in the chat there. Fed has only aliens are real. Okay, I should probably read this before I read it out loud. Adara, are you long Oxy?
I will take a look at Oxy. I am not long Oxy. I am getting increasingly frustrated by Microsoft's inability to stay above the point at which I entered. But yeah, Oxy, okay, you know what? I do like the concept of an Oxy long. I just find, I probably would want to spend more time looking at this chart. That being said, first impressions, the speed dating version of me looking at this Oxy long. We have volume's nice, almost 6 mil. Spread is very nice, 1 cent. Oil, we did have news. We have also Oxy, I believe, reports very soon. But I want to be clear about that before I say anything about that. I was correct. So Oxy reports tonight. So Oxy reporting tonight. Oxy seeing, slight is putting it very strongly, but we have these slightly higher lows here. Seeing slightly higher highs, at least since open, because we took a nice little dive as those oil prices, had a swoop to the downside this morning, and then kind of continued. So, we've kind of stayed actually at a little bit of this local bottom around $60 to $60.10 has been kind of a local bottom. Yeah, I mean, it'd be a very slow going long, mind you, but if we continue kind of seeing support around this 60-40, what I want to say 60-42, 60-43, it could be of interest. Thank you for bringing this one to my attention, Jameson. And in the meantime, Microsoft is continuously losing my attention, even though I am in it, by refusing. Oh no, I say that. And you know what? Maybe this will be the time that we will test 362.35 and break it. I got into this way too early, I will say. I have to admit. I thought we'd keep going higher. Looks like we hit a bit of a plateau. I'm going to stay in it for now because we're staying above 362, which, as I kind of mentioned, is like the point at which I want to exit. But if it could move a little bit faster and in a more concise, like clear direction, I'd be very grateful. You know what is moving in a clear direction, though? Tesla above 220. It broke 220. It was like, I'm going to be Bestla now. So long, Stressla. And yeah, really clean movement to the upside here. I might get involved, but I'd like to see, you know, more kind of movement to the upside just because Tesla always scares me a little bit as someone also who prefers to kind of scalp. So we'll see what we see, though. I mean, I would say it looks very strong right now, Tesla, especially because we did break that 220, which, as I said, was a pretty key moment for Tesla right now.
All right, guys, let's go through the earnings. I know that the guys did it this morning, but we're going to have a look at it right here for a quick sec. We got Gilead, Occidental. I know she was just talking about Occidental, but the worst kept secret in all of Wall Street is the $60 level on Oxy, and Uncle Warren's very much his love for adding to any position south, or adding to his Oxy position for any price south of 60. He's accumulating as many of the outstanding shares as he can at a certain price. Obviously, Devon there as well, Devon Energy, a competitor for Oxy. You got Coupang, that was kind of like a pandemic play, reminds me of the good old days. Rivian, this one is going to be in focus today. The Katina Man will have that for you on the market recap show. This is an important time for Rivian. They've produced a couple of good reports now in a row where they were growing their deliveries as well as shoring up some of those costs. Now, they worried people in March when they raised $1.5 billion, and then last month they raised again $1.3 billion. And the reason that worried people, because when they raised in March that first $1.5 billion, they said that that was enough money to take them through 2025. Well, what the hell happened between what the raise in March and the raise last month? What changed? Well, according to RJ there, he's looking at just, looking for it to expand. It has nothing to do with operations, and everything is good to go on that end. You also have Toast. That's another pandemic play. Robinhood, one of the pandemic plays. Upstart will be very interesting because we've been seeing the buy now, pay later names have all been, it's been feast or famine for these bad boys, right? They've either done really well or done really badly. I really want to see what Upstart is going to say here with respect to the guide. I don't really care about how they're doing. I really want to care about what they're going to guide. Klaviyo, this was the IPO from earlier in the year. What was it, like in October or was it September, Klaviyo?
Klaviyo was that was September. That was one of my when I was new.
The beginning, yeah. So Klaviyo, that one is gonna report today after the bell. In case you're wondering what the hell Klaviyo is, this one takes care of text messaging, etc., for big corporations so that they can spam their users and annoy them and stuff like that. That's what they do there.
I love that explanation of it. That's pretty solid.
That's what it does, right? And then Bumble, everybody and their mother's cousin knows what Bumble is. That one reports after the bell. I should let you guys know that we have an outgoing CEO. She is Gonzino. She will be leaving the company, so keep an eye out on that. And maybe comments with respect to any successors. Dutch Brothers as well, the coffee company after the bell. Tomorrow, some good stuff. Kellanova, a new company, a spin-off from Kellogg's. So a lot of people weren't happy about this, but Kellanova is a thing now, and they will be reporting tomorrow morning. Roblox going to be very interesting as well to see how they're doing. Teva, the generic pharmaceutical company, also interesting there. Polestar, I'm going to be looking at Polestar, PSNY. I want to see how they're going to do, especially after Rivian reports tonight. We want to see how Polestar is doing tomorrow. I got to tell you, I see more Polestars than any other EV, save and except, of course, for Tesla, at least on these streets. Yeah, Polestar is everywhere in my area and area I seem to go to, I see Polestars. They're affordable. They're being made en masse. Obviously, Volvo has a hand in that as they are Swedish. Under Armour tomorrow coming as well as Fisker. So we have a couple of big EV names tomorrow, Fisker and Polestar. We'll see how they're able to get the sales with their Ocean, the new Ocean SUV with that solar roof panel. Supposed to be interesting. So yeah, those are the earnings play for tonight and tomorrow. And let's get back to the market. We're definitely still having trouble with 15.4 and 4,400, no question about it. We're getting above it, 15.404 3/4 HOD on the NQ. However, we're not really able to stay above there quite yet. And I would suggest to you probably we reclaim that level in the more power hour-ish time of day when the volume really starts coming in. 4,400 again on the ES here, much the same look as the NQ. So we'll have to wait and see there. Let's go back to big tech and see what they're up to. We're doing a bit of a dance here at 182 on AAPL. We have a 182.18 high. It has been one series of higher highs and higher lows, save and except for this candle here at 12:15 when we got news that Apple was going to postpone some of the development of its Mac OS and Apple Watch going into next year as a result of some glitches. That was immediately bought up. We'll see what the market does with that piece of information in the coming days and whether we get more details on that or not. But it was interesting. It was interesting here with Apple. Everything else, very much near day's high, whether you're Amazon, Meta, Google, even Tesla breaking through that 220 area like Adira was mentioning.
Yeah, so NVIDIA, this is an unfortunate short. Basically, I was like, if we break 460, I could be interested in a short. We did break 460. We couldn't really get much lower than 460, though we were dancing below 460. I decided to get out. It is sad. You know, I had my reasons for getting in. I did think, you know, we had a bit of that support around that 460 area earlier, but I guess it was not meant to be. This 460 to 461 area could still be a range, so I'll keep an eye on it. But for right now, I think I'm going to keep stay out of this. Also, shout out to Janid in the chat, Netflix for this week. Yeah, I like looking at Netflix, so I'll pull up Netflix on the week today. Netflix probably actually my most successful stock today, oddly enough. Two very nice trades here, one long, one short. But yeah, let's look at the daily on Netflix. Okay, Netflix, I mean, I think we're definitely looking stronger, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days to the upside. You know, what's our previous, I think if we like kind of decisively break over this area that we were seeing in September, this 450 kind of area, that'd be interesting. We do look like we are headed to the high side right now, though, you know, like 1, 2, 3 days to the upside. Pretty early in the week, though, and it seems like the gains have been relatively lower like these past 2 days. But yeah, I mean, generally looks like the trend does seem to be positive for the week. That would be my take on our friend Netflix. We also had, you know, this baby dip and continued to swoop higher. So on the longer term, we kind of did have this retracement. Looks like we're trying, you know, from September kind of on, looks like we're trying to continue the gains that we made after those earnings, which the market reacted to on October 19th. So I would say Netflix on the week looks like it's trying to be positive. Yeah.
Okay. There was this stock that came in here midday. I want to say it really started its life at 10 a.m., but the volume really came in here at 12:50. I missed this one because I wasn't looking at my blotter. It goes by the ticker JGGC, Jaguar Global Growth Corp, JGGC. There we go. And I don't know too much about them. They're $179 million market cap. The float on them, 10 million share float, small. What do? They are a blank check company. Okay, so it's a SPAC. And it just zoomed up for whatever reason. It's up 77 2/3%. It's well off the day's high. $12, $11.99 is the day's high. We're at that $10.20 area right now. I have no idea why this is moving. Obviously, it probably is because they're going to de-SPAC with a company and rumors are floating about that. But I don't have any news on it on my blotter. If you guys have news on JGGC, please tag me in the chat. Let me know who they're going to de-SPAC with or whether that's even a thing for them or whether it's something else. It's very spready. At at times, and I would say right now it's also quite spready, about a 70-cent spread. Now it's tightening up to 24 pennies, but yeah, very tough to trade. The volume on it also a little suspect. 535,000 shares done, but in the last 5 minutes or so, we've done about 100,000 shares. So the volume really picking up here the last little while. It's above VWAP, so we'll see what this one does. JGGC, SPAC, making a big move up. All right, the Uber trade, I'm really happy that I got out of it where I got out of it.
I was just going to say, yeah, now it's having a nice
Look
movement
at
back
that,
to the
right?
upside.
I mean, we got in at 43.21. We wrote it down into 46.70, and then we came up, we saw the higher high, and that higher high was all that I need to see to tell me that the trade is no longer valid, and therefore we got out, and look what it's doing. Now it's moving back into highs, up 3% again, right? And it could see more. Could we see that break of 50? Look at this thing flying up through 49.5 now. We could see 50 real soon here on UBER, especially if this market reclaims 15.4 and starts zooming to the high side. So we have Apple at high days. Everything literally is at high days, save except for a couple of names at the moment, including the futures. So we'll have to wait and see if Uber catches a ride off that little momentum boost. There are 10 minutes left on the show. Let's see what the chat is up to here. Anything important that I should be talking about? CDIO back over $1 on an uptrend. Yeah, I just talked about CDIO. I literally just finished talking about it. Let's have a look at it again. Good name, no doubt about it. It's a multi-day runner, and it is above $1, but it's right back down now off that 1 1/3, coming back into that 115 area. So probably, yeah, that $1.10 off VWAP would interest me, especially with the amount of touches you had here at VWAP, all of which were bought up. So that would interest me there if we have a look. Let's see what people are talking about. MENA, says James Choi. I don't know what MENA is. We're going to have a look here. MENA. MENA. It's not a ticker. All right, rewrite it, James, because
Might be mRNA?
mRNA? Yeah, sure. They already reported last week, and we saw that it was a bit of a tougher look for them. I'm going to skip over that until he confirms with me that it's mRNA. Yeah, he did actually write it in the next one. Okay, so here it is. Let's look at mRNA. Moderna, this was an earnings, it reported last week, right?
I believe so, yeah.
All right, let's have a look at the half an hour here. There it is. There's the report. It's a pre-market report at 6:30 a.m. Market didn't like it. Hi, Brendo. Market didn't like it. 76.50 is where we were trading before we absolutely flushed down into that $62 area. Yesterday's close, though, $72. And look, we made it all the way back up prior to the price prior to earnings. So, you know, even though the market didn't like it on a short-term basis, it was immediately bought up, right? Yesterday wasn't a good day for biotech. It retraced off that 79. I don't know. I got to tell you, very consolidative right now. Not the day really to be trading mRNA right now, at least. I mean, given the last few days and the price action that we've been having these last few days, I would say today is very subdued, and I would stay away from it today. I need volatility intraday in order to trade. TNON, says Danny. Was that Danny? Yeah. TNON. Tenon Medical. We talked about this one earlier. I think that this one is on my side chart. Yes, it is. This is a good look. It's a multi-day runner. They had a reverse split back on November 2nd. Since that time, it's been running up. It's been a good look. We did just get a little bit of a bounce. Let me go to the 5-minute here. A little bit of a bounce off that $2 area, and that $2 area wasn't just the whole dollar. It was yesterday's close, which you guys know I love as an area of support and resistance. So we get that $2 bounce. We're looking at 2.25, but to me, it's not tradable north or as a long because it is south of VWAP, and I do have a little bit of a weird rule with respect to that. It's got to get above that 2 1/3 for me to get interested, and then really get interested, it's got to break above that 250, because that 250 takes us to a higher high. Now we already have lower lows here, and we have lower highs, so this is already a downtrend. So this trend really needs to, you need to prove to me here that the trend is changing. Otherwise, I don't want any part of this. So got to get above VWAP, and then maybe we'll get interested, and then above that 247, 250 area, that takes us to a newer high, and it gets me a lot more interested. Adara, anything that you want to touch on?
Yeah, I mean, I can just say, big thing I learned today with playing ranges is maybe don't. No, I'm joking. But basically, my issue here was, so I had this NVIDIA short. I tried to short it as we failed that, what was it, 459? Didn't really work out. Then we kind of broke 461 and we failed that as well. Or we were at least. So I was like kind of interested because that 461 area had been like a really consistent kind of range. Unfortunately, we did kind of swoop above 461 very quickly. I did get out. I'm just zooming out to see here. Yeah, unfortunately, we did lose out on this trade. Basically, I guess I'm saying this because, I think I'm learning and I'm happy in a way that it worked out. Because I feel like you don't, sometimes you need to kind of lose out to learn, especially as I'm still learning shorts. But, we did have some successful trades still on Netflix. But yeah, I wanted to pull up that NVIDIA short just because like a range can be fruitful earlier. Doesn't mean it'll necessarily hold up, especially with what was going, you know what I mean? Like that 461 was super vital. We kept failing it. The one time we didn't fail it was unfortunately the time I decided to short it. So I guess just, keeping an eye on levels earlier, and just because something worked out earlier doesn't mean it's necessarily going to work out later. Also, here's Netflix, though, definitely looking like we could make a bit of a descending wedge here. We're seeing these lower highs, pretty much a flat bottom. This could be a flat bottom break below VWAP. Going to keep an eye on that, but I wanted to put that one out there. Also, what else can we talk about here? Yeah, Tesla actually staying pretty steady above that 220, but not doing much above 220. Like 221 seems not that far, but a pretty long ways off for Tesla, which keeps kind of dancing around that point. As I mentioned that, we get a little bit of steam, but we'll have to see if we decisively pick up here. Also, shout out to Apple for not being the dead one today. Not at all. Apple is, if anything, a live one. Like flourishing above that 182, we're seeing these really nice, some higher highs, higher lows, this nice snake-like pattern to the upside. Really gorgeous. The other big standout in these big tech names right now is our friend Amazon. So let's pull up Amazon. Oh, that is not Amazon. That is Yams, CC. Which is not what I meant to pull up. My apologies, Yams. Here is Amazon. Yeah, so Amazon also looking pretty strong. Someone's saying in the chat here, short Amazon yet. I think, we did have a bit of a failure. It's kind of hard to see with the wicks. No, okay, so I was going to say we failed the top, but we did break kind of higher above here. If we continue to kind of see this movement down, if we don't make another higher high, it could be a short, but I would say kind of wait with this one. It seems like the trend is to the upside, and we are up almost 2.5% right now. So yeah, very strong. And I think I learned something from that NVIDIA attempt at a short. So there we go, learning new things every day.
All right, Susanna Penna wants me to look at DraftKings, and I'll oblige. I think this is a hell of a company, especially with how they've been able to shore up their balance sheet. They've reduced the cost of acquisition. They've expanded into new jurisdictions. They are now the #1 online gaming app, overtaking FanDuel with 31% of the American market share. You can see there on November 2nd, after the bell, they reported earnings, and it absolutely rocketed up above that $29 close, getting up to $31.75. And the subsequent day on November 3rd was absolutely no different, with higher highs and higher lows all throughout, taking us through that $34. And now we're stair-stepping up even more, surprise, surprise, as more money starts piling in after decisions have been made subsequent to earnings to get into this name. And that's typically what it does. I mentioned this on the show before, but I'll mention it again. Michael Noss used to work in the hedge fund game, and he gave us insight into how they make their buying and selling decisions. Some of them are committee-based, and they meet, they decide after, important dates like, releases of products, earnings, etc., catalyst dates, and they make decisions about whether or not they're going to buy. So it looks as if, there's more buying piling on into what's called, into DraftKings. We're definitely at local highs. Let's zoom out a little bit here on the hourly to figure out where we're at. And we're going to have to zoom out even more because we are absolute highs here on the hourly. Let's go to the daily and figure out are we at all-time highs? We are at all-time highs on DraftKings. This is a blue sky setup. I didn't know that we were all-time highs like this on DKNG. Jeez Louise, let me just make sure that I'm not out of my mind here. Go to the weekly. Yes,
nice
we are.
chart.
Yeah, we are at all-time highs. I'm not wrong on that. Okay, so I've got no levels as a result of that. I mean,
It's
right?
hard to have levels if you're in new levels.
Exactly.
Right? That's one thing I'm learning.
We're in
too.
uncharted territories right
Literally.
now. Yeah, literally.
Literally uncharted.
It is. It is. So I like DKNG. I can go on and on about the fundamentals, but I'll save that for your research there. But I got to tell you, Susanna, there's nothing really to chart here because we are at all-time highs on what I would say is a good name. It took them a little bit of time to get profitable and to you know, organize their house, but looks like they've done it now. Years high, says James, but I see all-time highs. What's a blue sky setup, says Humi, 7 Umi. Blue sky setups means like there's really nothing above the price that we're trading at now. So if the all-time high is $36 and you're trading at $36.50, there's nothing above you, so it's all blue skies. That's what that means. Kind of a little trading term there. Let's see what else we got.
Someone's saying that the all-time high for DKNG, shout out to B Leach, is 74.38.
Why? Okay, then clearly my chart is incorrect.
People keep saying 74 and 75.
Okay, so then my chart is incorrect then, because what the chart was showing me here was like, I mean, like.
I got out at 65.
Okay, the Katina man got out at 65. Sorry guys, I'm only as good as the information that's in front of me. And so, for example, I'm looking here. Clearly, there's something wrong with this chart. I can go to Trading View.
March of 2021 is the high.
March of 2021 says the Katina man was the high. Let's have a look at P Pro 8 and see if we can get the right data here, baby. All right, just hope it doesn't crash on me. We're gonna go to the daily. Look, and it did crash. Of course, that's normal, right?
I can try pulling it up.
That's fine. It's 2 o'clock anyway.
That's true. Okay, look at that.
All right, guys. Adira and I, Obi and I, we will see you guys tomorrow, same bat time, and the same bat channel. Brando is at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome back in. 2 o'clock on a pretty busy afternoon here as we head back to the upside, led by big tech in a big way this afternoon. The NASDAQ once again back in charge. It's been a different story over the past few days. It's been more about the S&P and the Dow versus some of the tech names from the NASDAQ, but not the case today.